Morning, Ms. Johnston. Great to see you again. Ms. McKee was great, but she's no Ms. Johnston. All right. Happy Friday, everyone.
Morning. Ready?
Morning. A couple things. Mr. Lefkoe e-filed something yesterday, and Mr. Boring has flagged it as there's a concern. I just need to get on the record what that is. Ms. Milton from the Supreme Court's clerk's office has filed it, so it is in the docket. But I guess we should discuss here because Ms. Milton is holding off on doing whatever else was requested. So let's discuss that and then see if there's anything else before the director calls his next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. We received the email from Mr. Lefkoe filing with the Supreme Court the actual transcript of the deposition of Mr. Philhart, who it's not been admitted at trial or anything of that nature. It also, in addition, I know we've had a lot of concerns about privacy, bank accounts, that type of stuff. There was a lot of discussion about things that were irrelevant to this trial that are really personal and probably embarrassing for Mr. Philhart in that deposition. I don't see any purpose of filing that with the Supreme Court, given we've got hundreds of pieces of evidence that are admitted and have not been filed with the Supreme Court. So I was just asking that we don't have it filed with the Supreme Court. I don't think it affects admissibility. We're not objecting to, I don't know of any requirement that it be filed with the Supreme Court before admission. But if there were, we do not have any objection to whatever, just to make sure that that's not in the record in some shape, form, or fashion, as opposed to the other hundreds of pieces of evidence before we look at it and decide what we'll redact out.
Sure. So Mr. Lefkoe, help me understand the thought process of singling that out and trying to get that into the public record.
Yes, Your Honor. So ironically, Ms. Cross and I are in a case, a med-mal case that we're trying in a week and a half. Right before the trial, they filed original depositions. I think there are going to be things in this case with this witness that where there are going to be impeachment issues. In every civil case that I handle, we file the deposition transcript before we get to trial. We file it at the time of summary judgment. I've filed portions of it. I think the things that Mr. Boring deems, I guess, embarrassing are already in this record. There are discussions of domestic violence, improper touching, things of that sort. I did not, if you look at the deposition transcript, I did not say, are those things true or not? Did you or did you not do them? I'm not asking about that. I'm talking about the effect on the relationship between you and Mr. Coomer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are multiple questions where I said, I'm not asking if you did or didn't. That's not my concern. I'm not trying to embarrass the gentleman. I understand if there are things that they want to redact, that's fine. But just saying wholesale, the deposition can't be in the record or shouldn't be in the record, I think is improper. But if there are things that he thinks, Mr. Boring thinks are embarrassing, this is the first time I've heard of it. Nobody said this is confidential, et cetera. I did not file bank records. I did not file the exhibits on purpose because Mr. Boring didn't redact his copies of bank records or whatever he was introducing. There may have been a tax return that was in there. I did not file his tax return. I'm sensitive to privacy. I do HIPAA stuff for hospitals when I do med-mal cases. So I'm not trying to embarrass him or do anything like that, but it's normal civil, kind of in the realm of civil litigation. That's what we do.
Okay. So of course we occupy this liminal space between civil and criminal. So I don't think it's required. Certainly not forbidden under the JQC rules. I don't think it's necessary. And so maybe we can work through, does it really need to happen since I think the deposition will be tendered through Mr. Philhart. So the record that matters, which is not the record that I could go poke at through, it's not called PACER. What is the Supreme Court? It's got a name.
Be fast.
Whatever. What we're focused on here is the record that would be transmitted to the Supreme Court after the panel enters its report and recommendation. And that record would include, as I understand it, not just the deposition, but all the exhibits attached, or at least most of them, because most of them have become exhibits during the course of this proceeding. So the head scratcher for me wasn't why would this happen in a civil case? It was why did it happen here? Only because in the other JQC hearings we've had, and you haven't been a part of those, that's not how it worked. There were depositions and sometimes they were made a part of the record, but it was through the actual hearing that we're having now. So for now, if one of you could communicate to Ms. Milton that we ought to leave it as is, it is in the docket, but it ought not to be something that someone with e-fast access could see. And then let's just get closure on that. My concern is not any of the questions you asked or answers Mr. Philhart gave. That a deposition ought to be part of this record. You addressed the concern I was going to have, which is a lot of those exhibits seem to have personal identifying information for your client, maybe for Mr. Philhart as well. And those we need to be careful about, but you were careful about them. So I think this is a little, we don't need to make a big deal out of this because it's all going to be made part of the ultimate record that goes to the Supreme Court. But unless there's an objection from Judge Coomer's team, it sounds like it's in the docket. Let's leave it in the docket, but not necessarily publicly accessible until we reach closure on maybe after Mr. Philhart testifies. Is that, I'm less worried because that's actually what the director asked to have happen. Are you all right with that, Mr. Lefkoe?
I will commit to work on whatever redactions he wants from it, but I don't
Okay.
think it should be just wholesale eliminated from the public realm. So, I mean, in terms of going to the Supreme Court, that is the object. And if we're impeaching a witness, they ought to have the deposition transcript as well.
Right,
but
but I'm a little curious as your sudden passion for the public to have access to that deposition. That I don't know why you're the champion of that. Maybe the gentleman seated behind you would be, but why do you care whether Mr. Philhart's deposition is publicly accessible as opposed to made a part of this record that gets transmitted to the Supreme Court?
I don't know why anything would not be publicly accessible that's part of a record in a case. And he said there were things that shouldn't be in there, and I'm willing to work with him on what things shouldn't be in there.
Okay.
Just for clarity, I think I know the deposition is going to come in. I don't have any objection to it coming in like every other piece of evidence, and then it will be public record. But right now, it's inappropriate for it to be public, as in it hasn't even been entered and it's not along with the rest of the record. So,
okay. I don't know that it's inappropriate. It just in JQC proceedings as opposed to civil proceedings, it was a peculiar sequencing. Because all of this is public. Anyone could be in here and people are catching this live stream. It was peculiar to have it hit the docket on the eve of his testimony and gave me pause. And maybe should have been something that was discussed, because then the request could have been made, if it's important to one side for it to be in the docket, as opposed to the record of this hearing, could you please wait until after Mr. Philhart has testified? But maybe we'll have those discussions with other lawyers for other JQC proceedings in the future. The die has been cast for this one.
maybe another amended rule change suggested, Judge.
Exactly.
I just got an email from Ms. Milton responding to mine about it. She asked, does that mean it should be sealed or that it should not be put on the website?
So I don't think unless you can articulate a basis for it not to be on the website, I don't think there is a prohibition against what happened last night. And I think Mr. Lefkoe is correct that there's no reason the public shouldn't have access to all aspects of what's been going on after the formal charges were filed. That's very clearly what the Supreme Court intended, that upon the filing of formal charges, the veil is lifted, and what goes forward for respondent and for the director's team ought to be part of the public domain. And so if you've had a chance to look at it, and if you haven't, I understand that. But if you want to take Mr. Lefkoe at his word that the exhibits that were included with the deposition are not sensitive in the sense of social security numbers, home addresses, et cetera, then I think that the appropriate course would be for Ms. Milton to, one, have it in the docket, and two, it should be no less accessible than a motion that you file. I think that's actually proper procedure. We just haven't confronted this before because no one has done what Mr. Lefkoe did.
So.
Okay. May I offer something?
In a minute, you may.
I'm just, in the future, should we be filing our evidence before court in the record? I mean, it really just, it strikes me as not even odd. I mean, there's things in there about his divorce history, which are not going to be relevant, family history with kids that are not going to be relevant. All these things are just thrown into the public record without even knowing if it's admissible yet, just by filing it. So I think we're setting a precedent where other people can just file things and get it in the public record with, no thought about what the impact is before it's even ruled as admissible evidence.
Well, you'll want to consult with Ms. Cross because I'm not aware that someone can object to the filing of a deposition in a civil case because parts of it aren't relevant.
Okay.
The deposition is made part of the record and is out there. With an exception, it could well be that the question is, what's your bank account number? And the person in the deposition says is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Right.
That ought to be redacted. But did you ever cheat on your spouse? I did. I did not, but
Right.
the person who answers.
We got that was theoretical.
Yes.
The
The person being deposed says.
I understand, Judge. And so maybe I guess we'll just talk about it maybe going forward. I mean, if Mr. Coomer testifies, maybe we'll just file his deposition too, and it'll all be out there. That'll be great.
I don't know why there would be any objection that would be principled to filing Judge Coomer's deposition. I understand why you didn't before the hearing, but what I want to avoid is any appearance that the hearing panel, I can't control what you do, but I don't know that the JQC should be in the business of saying, oh, we ought to keep that out of the way when the rules don't prohibit it. Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Lefkoe, if there's anything more you want to add, my direction to Mr. Boring would be in response to Ms. Milton's request, open it up, get it in the docket, and it's there. I don't think folks are plumbing the Coomer docket right now, but if they do, they'll be a half hour ahead of what we'll be doing anyway. I don't think, because this is a non-jury matter, and we won't be plumbing the docket because we don't have computers up here. We don't have a risk that the deciders will be tainted by access to the evidence. Mr. Lefkoe.
If he thinks there are personal things in there that won't come in this case, I'm glad for it to be sealed until he gives me redactions, and then we'll redact those things out.
Okay. Do you want to engage in that, or should we just?
I think Your Honor's ruling, I'm fine. You've made the ruling. I think it's appropriate. No need for redactions at this point. And then we'll just deal with it going forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else procedurally from your side, Mr. Boring?
Just, I had, and just to put on the record, I got a text from Ray Robinson this morning, who we had sent away, and we were not going to call likely. We're not going to call. He texted me asking if somebody was going to come pick him up this morning for court. I informed him, no, we're not calling him as a witness. He did say that somebody contacted him. Obviously, I figured it was Mr. Coomer's team, and I informed him he needs to talk to them about that. That's not an us issue. He then asked, well, if you were my witness and I was under your subpoena, that means I don't have to come. And I said, no, that's not what it means. We agreed. You've said that he is still under subpoena. I said, so you do still have to come subject to coordinating with their team. So I just I told him he's under subpoena, so he can't use this as a get out of court free card.
Right.
So
It doesn't sound like Mr. Robinson would be here today anyway.
they asked him to be here at 1.
Oh, okay.
So
We just put witnesses on, so just to make sure we have enough to cover the day. But we're glad to release that one, just because, he wants a ride. and I don't want to have him needing a ride here and then we've got to give him a ride back before 3, and that just sounds terrible. So we can let him go for today.
But you'll let him know that. I mean, that's on your team. So someone from Judge Coomer's team will let Mr. Robinson know he doesn't need to be here today. And then I assume we would need a new batch of subpoenas or invitations because we don't have a next date after today. And I say that not because anyone should be made hard to reach. If at any point, I'm less worried about the director's side, but Judge Coomer's side has trouble getting a witness to say, yeah, I'll come down here. You should certainly reach out to the panel so that we can assist in ensuring that people show up.
Do we have to issue a new subpoena if this matter is continued?
Well, I don't know. I'm not saying that you do need to, but I don't know what the subpoena would say. Generally, subpoenas don't say you have to be here anytime I tell you between now and the end of time. And we don't have, I don't know how your subpoena could have identified dates beyond this week because it may just say in the matter of Judge Coomer. I just don't know when we will hopefully today come up with some potential next dates, which is why I was extending our services, meaning the panel services, if you find that a witness who said, look, I was willing to be here the week of October 17th, but that's it, I'm busy. They need to become unbusy whenever we're next convened. But at a minimum, if you could let Mr. Robinson know he doesn't need to be waiting for, I don't know what you drive, but your car to show up at his house.
Mazda.
Okay, there'll be no Mazdas picking him up today. Anything else, Mr. Boring?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lefkoe, anything else procedural?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, then let's have the director's next witness.
The state would call Jim Philhart.
Mr. Yeah, it may be because they prefaced the third one. Mr. Boring, there were a lot of loan application, versions of the loan application. The final one that went through, do you believe that was made part of the record?
I do not believe that one was entered, Judge. I expect, well, I hate to anticipate what they're going to do, but I believe one of their witnesses is the loan processor who worked on it afterward, who would have dealt with processing the final application. So,
Okay,
just in anticipation, I'll figure that.
we would like it. So as long as someone can, it doesn't need to
I'm
be.
fine. We can, I'll find a copy of it and tender it. We've got it. It's in the deposition exhibits, probably on your list that you already have already. So we'll.
It
get
just
that.
was hard to tell which was the final version. We
It
saw
is
an
very hard to
unsigned
tell.
version, a signed version, maybe another signed version. But we'd like to see the final one. And Mr. Lefkoe, were you planning on admitting that during your presentation?
That was my omission. Can we admit that now?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Is there an exhibit number?
It's going to be soon after 89, or maybe a little bit before it. I can tell you that. That's about all I can tell you.
I think it was 94. Let me check. Yeah, 90.
You can take a seat, please.
Exhibit 94.
94 is already admitted.
Yeah, that's the final loan application.
Okay.
While we're on that topic, Your Honor asked for the statement that was the link in that loan history document, and Mr. Sinyard produced it yesterday.
Okay.
I've labeled it as Exhibit 368 to close the loop on that. We could enter that and.
Judge, I don't know if y'all asked for them to bring it, or how, I know you were all curious about it. I spoke with Mr. Sinyard, and I think it may need a little explanation too. If we can wait before tendering it.
Sure.
I'll speak with Mr. Lefkoe and see if we can agree to, he told me about that with like one caveat.
Right. We've got Mr. Philhart right here. I didn't mean to distract.
Are you gonna enter the final application now? As an exhibit?
I think we did. It's 94.
It's number 94. So we
You
can
like
get
a copy of it?
Do we have a copy of,
I
one
can-
copy of 94, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Philhart. We're working through one thing.
Sure.
Morning, Mr. Philhart.
One moment before you get started. I just want Mr. Lefkoe to be back in place. I need to explain one thing to Mr. Philhart. Can we keep it?
Yes.
Okay,
I don't want.
Could someone make three copies?
Here's the second copy.
we're good. Two will get us through.
Yeah. Two copies.
Thank you. All right, let's all focus on Mr. Philhart. Mr. Philhart, before we get started, I want to make sure that I'm Robert McBurney. Nice to meet you. If you need a break at any point, you let me know. You're going to be talking to us for a little while. And if we go too long, you need to let Ms. Rogers know, or Mr. Boring, or anyone that you need a timeout, and we'll give you the time you need so that you've got the energy to get through this, okay? You'll do that for me? Excellent. Thank you so much.
You know, I'm missing my nap right now.
We're gonna get you back. We're gonna get you back there as soon as we can. And if you need water or anything, let us know. We've got.
The bad thing. I just had a bad operation 2 weeks ago. I get phlegm stuck in my throat. I had part of my lung cut out. It was a bad one. I didn't know if I was gonna live or die till last week. I figured I lived.
You've made it so far.
Thank
We're gonna get you through today, okay?
you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Boring, you can get started.
Morning, Mr. Barney. Yeah, should I stand up?
No, sir. Swear affirm the testimony you'll give the hearing now on this matter.
Yes, sir.
Would you please introduce yourself to the hearing panel members by telling them your name?
Okay, I'm James Philhart. They call me Jim.
Philhart, that's spelled F-I-L-H-A-R-T.
Yes, sir. And I'm normally in a lot better shape than this, but I just got through having a bad operation 3 weeks ago. It's been hard, really hard. I was I didn't know if I could even make it today, but the doctor, I had my follow-up. The doctor said it's stage 1 cancer. And he said if I thought I could make it, he didn't want me to drive yet. So, but we ought to be okay.
Good. Well, we appreciate you being here. We're gonna try to make this as
I get winded sometimes.
that's what you need to let us know when you get winded, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so Mr. Boring is gonna ask you some questions.
In what town do you live in?
Carsville, Georgia.
How long have you lived there?
I moved there in December 29th of 2006.
You've been there for some time now.
About 15 years, long as I've been anywhere in my life.
Where'd you grow up?
Ortonville, Michigan.
And you kind of moved around all up throughout your life, different places.
Well, no, I stayed in Ortonville, and then I moved to the neighboring town, about Oxford, Michigan. I did 3 years in the Army. And then after I retired, I did 30 years in a trucking company. After I retired, I moved to Florida. And I was there 4 years, and that humidity, good God. I moved to Scottsboro, Alabama. It was beautiful there, but there's nothing to do but go fishing in Walmart. So you're stuck with me here now. I'm not leaving anymore. Pardon me?
I said, we want to keep you here.
Thank you, thank you.
So hard, you know the reasons why we're here, right?
Yes, I do.
Just gonna ask you a couple of questions. Back in 2019, you talked to Wright Gammon, you told him about everything that had happened. Did you tell Wright the truth?
Oh, yes, definitely.
You remember talking to the young man, Mr. Investigator Alford back there?
Did you come to Wright Gammon's? Are you, what's his name?
You can't ask the question. Yes, Mr. Investigator Alford.
Oh, yes, I remember. I thought when he came out to the hallway, I recognized him, but it's been quite a while.
I think that was back in 2012. Back when you talked to him, let me ask you this. Did you tell him the truth?
Oh, definitely. Yes.
And what you told him and told Wright and others back in 2019, 2020, was your memory about what had happened better when you talked to them back then or as you sit here today?
It was a lot better then.
And remember sitting in that room 2 different days a couple of months ago for the depositions?
about 6 hours one day and 4 hours another day. I remember, and I was in bad shape then.
On that day, was your memory better about what happened with, when you talked to Wright and investigator Alford or a couple of months ago?
They were both about the same, I think, but I don't really remember now.
You really remember what you said a few months ago in the deposition?
Do I remember? I should remember. Yes, sir.
All right, so, did you, so we talked about, you remember speaking to law enforcement agencies as well? Any type of investigators from another, police department or something like that? Or GDI, FBI, anything?
On the phone in Mr. Gammon's office, we had a conference call or a speakerphone or something. I don't know. I thought he said there was the United States Attorney General. And I don't know why. That's Washington DC, I think. I don't know what it was. And I thought he said 3 FBI agents listening in that they could ask me questions. And if I didn't know exactly what they were talking about, Mr. Gammon would explain it to me. But as a regular police officer, I don't remember talking to any police officer because I wasn't out to get him arrested. I didn't know him to be a criminal.
And I know that, this happened several years ago, so I'm just gonna try to ask you to keep it tailored to what you remember now about certain things that happened, when Judge Coomer was, representing your attorney after that, okay? But, and I'll give you the topic and then you can tell me, how about that?
Okay.
All right. You remember, he borrowed some money from you, took out some loans.
Yes.
Just-
He, Judge-
Hold on one
Hold
second.
on one second.
I just don't want to set a pattern. I know that that's a background fact. Everybody knows about that there was a loan to CAC Holdings, but I don't want to set a pattern for him to lead this witness on his direct examination. So
So what was
I-
leading about the question, did he borrow some money from you?
I'm not sure that was the question. And if I misheard the question, I apologize, but I thought, do you remember doing? Maybe I'll withdraw the objection.
Okay, but I understand your concern and I don't want there to be a pattern established either. I just hadn't heard anything that was leading. But lastly on that, there's no waiver here. You may let 6 leading questions go by because they're prefatory. On the 7th, if you want to object and it's leading, I'll sustain it. So I won't ever say, well, wait, you didn't object to the other one. You're going to selectively, hopefully, object to what concerns you.
Mr. Philhart, sorry.
You can't be heard where you're standing. Mr. Philhart can hear you, but the general public can't hear you. So you either need a mobile mic, of which I think we have one. Ms. Rogers is going to get one. So I don't want to, your format is good, and we're going to press on, but we're going to get you a mobile mic as well. That's not the mobile one.
Oh, it's like a game show host.
Yeah.
This thing on?
Yes. All right, Phil Donahue.
Sorry, Mr. Philhart. I'm gonna use a microphone while I talk to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you very much. When Mr. Coomer borrowed money from you, these promissory notes that were done, who drafted those? Who drew them up?
I'm
He
going to
did.
object. He just told the witness what to say about something. He said, when Mr. Coomer borrowed the money from you, and then he used that as a prefatory part of his question and then started saying something else. So
So
it's
the witness
compound.
just said, yes, Mr. Coomer borrowed money from me. We had to pause because we had some technical issues. And Mr. Boring, orienting the witness, said, when Mr. Coomer borrowed money from you, something the witness had testified under oath occurred, who drew up the promissory agreements? None of that suggests an answer.
I'll withdraw the
Mr.
objection, Judge.
Okay.
All right, I'll re-ask it, Jim. And so when these promissory notes for the money that Mr. Coomer borrowed from you, who drew up the promissory note document?
Mr. Coomer did.
And did you trust him in drawing up those documents?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why did you trust him?
He was my attorney. I had hired him for a guardianship suit and he won when a dozen other attorneys wouldn't even touch it. They said, I don't stand a chance. and he did it. So I was really proud he was my attorney at that point.
And yeah, this is, I can probably cut out a lot of the questions I have for you by asking this next one. Did he continue to represent you or work as your attorney and give you legal advice on a bunch of other issues up and until you kind of had your falling out?
I may have asked him a couple other things, not a whole lot, a few other things.
Mhm.
I don't remember just how many. Because I try to live without needing an attorney.
Right.
To me, an attorney and police officers both are bad news when they're on that side of the line and I'm on this side.
Yes, sir. Do you remember him helping you with an issue with Mr. Cool and your heat and air on a couple of
Oh,
occasions?
definitely. Yes, sir.
And do you remember him helping you draft some wills?
Yes.
Do you remember asking him for advice about an issue with a Mr. Whitner, a lawsuit? that you
Yes,
had?
Thomas Whitner. I
Mhm.
forgot about him. Yes.
Do you remember asking him to draw up a will for a girlfriend of yours or a friend of yours, Shirley?
Yes, she died.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Yes, he did. And I thought he said to have her call him or come in or something, which never happened. I don't know just why.
Up until your you got upset at Mr. Coomer, did you consider him your attorney up until that point, or until he became a judge?
Until he became a judge and he said he couldn't represent me anymore.
Gotcha. Okay. The wills that he drew up for you. Well, let me ask this. The wills that you have, did he draft those or did you draft them or somebody else?
He drafted them.
And why did you have him draft them?
I had another will done that put,
Let me stop you there. I was just talking generally, all the wills that he worked with you on, did he actually draft all of those?
he did, yes, sir.
Okay. And since you brought it up and we're on that topic, back in 2017, did you have a will that had Dr. Moon involved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how was Dr. Moon involved in that will? Do you remember what his role was?
He was going to be the administrator of my estate.
Okay. And did you end up changing that in 2017 with Mr. Coomer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And tell us why you decided to change that.
Because Mr. Coomer said that he was kind of like violating the code of ethics or something like that. And I asked him, can you do it? And he said, yes. And so we did.
I'm going to ask you, go back a little bit to, I know you've already told the hearing panel members about what happened a couple of weeks ago. We're good to see you up and around. Going to go back in 2015. Do you remember when Judge Coomer represented you in the guardianship? For Winnell?
Yes.
How did you come to retain? Well, let me put this a different way. How did you find Mr. Coomer as far as hiring him to be your attorney?
I don't know if I Googled attorneys in Carsville and just went down through them, picking them here and there. But I called a couple of them and they wouldn't do it. And I don't remember if I called. I probably did call him and asked if I'd come in and talk to him. I told him what it was. He said that I got a very slim chance and it would cost something like $25,000 or $30,000 to do it. And so I thought about it. Darn, that's a lot of money. And I thought about it for a week and I went back and I told him, well, let's go ahead and do it. You know, because the United States military, we've had good men killed to try to save some idiot to an AWOL overseas.
Right.
So I figured if they can do that, I can do this, because I thought quite a bit of that woman at that time.
You and Winnell was very dear to you, correct?
Well,
I'm not saying she didn't give you trouble.
I was lonely and she was a pretty woman and we lived with her neighbors. But for the most part, after the first couple of years, she was all right.
I understand. Yes, we all have our bumps in the road. With the guardianship, did you go and meet with Judge Coomer and sign an agreement that he would represent you?
Yes.
Okay. And how much did he say it would cost?
I don't know if he said 20 or 25,000 or 25 to 30,000, but it's one of those figures like that. And I'd have to give him 20,000 right up front.
And was that your understanding as to how much it would cost total or just a little bit of it?
Well, when I initially asked him, he said I'd have a very slim chance of winning against family.
Mhm.
And he said it'd be, like I said, $20,000 to $25,000 or 25 to 30,000, something like that. And I figured that was it.
When you got quoted that number, how'd you feel initially? What'd you think?
Well, I wondered, am I going to go for it or not? So I thought about it for a week and I figured, doggone it. Her sister hated me for no reason at all. And now, Winnell, I wouldn't even let anybody talk bad about her for a long time, but she lied about a lot of stuff and she stole a lot of stuff.
She took advantage of you.
Oh, yeah, and her sister believed all of it. That's why she hated me. And I wasn't allowed to even talk to her on the phone. And I figured that's just about it. I've had all I'm going to take.
And just so we're clear, what happened to Winnell that made her go into the hospital?
She, on February 19th, 2014, she had at 4:30 in the evening, she had a stroke with brain bleed. That quick, her life changed and mine.
Yes, sir.
And they had her in Grady Memorial Hospital. They medevaced her there. And they were in the Grady Memorial Hospital at 8 o'clock that night. And she was in Grady for 9 days. Then they moved her to Lawrenceville. And then from Lawrenceville over to Flowery Branch.
And so you made the decision you were going to you're going to get Judge Coomer to represent you.
Yes, sir. He wasn't judge then. He was.
No, Mr. Coomer. We'll call him Mr. Coomer until we get to the point where he becomes judge. Okay.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Coomer, did you go ahead and pay him that $20,000 retainer?
Yes, I did. And then I don't know what it was. A few weeks later, he said he used that much up and I had to give 10,000 more. So I did.
That 20,000, and I know it's been 7 years, more than 7 years. Do you remember how you got him the money or anything you had to do or any problems cashing a check?
I thought I got him a check first. And I was headed home, which home is about 10 miles away, something like that. And then his secretary called me and said he's having trouble cashing the check and could I come back? And so I went back and he asked me if I could go get the cash. So he and I went to the bank and got the cash, $20,000 in an envelope. I tell you, that envelope was that thick.
I bet it was.
And he sat back there and the bank people came up and asked me, they said, is everything okay? I told him, I said, you see that guy back there? He's my attorney. And then I asked Mr. Coomer on the way back, I don't trust anybody that comes to money like that. When we walked out to the pickup, I asked him if you got a gun. He showed it to me. He had one. And we went back to his office. And that was it.
So you said sometime after that original $20,000, he asked for another 10. Okay.
Yes.
And why did he say he needed the extra 10?
He'd used the first 20,000 up.
Okay. And did you pay him the extra or the additional 10,000?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you remember how you paid him on that? Or-
That was probably a check that time. I'm sure it was.
Okay.
More than likely a cashier or certified check, something like that. Because from his office around to the bank, I don't think it was more than 2 miles.
When he asked for that additional 10,000, said he'd earned the other part. Did he give you an invoice or a bill or anything at that point?
I can't remember that.
Fair enough. Okay, when we get to the good part. So how did the guardianship trial go?
Good. We went to Gainesville.
Mhm.
It was all day. And Mr. Coomer's a smart man. I hate that all this has happened, to be honest about it.
Absolutely.
He had the ingenuity to have Winnell sitting in there where the judge could see Winnell and me both. And Winnell was sitting in a wheelchair and she couldn't talk or anything. She couldn't use her right side. And when Winnell looked around before the trial started, she looked at me and she winked at me. The only time in her life she ever winked at me, the judge saw that.
And did the judge tell you or tell somebody that made a difference in her decision?
Yeah. And then She looked around some more, and when she looked at me again, she blew me a kiss. Darn, I can't believe this. And the judge saw that.
Right.
And then I heard, I think the next day when I went back to get the papers, the order that the judge had ready for me, her secretary told her that when the judge saw that early in the morning, she knew she was going to give me the victory.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't believe what I was seeing right there.
Yeah.
And she ignored her brother and sister sitting over there on the other side where the judge could see everybody.
So
I thought that was ingenious of Mr. Coomer to do that.
I agree. So you were very, very happy with the results.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And
When-
then,
Go ahead. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't know, as the year before, for me to try to get to be guardian, I forgot the guy, another attorney in Carsville. He did not want me to be an attorney, guardian for some reason or another. But when when that all ended, he changed his mind big time that night. I think there's a couple of other attorneys in there sitting in on, it. They said, yeah, we want him. We don't want him. We want him.
Gotcha. So after that, did you go meet with him at his office the next day?
Yes,
to
sir.
Settle up and figure out if
Yes,
you owed
sir.
any more money?
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened when you got there? What was the discussion about the money? Like how much?
I asked him how much more do I owe?
And what did he say?
He said 50,000.
And what were you thinking when he said 50,000?
Yeah, I thought that was kind of exorbitant, but you know, a deal's a deal. I've always kept my word all my life. I'm no liar.
Yes, sir. Now, did you ever did you ever go to him, to Judge Coomer or anybody else in your life and just offer to give them $100,000?
Did I what?
Have you ever did you offer to Judge Coomer at that time, like, hey, I'm going to pay you $100,000 right now? Did you ever say
Oh,
that?
no, I never did that. The 50,000, that made the total 80,000.
Mm-hmm.
But then somewhere along the line, I don't know what it was, but I loaned him. I forgot the figures, but it was quite a chunk of change.
We'll talk about that in a second.
Okay.
But here for the guardianship, you never told him you were just going to give him $100,000 for it at the end.
No.
Are you the type of person to just go around giving away money to people?
Oh, I was told this. You had a guy that was supposed to come into court a couple of days ago, but you didn't need him, Ray Robinson.
Ray Robinson, yeah.
Yeah. He said if he gets to testify, he's going to tell you that I'm about the cheapest person he's ever known. And I've known him for about 6 years because I don't give money away. I grew up poor, one of 9 kids on a poor dairy farm. And I've worked, a lot of times I worked 2 jobs and I value that dollar. For some reason, I ended up with a lot of money. I don't know. I'm not so darn smart. I did the stock market thing years ago and I worked 2 jobs a lot of times. And living like this, I ended up divorced. And I used to drink quite a bit. Man, I don't know. My life has not been a bed of roses at all, in spite of the money I've got. And this year alone, I've lost $300,000 in, you know, the downturn of the stock market and all that.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of uncertain times, isn't it?
Oh, boy.
When he asked for that $50,000, said that was what the settling up amount would be. Did you pay him? Judge Coomer, did you pay him the $50,000?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember how you paid him? Did you write him a check or give him cash or?
I probably went and got another cashier's check, but I'm not real sure. I know I paid him the 50,000.
Okay,
I
great.
know that.
Okay. And with that, did y'all have an agreement? Any type of agreement that he was going to represent you in the future on future cases that you had or anything like that? Or what was the agreement?
Well, he said if I ever needed an attorney to come there, and I figured that's probably what I would do.
Okay.
But I try not to need attorneys.
Did he say anything about that $50,000 being for future services?
No,
Okay.
no.
We talked about the loan. You loaned some money to Judge Coomer. When you would loan him money, was that something that how did the conversation start? Who brought the topic up of a loan?
I can't honestly remember that.
Okay.
But I know I don't go around asking people, do you want to borrow some money?
Okay. Do you remember on any of the occasions you loaned money if Judge Coomer asked you for the loan?
I can't really remember that, but I do know in court, in the Hall County courtroom, I think he asked me how much I was worth, and I told him I don't pay attention to it anymore. But it was somewhere around $1 million or $1.5 million, because I've got a financial advisor up in Detroit that takes care of all that.
At Mr. Bohannick,
Uh,
Jim Bohannick?
That's who it is. Yes, it is.
All right. So do you remember the specific loans you made to Mr. Coomer, like the details of it or anything like that?
Vaguely.
Okay.
There's two different figures, two different times. And he wrote up the paper, whatever you call it.
Okay.
And I signed it, and I didn't read it because I trusted him.
And let me ask you, remember in the deposition a couple of months ago when we brought up that you'd made a loan for $80,000 in December of 17? Did you even remember making that loan?
I don't remember that one. No, I don't know how I forgot that.
Do you remember he actually paid you back in a few months after that on that one?
I don't remember that.
Gotcha. All right. So with the loan, those promissory notes that Judge Coomer drafted, I know he's the attorney and you're not an attorney. Who came up with the terms of the loan, like the rate and the amount and all the different terms?
Mr. Coomer did.
And did you trust him to do that?
Yes, sir.
And why did you trust him to do that?
Why?
Yes.
Well, he won that guardianship case, and I don't know. I liked him. He did a good job for me on that, and I don't know.
And that's,
I
did you?
just had no idea it was going to lead to all this.
Understood. Excuse me. Did you later look at or realize, I know you said you didn't read it, but did you start thinking later about the terms of the loans and, the years that it would take to pay it off and all that type of stuff?
I don't know if I ever paid attention to it.
Okay.
I probably just took my papers home, put them in the file cabinet, and that was it.
And you don't like paperwork, right?
No.
Tell the hearing panel what you do with
Sure.
your paperwork when you don't want it anymore.
What?
What do you do with your?
I don't have a shredder. I've got a brush pile out back. I like that brush pile, and it all goes there. I know nobody's going to get a copy of anything.
You burn it all.
You're darn right, and that's what I did with. I thought this was all done. I burned it all. So when you asked me questions before, I got no idea what. I remember. I forgot it all.
Regarding one of the loans, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Did you ever ask Judge Coomer to just hold some money for you? To just take some money and hold it for him?
I don't think so.
Did you ever offer to make him a gift of thousands of dollars?
Never.
I know that we talked about the terms. Do you remember how long some of the loans were? The term?
How long they were?
Yeah.
I know one of them was going to be until I think it was January 1st of 2025, because I'm a retired Teamster and I got a retired Teamster pension coming in. And they said we're going to lose our pension on that day. So he's going to pay me by that day. Since then, the Teamsters, well, that doesn't matter about anything about that. Doggone 'em. I wish I wouldn't have done that.
Right. But that money that was in the Teamsters pension, that's not what you used, or is that what you used to actually loan him money, or was it your stocks?
No, I had to sell. I had money somewhere in the bank. One time I loaned it to him. The next time I had to sell all my stocks. And that's where I lost a bunch of money doing that too. That is where I lost bunch of money. Lost a bunch of money.
Gotcha. Okay. And did you ever, let me see. So that money, okay, I think we've covered that. When you made these loans that had, I know that you said it talked about the one in 2025. Do you remember another loan that was for a longer term?
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that one either. That's the one I would have been over 100 years old when we paid that one.
Now, when you loan money to Mr. Coomer, even though the term said 30 years or 2025, did he tell you how quick he intended to pay you back?
Just what was on that writing. I didn't pay attention to that at all until after I talked to Mr. Gammon.
Mhm.
And he pointed that out to me. I said, geez. And I tell you what, a couple of weeks ago, I didn't know I'd be alive today. That's how bad I hurt.
I know you told me about it.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I'm sorry you had to
Well,
go
I
through it.
don't mean to be repeating myself.
No. I meant like when we called to check on you, you told me about it.
Yeah, well, that was bad.
We talked a little when we first started that you remember you talked to Lance Alford back there and Wright Gammon several years ago. And you remember what you told them was the truth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was your memory better then or now?
Well, it would have been better then than now.
Do you remember telling investigator Alford that Judge Coomer, even though the term said 30 years or 2025, that he was telling you he was going to pay you back in a year?
Judge, I object. He's asking the witness to tell him if he said something, and then Mr. Boring is telling him what he said and saying, did you say what I'm telling you said?
That's called a prior inconsistent statement, Judge.
How would you work through this?
He can ask what he remembers telling him about a topic or a thing. That's fine, but suggesting the answer within the question of saying, you remember you told me these words.
Okay, overruled.
Sorry, you need a second, Jim? Are you good?
No, I'm
Okay.
good.
Do you remember telling investigator Alford that Judge Coomer had said, even though these terms were 30 years or to pay you in 2025, that he was going to try to pay you back in a year?
I don't really remember that.
If you'd have told him that back, a couple of years ago, would that have been the truth?
I'm going to object, and that
Yes.
is asking an improper hypothetical to a witness because he said he doesn't remember that. It's a lay witness, not an expert.
I don't think we have experts in the truth, Judge.
Right. So you may ask, I suspect this is going to be a recurring pattern.
It will.
Both on direct and cross, so we ought to understand the rhythm.
Yes.
You can ask that question, and I expect there'll be follow-on questions to that.
I
My
expect.
objection overruled, Judge.
Yes, it is.
So if you'd have told investigator Alford that back a couple of years ago, would that have been the truth?
Yes, sir.
That loan that you made to him that was due in 2025 or whenever regarding the lump sum payment. With that, do you remember how the loan came up, how the discussion about making that last loan came about?
How did it come about?
Yeah, like who brought the subject up? Did you say, hey, I want to loan you money? Or did Judge Coomer say, I'd like to take out a loan, or do you remember?
I don't remember, but one of those loans, he was paying so much a month too.
Right.
And that's what I used to live on. That way my pension and Social Security is right in the bank and I never touched it.
And that was
I did it
like
like that.
almost $700 a month, if you remember.
600 and something, I forgot about that.
So this $130,000 loan, the one that had to be paid back in the 2020s, did you actually have enough cash to make that loan, or did you have to do something else to get the money to make it?
One of them, I had the cash in Bank of America right there in Cartersville.
Right.
The other one, I had to sell my stocks. That's when I called Mr. Bohannick and I told him, here's what I got to do.
And so did this come up in a discussion? Did you have the discussion with Judge Coomer about telling him you needed to liquidate the stocks?
I'm pretty sure I told him I had to sell stocks to get that. I know I did.
And did you actually have him help you try to talk to Mr. Bohannick about the stocks and selling them?
Yeah, he wouldn't talk to Mr. Bohannick himself, but he told me some things to ask Mr. Bohannick about it, and I forgot what they were, and I did. Then when Mr. Bohannick answered me, I relayed the answer back to Mr.
And was that all done via email? Do you
Well,
remember?
the telephone started and then the telephone email both.
Okay. Now, this time, back then, did you have were you doing any projects with Judge Coomer at that time, back in 2018?
Projects.
Right, yeah, I assume I don't want to assume. Does that even ring a bell at all? Like doing any projects with him in 2018?
What do you mean projects?
Okay, I'll withdraw it.
I had the same question.
Yes.
What do you
What do you mean by projects?
Okay.
I had the
Oh,
same-
yeah.
Um,
You mean like
do
building
you-
a dog house or bird house or something?
Do you remember the email that Judge Coomer drafted to send to Mr. Behanick, where he talked about, he put in there that never mind, I'll withdraw it. I think the email will speak for itself. You didn't have any projects you were working on that were going to cost $130,000.
Not that I know of, no.
And so you eventually did sell the stocks and then use them what did you use them for? The cash you got back from selling the stocks?
I loaned that to Mr. Coomer.
On the loans, did you find out later that, well, first, did you notice anything in the loans or read over the notes enough to see descriptions of property in there?
I
A
think-
property with the term security being used in the same sentence.
I don't know. The only thing I paid attention to really that was outstanding on the paperwork that he drew up was the rate of interest.
Did
And I
he,
thought
sorry, go ahead.
That interest was better when I was getting in the bank, because money in the bank is nothing now.
Did you know, were you aware that the loans that you had, that there was no property securing it?
Say that again?
Did you know that with the loans that you entered into with Mr. Coomer, that there was no property securing the loan?
No.
With the, do you know if there was ever a security deed filed in the case or with the promissory notes?
A security deed?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Did Mr. Coomer talk with you about the legal significance of the loan being made not to him personally, but to his company?
Did Mr. Coomer do what?
Talk to you about the law as it relates to the company being who is making the loan on the note versus him personally being responsible for it.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that.
And what did he say?
That's what I didn't want to do here. I forgot what you said.
Let me break it down. Let me take smaller questions. Okay. Do you remember who the loan was made to specifically?
Mr. Coomer.
Okay. Do you remember who he put on there on the note as the person the money was loaned to, or what entity?
Oh, it might have been CNC Holdings or something like that.
Right. Yep.
It's been quite a while since.
I know. That's good. Did he talk to you about what the impact to you would be legally if you had to go after that money, if you had to try to get the money back being that it was to a company and not him?
No, I do remember, I didn't even catch this until I talked to Mr. Gammon,
Mm-hmm.
that he used my own place for security, something like that. I figured, how in the devil could that one slipped over my shoulder like that? But it sure did. And Mr. Gammon said that only 3% of the people read something before they sign it. I didn't know that. But I know I've signed a whole lot of papers. I don't even know what I signed.
How do you feel about paperwork and reading it?
How do I go? I'm not a fast reader. And when it comes to the legal terms, I've got no idea what I'm reading.
So do you
That's
like
why-
to read? Do you, when people give you paperwork to read over, do you actually read it, or do you kind of?
When I have time, I do. But,
How about when your attorney prepares something for you? Do you trust him and do it, or do you read over it all?
I trusted him, but for me to read it the way they write it, this where to and for to and all this other stuff, I ain't got a clue what they're saying. I mean, you guys have the education. I'm a high school graduate with 3 credit hours in the University of Maryland in the Army, and that's it.
I can guarantee
I
you,
feel
most,
like I'm the dumbest guy in this room right now.
you're probably looking at him right now. So,
I'm looking at everybody like, which one?
well,
You guys are all rich. You're really rich. I'm not.
well, none of us really understand why people use where to and here, therefore, and all that stuff either. So, did he tell you anything about CAC Holdings, about what type of assets that company had, or even what type of company it was?
Nothing at all.
Okay. And did he suggest that do you remember reading a provision in the loan or in the note that talked about having the right to go talk to another attorney about it before signing it?
I believe I remember that. I'm sure I do. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you actually go talk to another attorney about it?
No,
Okay. And why not?
because I'm too frugal. I didn't want to pay him.
Did you trust
I didn't even know any attorneys personally. He's the first attorney that I ever got to know personally.
personally?
I've dealt with attorneys before because I've been in trouble before
Mm-hmm.
up in Michigan. I'm no criminal, but doggone it all, I've sure had a lot of bad luck.
Yes, sir.
I was in a meeting one time up in Michigan with about 6 other attorneys up there, and I was doing my own argument. And then when we got done that meeting, I asked my attorney, why didn't you say anything? He said, because you were doing good enough. Well, what am I paying you for?
So I understand. Okay. And we talked just a little bit about I'm just going to ask you a few questions about the wills that Mr. Coomer drew up for you. I think you already talked about the one with Dr. Moon, and that he said you should change it, and he did.
Yes.
You remember that? Okay.
Yes.
Did you at that time keep handwritten lists about how you actually wanted your money and assets to be distributed,
Yes.
even though it's not in the will?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, did you ever write in and leave anything to Mr. Coomer in those handwritten notes?
Did I have where he would get any of it? I'm sure I did.
And was that in regard to wills that he had drafted for you?
Yes.
Did he ever say anything to you about, did he ever say, look, Jim, I can't do this because this violates a rule for attorneys?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay, the last will he drew up for you. Do you remember him coming to talk to you about about his impending judgeship?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
After it was all done, all this stuff was done, he called me in and he told me that something like he's going to be a judge. He's been appointed by the governor to be a judge. I don't know if it takes somebody's place or what. He said he couldn't represent me anymore. And somehow he got his wife Heidi in name involved in this paperwork.
And
I don't know, she would have been the administrator of the will next, if that's what came next or what, something like that.
did
A
and
few
who
things changed when he got to be a judge at that point.
and who suggested Heidi? Who suggested her?
He did.
Okay.
I'd met her one time.
You met her one time. How long did you talk to her when you met her? Was it like at their house or at the office or somewhere else? If you remember.
I think I met her one time at the office. And they had me over for supper one time. And I don't know if the supper was after all this or before, but I went over for supper one time. And then I done my taxes. And then when he was going to have me come over for supper again, I told him, that's it. I'm not going to talk to you anymore because you can outsmart me, and anything I can say can be held against me in a court of law and all this other stuff. Baloney. It's done now. We'll just email.
Right. And so back then, so you went to dinner at their house and then you got your tax bill in February and you were not happy.
No, I was not.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Bohinnick about the loans that Mr. Coomer had taken out?
Yes, I talked to him.
Okay. And what was the result of that? How did you feel about that after talking to Mr. Bohinnick about the
Well,
terms of the
Mr.
loan?
Bohannick, Jim Bohannick told me that I would have made more money had I left if I would not have sold those stocks.
And then do you remember emailing Mr. Coomer about that?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Okay. How did that make you feel when Mr. Bohinnick said that?
Well, not very intelligent, I know that. But what's done is done.
Yes, sir. You know, and that's interesting. You know, you, I think you've said before that you think that Judge Coomer is the most important person you've ever met.
Yes.
What do you
That
mean
is a
by
leading-
that?
Stop.
That is a leading question. You can ask him how he feels about, well, I mean, it's already been answered.
Well, but because this may recur, what I heard Mr. Boring say is you've said that you believe Judge Coomer is the most important person you've ever met, period. What did you mean? Objection, finish of question. What did you mean by that statement?
Yeah.
I don't know how that's lead. There may be other issues with it, confronting him with a statement. We've talked about that. But in terms of leading, what did you mean by what I said you just said? An answer could be, I never said that. Here's what I meant by it.
I meant that I was late asserting my objection to the prior question.
Okay,
So I withdraw it.
okay.
All right. So Mr. Bohinnick, you said, I'll ask it again. The topic of, you've said before that Mr. Coomer is the most important person you've ever met. Tell the hearing, what do you mean? Why do you say that?
He was a lawyer. He is a state representative. And he made lieutenant colonel at the time we went to court in Hall County. 3 items right there. But since then, I think about a year ago, I got to meet a retired 4-star general.
And where did you meet him or her?
Him,
Okay.
he was in the military at the same time I was, did 37 years, and he did fought in every war we've had except Grenada. And I met him. I read on my computer about where he's going to give free food away. I didn't even know there was a church there on Burnt Hickory Road. So I went down there, just drive back and take a look at that church. Way back in there is a church. So I drove in there, and he's the first person I talked to. And I've got there, and he's the first person I talked to. And I came from a military family. There's 7 of us veterans. Dad was in Guadalcanal. 2 uncles were paratroopers in Normandy. And then, so we had a lot to talk about. I stood back there and talked to him. It's General John W. Hendricks. Really impressive, 37 years in the Army. Now, there's a guy that has talked to the president. He's probably talked to Putin. He might have talked to Hitler if he's old enough. You don't know. There's a top of the line material there.
Yeah.
And then he came out and sat on my motorcycle for me. I said, I want a picture of how many people have a 4-star general sitting on your bike. He said he's got 2 bikes, Harleys. One of them the same color as mine. He said he's got one of them all beefed up, so it'll go twice as fast. And he's 79 years old.
Wow, that's impressive. Well, you
Really
got a motorcycle too, right?
Oh yeah, I got a big Harley.
Okay.
I can't ride it till March now because of the hair.
And what kind of car do you have?
I got an old Dodge van.
Yeah, we're talking about you being cheap. So tell the hearing panel, even though you got all this money,
I've got-
what,
I'm
how do you live?
I'm frugal. I don't do anything. I don't go on vacation. I made it up to Michigan this year once. I had 2 brothers that died.
Sorry to hear that, sir.
They were Marines. And I went up. My sister lives in Florida, and her son came and picked me up, and we went up together up to Michigan for that funeral. I'm driving an 07 Dodge minivan, and I could afford anything I want. I don't know what I'm worth now, but it wasn't what it was the turn of this year. But I could drive something a lot better than 07. But when I do that, Uncle Sam's going to get their taxes. The insurance is going to get theirs, and that's what I don't like.
Right.
So.
So what's your goal with that van?
I don't,
You tell, how long do you want to drive it?
I don't know.
You told me about, you commented about how many miles you wanted to get on it.
Well, I wanted to get 350,000 miles on it, but that's not going to happen. Because I figured down south here, a lot of people can do that. I talked to one person had 600,000 miles on his pickup. I talked to my baby brother. I told him that, and he's up in Michigan where they got the real winners up there. He said he's got a big dually pickup that he's got 700,000 miles on that, but it's a diesel.
Wow.
And it's never run the rack or nothing. So, but still, that's them. This van of mine, I wanted to go up north again this year, but I'm scared of that van because I went up there last year in mid-Ohio. I stopped at a funeral and the radiator gave way. And on Saturday afternoon at that funeral. And so I had Midas fix that, and about $1,400 to get it fixed. And all I had to do, I didn't know my way. I've never broke down before. I've always gotten from point A to point B nonstop. But it broke down. If I had thought it through, I could have stayed in a motel, and I could have gotten it fixed Monday by a local mechanic for $600.
But you're always trying to find the best deal, right?
You're darn right.
All right.
Don't you? I don't make. the
I
money
do.
you make.
But I'm married.
You
And
probably make more money
yes.
in one day than I do in a year.
You realize I work for the government, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. Going back to after you got the tax bill and you got mad about it. Do you remember getting an email or any emails or communications from Mr. Coomer talking about your mental status?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you remember him saying about it?
He said he wanted me to go see a mental health worker, any mental health worker, and have that person send him a letter saying that I'm okay. Well, I don't know what he was getting at, but I went and I told Dr. Moon that, and I thought Dr. Moon sent him a letter snail mail to that effect, that I'm okay. I've been depressed years ago for whatever. Well, I used to drink, and alcohol is a depressant. I used to drink a lot.
Right.
I'm not proud of it. If I had a life to over again, I wouldn't smoke that first cigarette and I wouldn't drink that first beer. But I came from a beer drinking family and a beer drinking town.
Sounds like a country song.
Yeah, by golly, you're right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I understand. Yeah, you had depression in the past. During that time, were you suffering any mental illness or anything when he asked for that?
Well, I was situationally depressed because Winnell had that stroke.
Right.
I think she died May 15th, 2019. And so I was depressed about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's about it. Oh, I got a lady friend up in Tennessee that had breast cancer
Right.
and had lost her daughter to cancer.
And so while all this was going on, you were dealing with some depression issues.
Yeah. I'm not going to be down here just happy as can be with them having those problems like that. I'm not that kind of a guy. Just
Right.
figured, heck with you. I'm going to go live it up.
Right.
There's no way in the world I do that.
Understood. Did you, when you were, friends and Mr. Coomer, was your attorney, and did you ever share with him as a part of that, that there were times that you didn't want to live anymore? Did you ever say anything to him like that?
There's been times like that.
And did you say anything to him about that, if you remember?
There has been, I may have told him that, but even here a month ago, I didn't know if I wanted to live or not. And if I have to have this operation again, he said if cancer comes back, it'll be in 2 years. And if that means I got to get this cut again, I'm not too sure. I thought I'd load that gun one last time. I'm not kidding you, because this one hurt.
I'm
And
sorry.
I'm on shaky ground right now too. And I don't care to go through that. My brother up in Michigan, one of them still alive, had cancer, and he had chemo in radiation, and they got rid of his cancer. And they're doing something to him right now every 2 weeks to keep it from coming back. And he said the same thing. He said, I'm not going through this again. If I get it again, just heck with it. It's time for us to move on, because I'm 80 years old. I probably don't have more than 10 years anyways. Dad died at about 83. Mom lived to be 102, but mom's unique. You know, she never smoked, never drank, worked on a farm, lived on a farm all her life. And my dad used to smoke. I wouldn't doubt what he smoked, one of them old fashioned Camel cigarettes the day he died.
Filterless or?
Yeah, them old things that you choke on.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, when you're talking about this, you know, your thoughts about, you know, making comments about not wanting to live anymore, that type of stuff. Did you ever say anything to Mr. Coomer about that back when he was representing you in the guardianship or drafting wills or making loans? Do you remember if he said that at any of those times, or if you told him any of those things during those times?
I don't remember if I told him something like that or not, but if he said I did, I probably did. Right now, for the last 3 weeks, my life has been a real bummer because I couldn't do anything. I can't walk. We walked from the parking structure to here, and I was winded coming here. And right now I'm having a hard time talking because I'm running out of wind.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this thing right here is real fresh.
Well, if you need a break at any time, just let us know, okay?
No, I'm okay. Just, I keep wiggling around because my shirt, it all itches right in here with that. And I got to keep that. That's why like that.
I got about 10 more minutes of questions at most, and then maybe we'll take a break for you, okay?
Okay.
After you had the issue of the taxes with Mr. Coomer, did you ask to have your invoices and billing statements? Did you ask for those records?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask for the records regarding the guardianship and Winnell and that type of stuff?
Yes.
Did he ever give it back?
No.
Now, I know you said Mr. Coomer was your attorney, but you became friends with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as friends, what type, did y'all go do social things like, you know, go out to events or go get coffee together or go out to dinner together, anything like that?
No, I went to his house for supper. I call it supper and they call it dinner, I guess, but I went over there for supper once, and that's when I had my taxes done. I never went again.
Anytime before that, had you ever been to his house before?
No,
Did you ever go out to dinner as friends or go get coffee or do anything like that?
no.
Where would you talk to him?
In his office or
And-
on the phone.
In the office or on the phone?
Yeah,
Okay.
most of the time, I think I talked to his secretary on the phone. I talked to him in the office. I think is how it went.
And I know you talked about the attorney relationship. What would y'all do as friends? Was it just through the work as the attorney, or did y'all do other things outside of the work as friends?
No, we just got to be friends, but we didn't do anything. We never went anywhere. When we went to Hall County Court, he drove his vehicle and I drove mine over to Canton, and I met with Fran Bragg. She was on my side to testify in that guardianship court. And she and I and another friend of mine in my neighborhood rode along with us. That's how we did that.
After you went to Wright Gammon and y'all ended up trying to get your money back for some time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all immediately file a lawsuit or did you wait a while?
No. He- I think I told him I wanted him to pay me back now because that $11,000 taxes. I thought that he was supposed to have done the math and figured out what was okay for me too. And when that happened, that's what upset me. And he didn't do it. And then he wanted to see me that mental health professional. He said that we could work through this, but I don't know what that was coming to because Dr. Moon didn't have a thing to do with this.
Right.
Not a thing. And then when I went to see Wright Gammon, he showed me all these papers and things that I didn't even read. And I figured doggone,
And
there's a
so,
lot wrong with this.
And after reading that, eventually y'all filed a lawsuit and then he settled it and paid you your money back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One last question, just because of interesting analogy you made to me before. You remember telling me the story about Howard Hughes? Is it
Howard
Howard Hughes?
Hughes?
It was a Howard, you told me a story. Maybe
Henry
I'm-
Ford.
Henry Ford. Okay. It was a H. And tell me about that, because you made that analogy about how you feel about this situation
Well,
in Judge Coomer.
When we were doing the deposition, I remember Mr. Coomer's attorney asked me how would I feel if he ever ran for governor. I told him I'd vote for him because he's a good man. He screwed up this one time. Everybody makes mistakes. They got skeletons in their closet. And I bet he never makes this mistake again as long as he lives. I bet you on that. Henry Ford had a guy work for him that cost Henry Ford a lot of money. And the guy told Henry Ford, I guess you want me to leave here now. And he said, no, I want you to stay because you'll never do that to me again. And he didn't. And after that's what right there, there's a good man right there, really. But this, what all this happened, it was not supposed to happen. And if I had thought all this is going to happen, I don't think I'd said a word. I don't know what I would have done, except the way all that stuff was written. You know, I'm not out to hurt anybody in this life, not anymore. When I hurt people before, I wanted to do it right there, out behind the bar. But not this way.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, Mr. Phil Hart. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Phil Hart, you've been going for about an hour. We can take a break so you can, I don't know if you can take a nap, but you can just get off the stand.
I
But
don't need a nap.
if you would prefer to have us keep going, we can also do that. What's your preference? You want to take a little break?
If I get him to fill this up, I'll keep going.
Okay. You can certainly do that. We have an unlimited supply of water.
Like Flint, Michigan.
Better.
Yeah.
More like Jackson,
Like
Mississippi.
Camp Lejeune.
Yes.
I live 20 miles away from Flint.
So what we are going to do, Mr. Phil Hart, is take about a 5-minute break. Just some folks need to refresh, and that'll let Judge Coomer's lawyers get in position so they can be efficient with you, just like Mr. Boring was.
Okay.
So why don't we get back here as close to 10:30 as we can, unless Mr. Phil Hart needs a couple more minutes to get to wherever he needs to go.
Okay.
Thank you. And you don't have to move anywhere if you don't want to.
Let's stand up for a little bit.
Okay, great. Ms. Rogers can help you out. I'm going with you, but you can have.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
A month from now, I hope I'm a lot better. Do you talk in that shorthand or do you write in shorthand? What do you do? You talk in shorthand. No, you never do that.
Wonders never cease.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Johnston, are you ready? Great. We'll go back on the record in Judge Coomer's matter. Mr. Lefkoe is going to ask Mr. Philhart some questions, and we'll go from there.
All right. Oh, I have a list of exhibits. Perhaps
Okay, jot
Do
those
this.
down.
3, 55,
I'm sorry, what was the first one?
3,
3.
55, 59 through 62, 10, 22, 37, 38 through 43, make that through 52, 64, 77, 83, 303, 304, 313 through 17, 24, 25, 29, 31, 34, 35, 315, and 159.
Yeah, so a couple things. I appreciate you flagging those. There's, I don't think, unless you had shared with Mr. Boring in advance the ones you were going to cover, which might be difficult because you didn't know how director was going to go. We can't admit those en masse.
Well, that's
So
fine.
They can start looking at them, but you're going to need to, there may be groupings, a set of emails where you'll say 37 through 52 at this point, but go in the order you want to go. And I appreciate you flagging those so that director's team can begin identifying those.
We have 31 admitted.
I don't see
Nope.
that as.
All right. And we've got 191 and 193. I'm not sure if those are admitted either. Right. So I would tender 31, 191, and 193 at this time.
Those are the ones you want to start with.
Yeah.
31,
No objection to 31.
191 is in, 193 is in. So 31 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay, sorry about all the numbers, Mr. Philhart. My name's Mark Lefkoe. I represent Judge Coomer. We've met before, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you and I have not met as many times as you've met with the director, Ms. Cross and Mr. Alford, right?
Right.
We met, the only time you and I met is in depositions, right?
Yes, sir.
And have you and I talked on the phone about the substance of your testimony?
You might have called me one time about something, I don't, to tell me something about, maybe you did, maybe it didn't, I don't know. But I've got your number in my phone, I know that.
Mr. Boring and Ms. Cross visited you at your house a couple weeks before your deposition, is that right?
What's that?
Mr. Boring and Ms. Cross visited with you a couple
Yes,
weeks?
yes, you did. Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry, sir. Just for the court reporter's sake, if you and I are talking over each other, nobody can tell what's on the record. So I know this is videotaped and she's talking into a contraption. So if you could wait for me to finish my questions, I'll do you the same courtesy, okay?
Yes, sir.
And they talked about the things you would be testifying to in your deposition, right?
Yes,
And then we sat for a deposition and we had to continue it because you were tired that day, right?
yes,
Now, Chris, after June of 2016, when that guardianship case was won, became your friend, right?
yes,
And when I say Chris, I'm talking about Chris Coomer, okay?
yes, sir.
And Exhibit 31, which I'm going to put on the screen.
Oh,
Are you able to see that, Mr. Philhart? It's pretty small print, but Mr. Lefkoe is really good at magnifying.
there you go.
All right.
Do you
Good.
see, that's the final order from 2016 in your guardianship case.
Yes,
And after you won the guardianship case for Ms. Waycaster, you and Chris Coomer became friends, right?
yes, sir.
And you became friends during the guardianship case too, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons, what are the reasons you became friends with Chris?
Well, I thought he did a superb job winning that guardianship case and even taking the first place when a dozen other lawyers wouldn't do it.
And there were a lot of things that happened during that guardianship case that you both went through together. Is that fair?
Yes,
And there were objections to your petition, right?
yes,
And there were allegations against you in that case, right?
yes. I'm sorry. Yes,
And there were allegations of violence and things of that sort that were in that record that made it harder for you to obtain guardianship, right?
yes. But I'll tell you what, I don't think they're the other side. I don't think they stood a chance against Mr. Coomer and the man who was helping him, the attorney who was helping him.
Now, once you became friends with Mr. Coomer, does that mean that you go to breakfast, lunch, and dinner with him?
No, I've never done that. I've only went to his house one time for
Or you
supper.
go on outings, Braves game, canoeing, boating, et
No,
cetera? But did you still consider him your friend?
yes,
And when you have a friend, is it fair to say sometimes you do things for your friends and your friends do things for you?
yes,
One of your friends was is Dr. William Moon, right?
yes.
And Dr. Moon took out a loan from you in 2015, right?
It may have been too, he did borrow some money because his secretary robbed him blind.
And so let me show you what was previously admitted as Exhibit 301. This is something Dr. Moon produced to us, and it says, you see where it says loan James Philhart to Psychology and Counseling Centers, PC,
Yes,
and the date is September 2015. You see that?
Have you ever seen this piece of paper before, Mr. Philhart?
I think Dr. Moon gave me a printout every time he paid a payment or something like that. He did pay it off a lot faster than he said he would, and I didn't charge him a dime interest either.
He offered you 10% interest and you said
He
no,
offered me 10%,
0%,
and I told him, forget that.
because he was your friend, right?
Yes.
Now, what does Dr. Moon do for you other than being your psychologist?
I'm sorry?
Do you go to breakfast, lunch, or dinner with Dr.
No,
Moon?
no, I didn't go, I don't like to eat out for breakfast at all, because I've done that enough when I was driving truck. And I don't even, once in a while, I go to the restaurant. I did that with Winnell when she was with me. And occasionally I'll go to something like a Cracker Barrel or something like that, but that's it. I like to eat at home.
So-
When you drive truck, you're hardly ever home anyways, and you eat in the restaurants. I just got tired of it.
This document that Dr. Moon produced shows that the loan was given in September of 2015. Is that consistent with your recollection?
I'm sorry.
The loan from Dr. Moon, the paperwork says that it's from September of 2015. Is that consistent with your
That's what's printed,
recollection?
that's what it was, yes.
And then you were supposed to pay you back in 2 years, right?
If I remember right, yes.
And according to this document, he didn't finish paying you back until February of 2020. Is that right? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, he paid me back. There was no problem at all with him paying me back.
It took him until March 2017 to start making payments back to you, right?
If that's what it says, that's
And-
what it was.
So when you say if that's what it says, do you have an independent recollection? If you don't have this piece
No,
of
no,
paper. in
I'm
front of
just
you-
going by what I'm seeing on the screen here.
Okay.
I can't hardly remember what we did with that. I forgot about that.
Did you ever make any claims against Dr. Moon for collection of this loan?
No,
Did you have a shred of a piece of paper documenting the loan besides printouts from Dr. Moon?
I'm sure he typed up something where he owed me so much and he paid it back in a certain period of time.
But you don't remember what the
I
document
don't,
was?
I don't remember any of that, and I threw it all away. When you made the last payment, I burnt that too.
When you meet with Dr. Moon and your friends, you meet with him, does he charge you for his time?
My insurance paid most of it, and after I loaned him that money, instead of paying interest, he just didn't charge me copay. And in a lot of times towards the end, I think he's retired now. I haven't seen him for a long time. I used to go and see him about once a month. And it was more just to catch up on the, have a cup of coffee, and I'd stay in there 20 minutes and it was about done. But it wasn't because I had any problems anywhere or anything like that.
Okay, I'd like to tender exhibit 159 at this time.
Is that on the list?
Maybe not. Should have
Is
been.
the letter, I think it's already in. The letter.
Yes, yes.
All right, let me show you what was marked as exhibit 159. This is a letter from Dr. Moon.
I don't have it as in.
It's in a different number.
Okay, let's admit it as 159 as well. It may be in multiple times, but 159, any objection to admitting 159?
That's fine. Thank
It's
you.
admitted.
All right, so on May 18th, 2016, Dr. Moon at Psychology and Counseling Centers wrote a supportive letter in your favor in connection with the guardianship case for Lionel, right?
Right.
And that letter was used in the guardianship case, right?
I don't remember if it was or not.
I want to point you to a specific provision where it says, quote, "From the beginning of therapy, it was clear Ms. Waycaster presented herself as the victim in all of their disagreements. She tended to exaggerate the arguments as evidenced by the physical abuse related above. She always blamed others and liked to make others feel sorry of her," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And so there were things between you and Ms. Waycaster that were part of the guardianship case, right?
yes,
And Dr. Moon wrote a supportive letter, right?
yes,
And then in January of 2017, I'm sorry, September of 2017, you gave him a no interest loan, right?
yes, sir.
Now, Chris Coomer, as far as his profession, was a lawyer in Cartersville, right?
Yes, sir.
And when Chris Coomer became a Court of Appeals judge in November of 2018, he could no longer help you as a lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That was disappointing to you, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about Exhibit 191. And I'll pull that up on the screen for you. Before you ever started trying to collect any loans back from Mr. Coomer, you were corresponding with Mr. Coomer concerning Mr. Cool. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And this is Exhibit 191. And you see that that is an email dated December 28th, 2018 from you to Christian Coomer.
Yes.
And it pertains to a Better Business Bureau complaint that you filed against Mr. Cool, right?
Yes.
And you were seeking Mr. Coomer's help with your heat pump issue, right?
Yes, sir.
This is winter, right? December's winter, right?
It must have been. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
And you were living in the house that used to be Lionel Waycaster's house,
Yes.
right? Because you had, while she was in a nursing home after her stroke, you had foreclosed on her house, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had trouble with the heat, right?
Yes.
And you were, that ticked you off, didn't it?
Sure did.
And did you think someone was to blame for that?
Somebody was to blame for.
For the heat going out like that?
I got that Mr. Cool heat pump. I didn't know it was made in mainland China, or I wouldn't have gotten it. And I don't think it lasted a year. And the pump was under warranty. Where I got it from, up around Tennessee or Kentucky, they sent me down another one free of charge, but I had to pay the labor to take the other one out and rip and put this one in. That's out of, that's out of my pocket doing that.
sir.
I didn't like that a bit.
Yes, sir. All right, let's look at Exhibit 193. And this is an email. It's sort of broken off here, but January 6, 2019, from Chris Coomer to you, Mr. Philhart. And he was asking if you had spoken to a lawyer in Kentucky about your issues with Mr. Cool. Do you recall that?
I recall Mr. Coomer setting up the papers for me to send up there, letting them know that they're gonna correct all this or we're going to court up there, down here somewhere. I don't know where, but I remember that.
January 6th, 2019 is the date of this email, Exhibit 193, right, sir?
Right.
And you were disappointed that Mr. Coomer couldn't personally help you out with that situation, right?
Well, he did help me out.
By telling you needed to go to a lawyer in Kentucky, right?
Well, no, he typed up some papers that I sent up to, Kentucky, two different people up there. And one of them agreed to buy me a new heat pump and pay everything, install all of it. And it was pretty well how it happened. Now I got an American-made one. It's okay. I had to buy a pump for some reason. That cost about $200, but that wasn't bad at all compared to the thousands of dollars that the whole thing you would have cost.
Let me focus what we're talking about here. January 2019, you're corresponding with Chris Coomer about your heat pump issues, right?
Yes,
And he could not directly intervene because he was a Court of Appeals judge, right?
right.
So then we get to January 15th, 2019. And this is in the middle of all these heat pump issues you're having where your house is, was your house cold?
I'm sorry.
Was your house cold?
Yes, it was cold.
And this is January of 2019, right?
Yes.
And you email Mr. Coomer on January 15th, 2019 at page 13 of Exhibit 75. And you state, quote, "I am very upset. I talked to my stockbroker in Detroit last week. He said I would have made more money had I invested everything I loaned you with him. He asked me, what did you do with the money I loaned to you? What did you do with it? I really hope you can pay the first $130,000 back by the end of this year. I'm not going to be alive 30 years from now, and you know that." End quote. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes.
Then 2 paragraphs down, you say, quote, "I am having nothing but problems with my heat pump. We cannot get it working right." And you, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And you talk some more about your heat pump, right?
Yes.
And then on page 19 of Exhibit 75,
I'm sorry.
I'm going to turn to page, actually, let's look at Exhibit 192. Was that one already in evidence before I put it up?
Yes, I have
Okay,
it as-
it's already in. All right, let's look at Exhibit 192. Okay, so after this January 15th, 2019 email on page, it's Exhibit 192, one page. You forward an email from you to the Better Business Bureau, January 18th, 2019, concerning your issues with your heat pump, correct?
Yes.
And you forward that to Mr. Coomer on January 18th, 2019, right?
Yes.
Now let's look at Exhibit 75, page 13. I'm sorry, next one. Page 7, Exhibit 75, page 19. January 25th, 2019. You email Mr. Coomer about your heat pump again, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And you say, quote, "Mr. Coomer, I've called you twice this week and left a message on your email, and I've emailed you once. I have some Bartow County small claims court forms. Should I fill them in myself? Can I really bring Mr. Cool to Bartow County over this? I don't want to be untimely about this, and I'm running my heat pump on the heat strips. I will probably have a $300 electric bill next time, which should not happen. Jim," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
That was an email you sent to Chris Coomer on January 25th, 2019. Is that correct, sir?
Yes,
You weren't saying anything about your taxes at that time, right?
no,
And you probably hadn't learned about your taxes by then, right?
no, not in January.
You were just talking about the heat pump issue and you were disappointed that Chris couldn't directly intervene on your behalf, right?
Right,
Now, February 8th, 2019, I want to show you page 30, 31, sorry, of Exhibit 75.
Can you go back a few pages, please?
Sure.
It was a one line right there. Can you magnify that, please?
Yep.
Mr. Philhart, when you were asking Mr. Coomer about these letters being sent out, you can look on this. I want to make sure you've read it.
I read it.
Okay, what are you referring to there?
Letters going from me up to Mr. Cool, two different places up in Kentucky and Tennessee, down the border, going up there, letting them know that I was disappointed in their heat pump. And if they don't correct it somehow, I'm gonna sue
Okay, were these letters you were writing or Mr. Coomer was writing?
them.
for you?
I think he typed them up and then I picked them up and I went and I mailed them in the Kingston Post Office.
Let's look at Exhibit 75, page 31. You see on February 8th, 2019, that you emailed Mr. Coomer that you enjoyed being at his house for dinner.
Yes,
And Mr. Coomer emails you back that he enjoyed having you there as well, right?
yes, yes,
You said that he had a wonderful family and you hadn't sat down for a meal like that in a long time, right?
correct.
You're not saying anything about your taxes at that time, so you probably had not figured out that you owed taxes on stocks, right?
Right.
All right, now, let's get to Exhibit 75, page 35. On February 22nd, 2019, you emailed Mr. Coomer at 2:14 a.m., right?
Yes.
Is it usual for you to be up at that hour?
I'm sorry.
Is it usual for you to be up at that hour?
Yes, I've had about 25 operations and I sleep, if I get an hour's sleep, that's a lot. And I gotta get up and do something.
At that time, you sent Mr. Coomer an email dated February 22nd, 2019, saying that you could no longer call him or talk to him, and he could no longer come over here, right?
Right.
And come over here means to your house, right?
Yes, sir.
Because he'd been at your house before, right?
Once before.
Are you sure you remember the exact number of times he was there?
I think it was once because when he was going to be in charge of my will, he come over and took some pictures of things. And I thought that's pretty clever.
So February 22nd, 2019, you said, quote, "I would like you to pay all the money you borrowed from me ASAP, maybe within 30 days. Because of you talking me into selling all my stocks at one time, I owe $11,000 more taxes than I would have if I hadn't sold them. You only thought of yourself and you put me in a very bad place. I've talked to the Georgia Bar Association," says Bass, Association, and someone else and an elder law attorney. If I don't have all of that money back in 30 days, I will do everything they say. They also said when I paid you $80,000 that I paid you a year's wages. Please, if you must communicate with me, do it by computer only. I have printed everything on my computer having anything to do with you since I met you, and have all correspondence with you since the beginning of the guardianship suit all ready to go." End quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
At the end of that, you don't sign it with your normal Jim. You sign it sincerely, James P. Philhart, correct?
Right.
Now, one of the things you said in there, you talking me into selling all of my stocks at one time. That wasn't true, was it?
What's that?
Mr. Coomer didn't talk you into selling all of your stocks at one time, did he?
No, no, but I told him that's what I had to do to come up with that money.
Now, around this time, you talked to your friend Ray Robinson about a lot of things, right?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you had coffee with Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
And then Mr. Robinson complains to Adult Protective Services for you in April 2019, right?
He did, yes.
And you started talking with Wright Gammon in April of 2019, right?
Probably, yes.
Well, let me remind you. Let's look at Exhibit 306, which will come up on the screen in a second. In Exhibit 306 on April 16th, 2019, you forwarded correspondence between you and Mr. Coomer to Mr. Gammon, correct?
Yes,
And when you met with Mr. Gammon, he redid your estate planning in April 2019 as well, right?
yes,
He redid your will.
yes.
And by the way, the wills that Chris Coomer drafted, you were present with your friends. What are their names again? The people who signed on as witnesses to your will, that you were of sound mind?
What's that?
Who were the friends that were there with you who signed on to your will as witnesses?
Would that have been
Phillips?
Philip, Richard, and Fay Phillip?
Those are friends of yours,
Yeah,
right?
I just darn it all. Richard just came over and saw me yesterday, and I haven't seen his wife for a couple of years because I met him at the Harvest House where I volunteer, and I quit. I did 10 years there, and I figured that's enough, and he quit.
But you talked to Mr. Gammon in April of 2019, and you told him you wanted to be repaid all these loans back now, right?
Yeah.
Meaning
Yes.
April 2019, you wanted to be paid back. That's the goal of the representation by Mr. Gammon, right?
Yes.
Mr. Gammon doesn't appear on the scene until November 2019, when he writes a letter to Chris Coomer. Do you recall that?
Here on the scene, this is email right here, April 2019.
That's a fair point. Mr. Gammon, as far as Chris Coomer knows or is concerned, doesn't appear with respect to your claims against Chris Coomer until November 2019, right?
Right.
And in the meantime, Mr. Gammon advises you to ask for your file, right?
Yes.
You didn't need your file for the guardianship, handling the guardianship, right?
No,
And if you'd received your file, you would have burned it in your trash pile, right?
no, not if Mr. Gammon told me to get it. I figured I don't know what's going on, but I wouldn't have burned that.
No, I mean, if Mr. Coomer had sent you your file at the end of the guardianship case, you would have put that in the trash pile, right?
I believe it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So
I'm not a paper shuffler.
Mr. Gammon never sent you your file from Chris Coomer?
He never, I don't recall getting anything from him.
And let me make that clear. Mr. Gammon asked for Chris Coomer's file at some point in a lawsuit, and Mr. Gammon never gave that file to you,
I
right?
don't think he did.
Did you ever ask Mr. Gammon for the file that Judge Coomer may have sent him?
I don't know if I did or not, to be honest about it.
Did you need that file? Do you need it now?
I don't need it now. I'll tell you what, how I do. If I've got more than probably 2 papers sitting on my desk when I'm trying to do something, I get to be a nervous wreck. Now, you guys got papers all over and you know what every page sees. That's the difference here.
So,
So,
Mr.
Paperwork, when I'm done with it, I burn it.
Mr. Gammon is advising you to get your guardianship file 3 years past the date that the guardianship case is over, right? Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you why he would wait 7 months before reaching out to Chris Coomer with a letter?
Objection, relevance.
Goes to course of conduct as to, he's asking Mr. Gammon,
Whose course of conduct?
Mr. Philhart's.
What's your question of Mr. Philhart?
Well, he's wanting the loans to be paid back immediately. And then Mr. Gammon appears and he talks to Mr. Gammon in April 2019. In November,
November, there's a letter that says you need to pay these loans back, not you need to give me the file.
right?
Okay. So what's the relevance of this file, this guardianship file?
I'm not talking about the guardianship file. No,
Okay.
I'm talking about, let me ask it this way. Did Mr. Gammon tell you why he would delay 7 months before sending even an initial correspondence to Chris Coomer?
No, he didn't.
Did you ask him to do that?
Pardon me?
Did you ask him to do it that way?
I don't think I did.
You wanted to be paid back then, right?
A lot quicker. Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Gammon was here the other day and was talking about a phone call he had.
Objection for him
I- can
telling
I-
him what Mr. Gammon said on the stand.
May I finish my question?
No, if there's
Okay.
an objection, you also have very ably and properly objected mid-question because you were concerned what might come at the end of the question.
I can rephrase it. Did Mr. Gammon tell you that he had had a phone conversation with Chris Coomer where Chris Coomer hung up on him?
Chris Coomer hung up on Mr. Gammon? I didn't know anything about that.
Mr. Gammon didn't tell you that?
I did not know, sir.
Were you present for any phone call where Mr. Gammon was on the phone with Chris Coomer?
No,
Or did Mr. Gammon tell you why he waited another 4 months to file suit against Chris Coomer?
no.
Are you-
I
go
do,
ahead.
remember Mr. Gammon telling me that Mr. Coomer had called their office one time, but that's all I know about that.
He said one time, right?
Once. I don't remember any more than one time.
Did he tell you Mr. Coomer had hung up on him in that call?
He didn't tell me that, no.
And you understood you filed a complaint against Chris Coomer for fraud, and there was an allegation that you suffered from diminished capacity, right?
And now what?
Do you understand that you filed a complaint through Mr. Gammon against Chris Coomer for fraud, right? Or do you understand that at all?
I don't know if that's fraud. I wouldn't call it fraud.
You wouldn't call what fraud?
Mr. Gammon filed a complaint against Mr. Coomer for fraud? I
Let me show you exhibit.
I don't think I heard Mr. Gammon say anything like that to me, but I don't know.
I believe 66 is admitted, but before I put it on the board, if we could confirm that.
It's admitted under a different number, I
Yeah.
believe.
But we can do it as 66 as well. I know the complaint's in because we had paragraph 32 up on the screen.
Okay.
So let's do 66 because you've got your hands on that. Any objection to 66?
No, Judge.
I think it was admitted not for the truth of the matter asserted in it, but as an exhibit in its other form. It's similarly admitted as exhibit 66.
So I'm looking at page Bates label 230 in exhibit 66. And it says, and let me just show you the front page of the complaint so you know it's the one that we're talking about here. Okay. Do you see where this is a complaint in the Superior Court of Bartow County titled James Pat Philhart versus Christian A. Coomer? You see that, sir?
Yes, oh, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And count one was malpractice. Did you see that? All right.
I can't read it.
There you go. See it? Can you
Yes.
see that on the screen, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at Bates label 230 in exhibit 66, count two, fraud. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And it says, quote, "The actions of the defendant constitute fraud," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
yes, you did.
But you don't think you were defrauded by Chris Coomer, do you?
Object,
I
that
didn't-
calls
I-
for a legal conclusion. This is a legal document, a legal definition.
I'll withdraw it.
Thank you. You've made clear, not a lawyer, truck driver, correct?
Truck driver, farm equipment operator.
And
welder.
Army veteran.
Well,
Yep.
infantry and a truck driver in Korea.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
Now, there's another allegation.
And I had to guard the beer too.
I don't know if you were the right guy.
We all guarded it over in Korea. There was nothing else to do.
There's another allegation in the complaint, exhibit 66, Bates label 229 at paragraph 32, where it states that the defendant suspected had reason to know or by the exercise of the standard of care required of an attorney at law would have come to the conclusion that the plaintiff was suffering from a diminished capacity or otherwise unable to act reasonably. You see that?
Yes,
You weren't suffering under any kind of mental impairment at the time you entered into transactions with CAC Holdings or did anything with Chris Coomer, were you?
not that I know of, no.
Did you know Mr. Gammon was filing a complaint for fraud against Mr. Coomer?
I don't recall ever hearing that word over in his office or anywhere else on my computer. I don't recall that one. Because I don't know the definition of fraud. But I had no idea that's what it was.
Do you agree, sir, that Chris Coomer never betrayed your trust?
No, I did not say that.
You did not say what, sir? That
I'm
Chris
sorry, I
Coomer-
did not say that he didn't betray my trust, because I think he did. When I had to pay that $11,000, that was the beginning of it. Then when I saw Mr. Gammon and I read where I was going to be 103 or 106 years old, I got one note paid off. And when he used my own house for security, I didn't pay any attention to all that. That just started going downhill big time between Mr. Coomer, between me trusting him at that point.
Okay, let me show you page. I could play the video, but you don't need to see yourself like all of us see ourselves apparently on a YouTube feed where I look like I see my bald spot the whole day. But page 54, line 12, I'm going to show you from your deposition.
I don't know that it's in the record yet. Is it in the record yet?
It's not, Judge.
Okay, so let's start by getting when I say record, the record of this hearing as opposed to the docket. What number?
I'm not introducing a deposition as an exhibit. I'm impeaching the witness with deposition testimony.
Okay. Do you want to identify it just so that, because you were putting some up on the screen that just for identification purposes, we could call it exhibit or just Mr. Philhart's deposition. However you want to work it, but
I wouldn't make it an exhibit. I'm just going to ask him if he said it and whether I read correctly from his deposition.
okay. What I'm asking you to do, if you're going to put something up on the screen, is to identify it for the record. I'd like you to look at the screen. On the screen is X. You can call it an exhibit. You can call it Mr. Philhart's deposition. I'm neutral on that. But rather than saying, hey, here's page 54, look at the screen. For anyone reviewing this, they need to know page 54 of what. So let's just be consistent
Yes,
in
sir.
how both sides refer to it.
Yes, sir. So in normal circumstances, we would have the grand opening of this sealed deposition. Is that the way we want to proceed here, or should I just show him electronically?
Electronically is fine by me. Again, my request is simply if you're putting it up on the screen and doing exactly correctly what you were doing in terms of confronting someone with a prior statement. But let's just identify what that document is from which page 54, 52 comes.
Okay, volume
Before we go
2.
any further.
And I was just going to say, ordinarily, I would object if it's not tendered to being on the screen before the jury, but I'm not going to do that right now, just in case the Supreme Court decides to look at my decision-making. This is based upon, this is a different type of scenario. And so I'm not going to object to it being on the screen without being admitted.
Good choice. And so in the same way that we don't need to do the holy unsealing of the deposition, I think it would be helpful to everyone to have what Mr. Philhart is reading on our screen.
Okay, may I show the witness page 54 of volume 2 of his deposition?
You may.
Beginning with line 12. The question was, question, has Mr. Coomer ever acted in a manner where he's betrayed your trust? Answer, no, he hasn't. Question, and answer, never. Question, what you were really mad about that caused the lawsuit, what caused all the emails to him demanding the money be paid back, is that you got hit with a tax penalty for, or a tax, capital gains tax for selling certain stocks to fund the loans, right? Answer, that's what did everything. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, sir.
You were angry about selling your stocks, right?
Yes.
And that wasn't a wrong that Chris Coomer did to you because selling the stocks was your idea, right?
Well, for me to loan that money, I had to do that. And I told him that I didn't have any more money in the bank, not that much.
Selling the stocks was your idea, correct, sir?
Yes,
And you did that on your own, right?
yes.
In fact, you told Mr. Alford and Mr. Boring that Chris Coomer did nothing wrong and you were just angry about your taxes, right?
At that point, yes.
And you saw both of them taking notes, right? Or just Mr. Alford or just Mr. Boring?
I don't remember.
Now, we've heard from Mr. Gammon yesterday. I'm not going to say what he said. There has been a waiver of your attorney-client privilege between you and Mr. Gammon. Am I understanding that correctly?
There's been what?
A waiver of your attorney-client privilege between you and Mr. Gammon. Is that right?
So let me explain something, Mr. Philhart. I don't know that that's necessarily a fair question. The question's fine, but I want to make sure you understand it. It is our understanding for this hearing that you have decided that it's okay for Mr. Gammon to share with us things that you said to him,
Yes.
and that you're okay sharing with us things that you and Mr. Gammon talked about. Even though those were private and could remain private, you are comfortable answering questions about what you and Mr. Gammon talked about. Is that true? Because you can say no. It's your decision, not Mr. Lefko's or mine or Mr. Bourne.
It was my decision, yes.
Okay, great.
So with respect to the scope of that, thank you, sir. There was also another attorney you talked to before you went to Mr. Gammon, right?
I called someone on the phone. I forgot who they were.
Did they refer you to Mr. Gammon?
No. I called someone on the phone and they said I needed to get somebody outside of Bartow County. And then I was in a Publix parking lot on my motorcycle. And on my motorcycle, I've got a banner saying Patriot Guard and Army of One, because I am Army and I'm Patriot Guard. And this guy come walking in front of me and he had something about an Army Ranger hat. And I asked him, were you a Ranger? And he said, yeah. And he was an attorney. And so I talked to him. And I talked to him that day and I got his card. And then I must have talked to him some other place. And he told me he couldn't handle that. And he's the one referred me to Mr. Gammon.
You need a break, sir?
No, that's always going to do that. We'll be here all day if I do that.
Okay. Well, I'll be here all day
I
anyways.
met with that Ranger that I forgot his name. I think he's helping Sharon McCoy, that law firm,
Yes, sir.
helping her for a while. And I think I heard since that he's moved down south Georgia somewhere.
Sir,
But he and I and Mr. Gammon met in the courthouse down in the basement where nobody knew what we was doing. And that's what started everything with Mr. Gammon.
with respect to the scope of your waiver of attorney-client privilege, and Judge McBurney has informed you that you have a right to keep communications between you and your attorney confidential. Do you
Yes, sir.
understand that?
Yes.
And in your deposition, do you remember waiving that right?
I must have, yes.
And you're doing that again today, right?
I'm waiving that right
Yes, sir.
Well,
for him to
With
be.
respect
clear,
to,
you're not doing it just because you showed up here. That should have been posed as a question as opposed to an assertion.
yes, sir.
You may again elect to, choose to, if you want to, waive that confidentiality and answer questions about what you and Mr. Gammon discussed. But you don't have to. No one can force you to. And if you say, I don't want to talk about those things, I'll tell the lawyers to stop asking about them.
Yeah.
But you're also welcome to say, you can ask me what I want.
No,
It's
you-
your decision, not anyone else.
You can ask me anything you want to about what Mr. Gammon and I talked about. And he can tell you anything he wants to.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. What about the lawyer that referred the matter to Mr. Gammon? Will you allow us to talk with you about, and will you answer questions about what you told that lawyer?
Hold on one second. Mr. Boring.
Judge Huddle, I think we would need to have a discussion with that attorney too, depending on what the issue is. And Mr. Gammon, if he's waiving that, conversations between he and this other attorney. If we're all getting at this timeline thing, I mean, is this, I think it's kind of far afield.
Well, what's an example of a question you want to ask Mr. Philhart about a discussion that Mr. Philhart had with, I'm gonna call him the Army Ranger lawyer, if we don't have his name.
So I'm just going to put it on the table. We know there's a timeline prepared by a lawyer that was reflecting communications with Mr. Philhart. We've never seen it. The director apparently has. I don't know if it's consistent with his testimony today or at his deposition. I don't know if it's inconsistent. The privilege belongs to the client. It does not belong to the lawyer. And if there are communications within that document between, or if it reflects communications between Mr. Philhart and that lawyer, I want to know whether he's willing to allow us to see those statements that he had made to the other lawyer.
Okay. So Mr. Boring or Ms. Cross, what are you relying on in saying we need to talk to Army Ranger lawyer? If, I'm not suggesting Mr. Philhart is willing to, but if he is willing to say here and now.
I'm just trying to be safe, Judge, about this because I don't know, not being an expert in the attorney-client, I know there's, as Mr. Lundberg said, there's a diversion of opinions about certain things. And if it's the attorney's work product and they prepared it for themselves versus this and that, I'm just trying to be safe. Frankly, I know what the timeline says. I don't care if you turn it over. I would be more than happy. We've already provided it to Your Honor. I just don't want to run afoul of anybody else's privileges.
Right, understood. And I've reviewed it, and so far there's nothing inconsistent with anything we've heard about. It's not mine to disclose either. So I think that you may ask Mr. Philhart if, one, he's interested in waiving, and then two, if he is, you can ask him about communication, direct conversations he had with the Army Ranger lawyer.
Okay. Sir, are you willing to answer questions about your discussions with the Army Ranger lawyer?
Yes,
And do you understand, and are you knowingly waiving a privilege that you may possess, including the attorney-client privilege and the work product privilege, which I'll explain to you? Work product would mean work product that is prepared in anticipation of litigation on your behalf.
So you misunderstood the scope of what I was authorizing here. It sounds like Mr. Philhart is comfortable talking about his discussions with the Army Ranger lawyer. That's what we're limited to, not work product, but the discussions as best he can recall them, Mr. Philhart, that he had with the Army Ranger lawyer.
May I get clarity, Your Honor, as to your ruling?
Sure.
Are
I don't think Mr. Philhart has sole exclusive authority to say you can have Army Ranger lawyers work product.
and I would respectfully disagree because that privilege belongs to the client. It's his.
Okay. Well, you've got my ruling for right now. And if you want to present me with authority to the contrary, great. I'm not Mr. Lundberg either. But Mr. Philhart, didn't create the thing that you're asking about.
It's Smith versus McDonald. I wish I had a citation, but
Me too.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's the ruling that I may not ask him whether he waives work product privileges to that document.
Correct.
Thank you, Judge. All right. So what did you tell the first lawyer that referred the case to Mr. Gammon?
the Army Ranger, what did I tell him?
Yes, sir.
I saw him in the parking lot and we got to talking. And then I must have talked to him somewhere else and showed him some papers or something, because I don't carry that papers around with me on my motorcycle or the van or anything else. But I don't remember any of that. But I remember him telling me he couldn't handle it, but he knew who could. And then he is the one that got Mr. Gammon in it, that the three of us met in the basement of the Bartow County Courthouse. And
Do you remember when this meeting was?
no,
Was it when your heat pump was out?
it must have been after that. It had to be after that.
You got it fixed by that time?
I'm sorry,
Did you have it fixed by that time?
did I have what?
Your heat pump fixed by that time?
I don't remember. I can't remember about that. But all this had to be after that heat pump because I would not have done anything against Mr. Coomer after I got that, during the time I had that heat pump problem. It had to be after that, but I don't remember any of it.
Now, at some point after you started asking Mr. Coomer to return the funds that you loaned to CAC Holdings, you talked about doing a real estate deal with Chris Coomer, right?
Right,
And Mr. Coomer said, forget about it. The deal's a bad deal, right?
yeah, he found something wrong with that.
But you told others that Chris Coomer had asked for more money and you turned him down, right?
220, well, I would have had to sell more stuff up in Detroit to get $220,000, but before that happened, he said to forget it because he found something wrong with that real estate deal, whatever it was. I never did even know what it was.
Yeah. So the point is though, sir, you did not turn him down for that money, right?
No, I didn't.
But you told people that you turned him down when he asked for that more
I
money.
don't recall telling people I turned him down because within a week, he said that to forget it. Something's wrong.
Was this real estate deal, I think I know the answer. Was it something you found or something Mr. Coomer found?
Something he found.
And he approached you
Yes,
saying, I could use another $220,000. There's a real estate deal. Before you could do anything,
Yes.
say yes or no, or maybe, then
right,
he retracted.
right,
Not your idea.
right. It was not my idea.
Okay, I want to show you Exhibit 80, page 30. And may I confirm that Exhibit 80 is admitted? It is admitted, right?
APS file?
May I publish Exhibit 80, page 30, Judge?
Yes.
APS file?
Well, you guys take a look at page 30 first. I don't know if you've got Exhibit 80.
Have exhibit 80.
If you don't mind just looking at page 30 before it's published.
Left out.
Yep.
You mind tipping me off what's on that page?
It's the record from Adult Protective Services of the initial interview with Mr. Philhart.
He didn't prepare it. I don't think it's proper to admit it through him. I think he can ask
It's
him.
admitted.
I'm sorry, going into it with him, asking him or putting it up on a screen and showing it or anything like that, because he didn't create it. If he asks him a question, he needs a fresh recollection, he can use whatever he wants, but I think we're just jumping a step or two ahead.
What are you intending to ask Mr. Philhart about from a document he didn't prepare?
These are statements of Mr. Philhart documented by Adult Protective Services, and I'm going to ask him whether he made that statement to Adult Protective Services.
So let's ask. You don't need to show him the document. You can ask it.
Sir, did you tell Adult Protective Services in the investigation of Chris Coomer, where on your behalf, that Mr. Coomer did try and borrow recently $220,000, but Mr. Philhart said he didn't agree to lend any more money to Mr. Coomer? Did you say that to them?
I don't remember saying that.
Are you saying you didn't say it?
No, I don't remember saying that. I do remember two women coming out to my place for about a half an hour. And I don't remember anything at all about what was said. I do not remember saying that at all.
All right. I would like to show Mr. Philhart a snippet of his deposition, volume 1 at pages 217, line 8 to 218, line 5. And I've previously given my snippets of depositions. May I do so, Judge?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to show you a clip from your deposition.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. This is unlike last time. It's not just the paper. We're going to actually watch the deposition.
It's 217 line 8 to 218 line 5, yes.
So your answer is you don't get to see the paper deposition. We are going to watch the actual video deposition.
From 217 line 8 to 218 line 5, sir.
Can you say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any reason we have to watch the video as opposed to we can just put on the screen the text?
I mean, I've never had anybody ask me that. I mean, I suppose we could, but I mean, he can see for himself that he said it by seeing himself saying it. If you would prefer
No,
that
the way you did it before was look at the transcript. Did you say this? And he explained it. And you're just switching up. I'm curious, are we going to go with one approach or bounce back and forth between them?
I suppose it depends on the circumstance. I thought this one was more particularly on point than the other one.
Judge McBurney, may I chime in very briefly?
Please.
I think our hope was that seeing it on the video would help you understand the credibility of the testimony that was given better than the dry page. We can certainly give them the dry page at the same time, but we think it goes to show his state on that day when he was deposed.
Okay, I'm fine with either one. I just want to make sure Mr. Philhart's going to be able to follow along. And if it's a real long spoken excerpt, it may be harder to then, well, zero in. Remember what you said in the first 30 seconds of this 2-minute, as opposed to when it's on the paper. That was the only reason why I was curious about this switch.
He didn't ask to borrow. It's very short. So let me go back to present.
Mr. Philhart, you okay? Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me press on present. Oops, that is not the right document. He didn't ask to borrow $220,000 and then you turned him down, did you?
He asked about $220,000. I did not turn him down. He said later on that we're not going to do it.
And you're glad that you didn't do a bad real estate deal?
Sure, I'm glad.
Did you ever tell anybody that Chris asked to borrow $220,000 and you turned him down?
I don't remember. I probably did. I've got a couple of friends around here that I talked to.
Why would you say something like that?
Just because. And my financial advisor up in Detroit, I probably told him that. But I didn't have to sell anything.
Let me stop there. So you recall that testimony, sir?
Vaguely. I know it hadn't been that long ago, but I think I do, yeah. Yes.
Now, you told the state bar when Mr. Gammon asked to reopen your state bar proceeding against Chris Coomer that Chris had lied about suing Wynell's sister. Do you remember that?
About what?
Suing Wynell's sister.
I don't remember. I wanted to sue her because in court, she made some statement about I was nasty, and I didn't like hearing that a bit. And he said we'd have to do it over there, and he said he'd think about it, and we just never did talk about it again.
So Chris Coomer said he would think about it, and then you didn't talk about it again.
We never did
Right.
talk about it again.
But you told the state bar that he had lied about suing Wynell's sister, right?
I don't recall telling the bar that he lied about it. If I did say that, I was mistaken, but I don't recall telling them that at all, but I don't know.
I'd like to tender exhibit 77.
No objection. Admitted.
Find the spot and I'll highlight it for you in just a second. This is Exhibit 77. Do you recognize this as your rebuttals about Mr. Coomer filed in the State Bar of Georgia, September 8th, 2020?
Yes.
And do you see the spot? Is this your handwriting, by the way?
Probably is.
Okay.
I usually print because if I write something in cursive today, I can't read it tomorrow.
Do you recognize this as being your handwriting, sir?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you see where it says, and please correct me if I read your writing wrong, quote, I asked Mr. Coomer once about suing Wynell's sister. He said, what does that say? We would
Go there.
have to go there. Have go, is that what it says, sir?
Then we'd have to go there
Gwinnett County?
to Gwinnett County because that's where they live over in Beaufort, Georgia.
He never mentioned it again. He, Coomer, lied. Did
Right.
read
I
that
should
correctly?
not have put that in there because we just simply didn't talk. If I really wanted to sue her for that, I don't know how you get blood out of a turnip anyway. She's probably dirt poor. Her brothers were millionaires. But when Elle was poor and so was her sister and I would have sued her, but for what?
Yes, sir.
You know, it just really teed me off that she said I was nasty.
Yes, sir.
That's what happened.
And because she teed you off that she said you were nasty, you wanted to sue her, correct?
Well, I wanted to punish her for it,
By suing her?
but she doesn't know half of what I used to do for Nell to take care of her
You wanted to punish her by suing her or by something else?
by suing her.
Now, I want to shift topics a little bit. Are you okay to continue?
Yes,
Let's do a time check with you, Mr. Lefkoe. It's 11:30. So we can go a little bit and break for lunch. I don't know, we haven't gotten through much of that long list of exhibits you rattled off. How should we manage your time and Mr. Philhart's? What's your expectation?
As to time estimate remaining?
That's what I'm getting at.
Yes, sir. I have a number of things I need to make a record of, and I cannot imagine it will be less than 2 to 2.5 hours
Okay.
we got 2.5 more hours to go.
of me,
Huh?
of just me and you.
Oh, shoot. Well, let's keep going.
We'll go for a little bit and then we'll figure out how to take a lunch break and get Mr. Philhart some lunch. And maybe over the lunch hour, things can be further refined, but we'll keep going.
No, this lunch, go off the record, this lunch, I don't eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
We'll make sure it's more than peanut butter. and jelly
With the
sandwich.
money you guys make.
Mr. Kingma has some disgusting peanut butter crackers. If you're really hungry.
All right, press on.
Sir. All right. You gave a list of assets that you had to Chris Coomer as your friend, right?
Yes,
And you had given handwritten lists of assets to friends before, right?
yes,
Fran Bragg being one of them, right?
by all means.
And you did that because it was important for your friend to know what your assets were and how to distribute them after you died, right?
Yes, sir.
Giving Mr. Coomer a list of assets had nothing to do with the Wynell Waycaster case, right?
No,
Did it have anything to do with the Wynell Waycaster case?
Objection asked and
no,
answered.
no.
He said no to it. It was unclear what he was, how he was
Yeah,
answering.
yeah.
Answer was
Can-
no.
Can you,
No, it was, when you say no to a leading questions, it's unclear whether you're disagreeing with the question or the premise within the question. So,
You asked your question, he answered. Why don't you move on?
is your ruling that I may not ask that follow-up question to clarify
My
it?
guide is that you use your time wisely. So if you don't like no's to leading questions, ask the questions differently because there may be no's coming.
Did giving a handwritten list of assets to Chris Coomer have anything to do with the Wynell Waycaster case?
can you talk a little bit louder?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm terrible at that. Did giving a list of assets to Chris Coomer have anything to do with the Wynell Waycaster case?
No,
Did giving a list of assets to Chris Coomer have anything to do with any other matters upon which Mr. Coomer represented you as an attorney?
no,
I'm going to shift again, okay? Remember the December 2017 loan? And let me, exhibit 37. Let's do a quick check before I publish. It doesn't look like it is in the record. So I would tender exhibit 37 at this time. May be duplicative of other exhibits, but that was the first one that we admitted in the depositions and trying
Any
to.
objection to 37? No, Judge. Admitted.
Well, let's look at exhibit 37, which I'll put on the screen. Do you see that as a promissory note dated December 6th, 2017 in the amount of $80,000 at the interest rate of 4.5% in 240 equal monthly installments of $506 commencing on the first day of January 2018? You see that?
I see it, but I still don't remember that $80,000.
Yes, sir. Now, this is a loan from you to CAC Holdings, correct? And you see,
Yes,
see the signature for CAC Holdings on the second page?
yes,
And then on the last page is what I want to focus on here, okay? I'm sorry, the third page of exhibit 37, the December 2017 note. Do you see where there's a disclosure there?
yes.
Can you take a minute to read it and then and tell me when you're done and let me ask you a question?
The whole thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You need it bigger?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you tell me your understanding of what this page 3 of 4 of exhibit 37 means?
What's that? What's your
Can you
question?
tell me what your understanding of what this page means?
That I was going to loan him $80,000 and I could talk to another lawyer before I did that to make sure everything is according to Hoyle in doing this.
Anything else that you just
Well, he was
remember?
going to pay back 4.5% at $506 a month. But I still don't remember that one at all.
Let me read you the following language. Quote, you acknowledge that the promissory note, and I'll highlight it. You acknowledge that the promissory note is a loan to CAC Holdings LLC, of which Christian Coomer is the sole member, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you, please, sir, what you understand that to mean.
So Mr. Philhart has said maybe 3 times now, he has absolutely no recollection of this loan.
Right.
What is the relevance to these proceedings as to what he now thinks this language is about which he has 0 recollection?
I'm trying to establish whether he is capable of understanding written words on a page such as this, sir.
That's in the record.
Is that,
Well, the way I understand that is that I could go and talk to another attorney to make sure everything that's happening in his office is okay. Now, I'm not being forced into anything like this. It's a voluntary thing, which it was. But I still don't remember anything about the $80,000. I don't know if I ever loaned it to him or not.
This language here, where, do you see where the typewritten word said $406 per month?
Well, yeah, I guess that's 406. And then it's crossed out as 506 a month.
And did you make that correction to the note?
I didn't.
With respect to the March 2018 loan, did anyone make any false statements of fact to you before you entered into that loan?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Coomer pressure you or try to convince you to lend him or CAC Holdings money before March 2018?
No, sir.
Did you make that decision on your own?
Yes.
Did you want to make that loan?
Sure, I would have, because if I had money in the bank, I would have made more money at 4% than in the bank, because I don't know, the banks just aren't paying anything.
And did Mr. Coomer tell you anything false before you entered into the September 2018 loan?
No, sir.
And why would you agree to a note that finished up 20 years from 2018 or 2017?
Why would I do that?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, because I wasn't paying attention to what I was reading, because I probably didn't read it. I just read the interest and then I signed it and that was it.
All right, I would like to show you a portion of your deposition from volume 2, starting at page 9, line 11. With the court's or the panel's permission. Yeah, do that. You see where it says, question, sir, why would you agree to a note that finished up 20 years from then? Answer, I didn't pay attention to it. Question, are you saying you didn't read it? Answer, no, I'm not saying that. The heavy print, I can see the heavy print real easy, and I would have seen that. I just didn't pay attention to it. Question, did you ask about it? Do you ask? Answer, no, sir. Question, but you understood it would be 20 years. That just wasn't your concern at that time. Answer, right. Question, why wasn't it your concern at that time? Answer, well, I didn't need the money at all. And what I did with this money that he paid each month, I simply didn't have to draw any out for my living expenses, which is very little. I just used his. And if I had any left, I'd just bank it. End quote. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
And the money that was in your stocks and the money that you loaned to Chris Coomer, you didn't need that money for your living expenses, did you?
No, sir.
You were going to leave that money in your estate till after you passed away, right?
Yes.
You were not using that money for your living expenses, right?
No.
Were you using that money for your living expenses?
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustain.
What were you using that money for when you loaned the money to Christian Coomer?
I wasn't using it for anything. It was just sitting in the bank.
And did you intend for when you passed away that your niece would take that money over?
What's that?
Did you intend when you passed away that your niece or other beneficiaries would take that money over and distribute it per your wishes?
Yes. I've still got where the bulk of what I've got will go to First St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Because what I see on television is a tearjerker. And those kids, it's all free to them, their parents. They get to stay, the parents get to stay there for free. I think that's one of the best things going on in the world. And I think it's the USO.
Now,
I
so,
think. Maybe it's Father Francis Boys Town now too. I don't know.
all right, I don't mean to interrupt you. I want to focus here on what we're talking about.
Okay.
The loan payments that were due under the terms of the notes entered into between you and CAC Holdings They never went into default, did they?
No,
Was there any default of any of the notes entered into between you and CAC Holdings?
no,
Ask and answer. Sustain.
Was there any failure to pay by CAC Holdings under any of the terms of the notes?
no.
Ask and answer. I'll allow it. Can we avoid asking the same question 3 different ways, given your time estimate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Do you need me to repeat it, sir?
I'm sorry.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
What was it?
Was there any failure to pay any
What
month?
was it? No,
Wait,
sir.
let me finish, sir. Was there any failure to pay any monthly installment due under the terms of the notes entered into between you and CAC Holdings?
No,
Now, going back to the loan to Dr. Moon, whose idea was that to lend Dr. Moon the money?
I just think this now because I don't remember. It was my idea to loan it to him. But he let me know that he was, his secretary had robbed him blind. And that would help him if I loaned it to him, he would pay 10% back. I told him, I'll loan it to you, but you don't owe me any interest.
Do you recall, I'm going to show you page, volume 1 of your deposition, 62, line 20. May I show the witness, Your Honor?
You have, the only reason why I interjected at one point was I was surprised we were going video. I better understand it now. It actually went very smoothly. If you think it's an appropriate confrontation with a prior statement, you should just go for it, as long as you're identifying, as you always have, the portion of the transcript.
Let me show you page 64, line 10. Question. Are you with me, sir, by the way?
What's
Can you
that?
see that on the screen?
I see it.
Question. You told Dr. Moon in a counseling session that you had a lot of money and that you did okay in the financial world. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question. And did you suggest that you might be able to loan him money? Answer, no. Question. If he ever needed it. Answer, no. It's when he got in trouble and when he found out that one secretary stole everything from him. And to keep his business going, that's when I loaned it. Question. All right. Answer. I didn't tell him. I never told anybody that I got a lot of money and I'll loan it to them. End quote. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correct?
As to the trust document that you entered into as part of your estate planning, do you recall that?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall a trust document that you entered into as part of your estate planning?
Yes.
And did anyone convince you or pressure you or say anything false that led you into entering into that trust document?
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yes, sir. Did anyone say anything false to you or mislead you or convince you or pressure you into entering into the trust document that you executed that Chris Coomer drafted?
No,
If some other lawyer down the street had drafted a trust agreement for you, would you have still had the same exact terms with Mr. Coomer being trustee?
I believe so.
Was that because Mr. Coomer was your friend
Yes,
and you trusted Mr. Coomer as your friend, right?
yes,
And he had never let you down, right?
right.
Now, I want to shift to the wills. Mr. Coomer was a beneficiary in the wills for convenience to distribute per your wishes in the handwritten lists, right?
Yes,
The intent that you had was not to distribute everything to him because he was the beneficiary under the will, right?
right,
You had done this very same thing with Fran Bragg, your friend, right?
right,
In a prior will that Brandon Bryson drafted, right?
right.
And you named Fran Bragg as an executor and beneficiary of a prior will. Is that right?
Yes.
And what was the intent behind naming Fran Bragg as the beneficiary of your will that Brandon Bryson drafted for you?
What was the purpose of it? Because
Yes, sir.
Fran is a 100% trustworthy person. I've known her since about 2012. And her and Winnell and I were all real good friends. I've been over to Fran's place. I know her and her husband. Fran used to, she'd go to church somewhere. She lives in Canton. She'd go to church, I think, somewhere in Atlanta. Then she'd come home. Then from there, she'd drive all the way over to wherever it was, Lawrenceville, or else Flowery Branch, to see Winnell just about every Sunday. And I really thought the world of her doing that.
And did you make her a beneficiary for the purpose of giving her everything in your estate?
I don't recall doing that, but that would have been why, because she was 100% trustworthy.
Did you intend for Ms. Bragg to distribute pursuant to a handwritten list you authored?
Yes,
And would that include distributions to other people and not just Ms. Bragg?
yes,
So Ms. Bragg was a conduit for distribution to other people. Is that right?
yes,
So you didn't have to keep executing codicils at a cost to you for attorneys to amend your will, right?
right.
And in fact, you drafted, or Mr. Gammon drafted a will for you in April 2019, right?
Yes, I don't remember if it was April or not, but he did do another one, yes.
He charged you for that, right?
Oh, boy. Yes.
Because you're not friends with Mr. Gammon, right?
Well, we're not enemies. We still aren't. I don't talk to him. I haven't talked to him or anything like that for a long time. But yeah, he charged me
And not only did he charge you for your initial will, when you wanted to make a little change, he charged you for an amendment, right?
quite a bit.
That's not something you wanted to do, right? To
That's
pay
not
money.
some,
You didn't want to pay money every time you amended your will and made a small change, right?
I didn't like it, but I want to make sure everything's handled when I'm gone.
And you had made some changes to your list over time, right?
Yes,
And one will with Mr. Bryson was in 2015 for Fran Bragg to be the beneficiary and executor, right?
yes,
And then you executed another will with Mr. Bryson where Dr. Moon would be the executor, right?
yes,
And you had in your wills that your children would receive $1 each, right?
yes. I've changed that now.
At that time, though, you were estranged from them, right?
I'm sorry.
At that time, you were estranged from them, correct?
Yes, I pretty much am now too.
Did you tell Mr. Coomer that you were not leaving him everything, but you were making him a beneficiary so that he would distribute pursuant to your wishes in your handwritten lists?
Yes,
Did Mr. Coomer draft your handwritten lists?
he probably did, but I don't remember.
Let's look at your handwritten list then, sir.
Oh,
All right, so let's look at Exhibit 2A. May I publish 2A? That
If it's in, you
it's
may.
admitted, is my understanding. All right, Exhibit 2A. And is this your handwriting, sir?
I believe it is. Yes, sir.
And it was effective January 12th, 2017, right?
Yes.
And in that handwritten list,
1 January, not 12 January.
oh, thank you.
1
sorry.
January.
My mistake. January 1st, 2017, you made this handwritten list, right?
Yes,
And it says, quote, William Byrd Moon is beneficiary to all of this effective 1 January 2017, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
And you list a number of your accounts, right?
yes,
And you would have provided this list to Dr. Moon, correct?
yes,
Then Exhibit 2B is another handwritten list, right?
yes,
Is this your handwriting?
yes,
And in this list, you list off who you would be giving what money to, correct?
Yes,
And that could be money from your accounts or money that was in your estate in real estate or whatever, right?
right.
And you expected Dr. Moon or whoever was the beneficiary of your will to distribute pursuant to a list such as this, right?
Right.
I'm object, Judge, it's misstating the evidence about Dr. Moon being a beneficiary of the will.
I didn't suggest that. And
That's
if I
exactly
did,
what
I
he said.
withdraw it. I
Okay,
withdraw it.
It may have been misspeaking, but of course, questions aren't evidence. So-
Yes, sir.
Fran Bragg was a beneficiary under your 2015 will, right?
I don't remember that, but if you say that it was, then she was, yeah.
I don't want to test your memory, so I will pull it up. I have it as exhibit 54. And in my records, it shows that was admitted, so. All right, this is a production from Brandon Bryce.
I don't have 54 in, I'm not saying it's not, but
I
do
do.
we really need to, is anyone contesting that if it's in evidence that Fran Bragg was a beneficiary of a will that your client didn't even author?
I don't think so.
Okay, then
I
let's,
stipulate, we'll
Great.
stipulate. We'll
let's
stipulate.
move on.
Okay, so if Fran Bragg was a beneficiary, you gave her a handwritten list. Is that
Yes,
because you trusted her, right?
yes. Mhm.
Mr. Coomer did not suggest how you should draft your handwritten list, did he?
No,
And you drafted those handwritten lists that we saw on your own, right?
yes, sir.
You did that list, you were probably at home, right?
Yes,
Were you talking on the phone with Mr. Coomer when you drafted that list?
I don't remember.
Let me show you volume 1 of your deposition, page 120. Line 13,
Which volume? I'm sorry.
Volume 1.
Page 120.
120, line 13. Question, did Mr. Coomer suggest how to fill this handwritten list out? Answer.
Not on a screen yet.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Can you read along with me, sir? Ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Question, did Mr. Coomer suggest how to fill this handwritten list out? Answer, no. Did you do this in Mr. Coomer's office? Answer, I doubt that. I probably did it at home. Question, were you talking on the phone with Mr. Coomer when you filled this out? Answer, I can't remember that. I would doubt that. End quote. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes,
Judge, I'm gonna just go, I didn't do it in time for this, but I'm gonna object if unless it's inconsistent for some reason, I don't see the relevance of reiterating what he's already said in the stand if it's the same thing.
Help us understand the purpose and value of having just had you read to us testimony that seems to be materially consistent with what Mr. Philhart just said.
It's
I
that
authored the list. I did it at home. I was not on the phone with Mr. Coomer.
he said he didn't remember at first, and then in his testimony, he said, I doubt that. That's the difference.
That I don't remember, but I doubt that.
That's the difference. Yes, sir. I could think of no way to ask a witness whether he doubted something. Now, there were a number of payable on death forms that you filled out concerning your accounts.
So I'm going to pause us here for lunch. It's noon. I want to make sure we maintain Mr. Philhart's stamina for the remainder. Ms. Cross, will you and your team make sure Mr. Philhart gets to lunch?
We will do that.
Mr. Philhart, it's very important. I have one instruction for you other than eat what you want. And that is don't talk about the
right.
situations with Judge Coomer with anyone who takes you to lunch. Talk about anything else you want, Army, Atlanta Braves, Mr. Cool, anything like that.
Yeah.
Talk about-
I
Don't
wanna
talk about
that
Mr.
now,
Cool.
no.
In fact, I don't know why you didn't buy Mr. Warm. I think that was your issue, but just don't talk about this case, okay? All right, let's try to be back by 1:10, and we will go from there. My request on Judge Coomer's side is that you all huddle up and focus on the value add of any further cross-examination of this witness. You've got as much time as you want. You have them on cross-examination. I encourage you to be thoughtful about what you explore. Anything procedurally from the director's team?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from Judge Coomer's team?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Here.
No, she.
peanut butter and jelly sandwich, did they?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Easy.
I'd eat the crust right along with it too.
You had some counseling here.
It's a big collection. All right, Ms. Johnston, ready? Fully recharged? Excellent. All right. We're going to get back on the record in the Judge Coomer matter. Mr. Phil Hart was on the stand for cross-examination when we broke for lunch, and we are back from that. Mr. Lefkoe, when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Philhart.
Afternoon.
Are you disputing Christian Coomer's account that he offered to change the time for repayment on the loans to anything you wanted?
And object. to
I can't
him
hear you.
giving Information to the witness about what another witness said. I think he can ask him, did this happen? But disputing about what another witness said, I think is improper.
I can
I think the
rephrase it.
form is problematic. I think where you're going is fine, but
Yes, Your Honor.
try again, please.
Do you recall whether Mr. Coomer said that he could change the terms of the loans to whatever you wanted?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you dispute it, that occurred?
I couldn't hear you.
Do you dispute that occurred?
No, I'm not. I just don't remember it.
And with regard to the fees that were charged for the guardianship proceeding, you mentioned you were ecstatic with the result. Is that correct?
What?
You were ecstatic with the result. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And one of the things that occurred in the guardianship was that the family had objected to you becoming guardian. Is that right?
They did, yes.
And you could not have told Chris Coomer that, or did you tell Chris Coomer that was going to happen before he accepted the guardianship case?
Say that again?
Did you inform Mr. Coomer that the family would object to you becoming guardian before he took the guardian case?
Right.
Did you inform Mr. Coomer that a guardian ad litem on behalf of Ms. Waycaster would oppose you becoming guardian for Ms. Waycaster?
I still am having trouble hearing you for some reason.
Yes, sir. Do you recall that there was a guardian ad litem appointed by the probate court to represent Ms. Waycaster in the guardianship case? And do you recall that guardian ad litem objected to you becoming guardian?
Right. Would that have been Stevens?
I'm not sure of the name.
No, I don't think so.
sir.
I don't know. I don't remember who it was.
Now, when you started the guardianship case, did you know that there would be an objection lodged by the guardian ad litem for Wynell Waycaster?
Uh-huh.
You think you did, sir?
I knew that. I was pretty sure. I didn't really know it, but I was pretty sure that we got a fight coming up.
Now, do you recall whether you offered Chris, whether it was $100,000 or some other number, do you recall whether you offered Christian Coomer more than $50,000 at the end of the guardianship
No.
case?
I did not.
So you dispute that, sir?
I do.
Right. I want to turn your attention to volume 1 of your deposition, page 192. Actually, why don't we do this through the video? It starts at page 191, line 19. And I'm going to play the video, I hope.
You object to the amount you paid to Mr. Coomer when you paid the bill?
The $80,000?
The $50,000 you paid after that?
No, I didn't object.
Did you tell Mr. Coomer you thought that figure wasn't fair?
No, I didn't say that. I mean, I was, what do you call it, ecstatic because he won, because everybody said you're not going to win, you're going to lose, and we done it.
Mr. Coomer recalls that you had offered more than $50,000. Do you dispute
I
that?
don't remember that.
Are you saying,
I'm not saying yes or no, but I don't remember that. I don't go throwing money away.
Was that your testimony, sir, at the deposition a couple months ago?
Yes,
Or however long that was ago? You listed Christian Coomer as next of kin on a form. Do you recall that?
Mr. Coomer is my next of kin?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't remember that.
All right, let me show you. Exhibit 9. I'm not sure that's been admitted yet.
No objection. We have it as in, as admitted.
Okay.
Well, if it's not, it is now admitted and you are welcome to publish it.
Okay.
It is.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 9 and somehow I've gone blank. There we go. All right. Do you recognize your handwriting on Exhibit 9 on a form called a body donor authorization?
Yes,
And you've listed your name as James Pat Philhart, your address, your social security number, and your date of birth, right?
right.
And then under next of kin, you've listed Christian A. Coomer. Is that correct?
That's what I wrote in there, but I don't recall, I don't know why I'd done that.
Was
We
it
are
be-
not related.
Yes,
Just
sir.
Maybe he was the one, I think this probably got something to do with me donating my body to medical science, right?
It has to do with your remains if you,
Yeah,
Okay.
my remains.
yes, sir. And you, do you see where there's, you've got family endorsements of Christian Coomer and Kay Smith on there?
Yeah,
And did you fill out the,
So go back, go back one for it. It doesn't say that they're witnesses.
I'm sorry?
You go back one.
Oh, yeah, you may be
I
right.
say back there.
you go.
Family endorsements.
That was my mistake, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was not misapprehending this form. Ms. Smith and Judge Coomer were the witnesses to Mr. Philhart's signature on this form.
All right. So you signed this form in front of Kay Smith and Christian Coomer, is that
Yes.
right? And you wanted Mr. Coomer to be in charge of your remains after you passed, is that correct?
yes.
And is that for what reason, sir?
Why I was going to donate my remains?
No, why did you trust Christian Coomer to,
Because at this time, I didn't have a problem with him at all. He lived close to me. He knew me. We were right on the verge. If we weren't friends at that time, we were right on the verge of being friends.
and after the guardianship case in 2016, he became more your friend than your attorney, right?
Definitely.
And he would occasionally help you out with things, but most of the time he was your friend, right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you knew that the loans that you gave to CAC Holdings were unsecured, right?
I couldn't hear you.
You knew that the loans that you gave to CAC Holdings were unsecured, right?
Yes,
Meaning that there was no collateral securing the loans, right?
right.
And in a prior instance, you had taken collateral on a loan you gave, right?
I'm sorry.
Before you met Christian Coomer, or before Christian Coomer and you entered into any documents that Christian Coomer prepared, you entered into a loan that was secured, right?
Yes,
And that was with Wynell Waycaster, right?
yes,
You were the secured creditor as to a loan to Wynell Waycaster, right?
yes.
And what was the reason that you asked for security from Ms. Waycaster?
Well, I really hate to go into everything about Winnell, but
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance. I think the point is made that he did seek security on that case.
Given this witness's acknowledgement that he has provided a secured loan to another person, is it relevant why he sought the security?
It goes to why he didn't seek security from my client, Your Honor.
Okay.
So why did you, may I ask the question again, Judge?
Yes.
Why did you seek security? Why did you seek security as to a loan to Wynell Waycaster?
I still couldn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Is
It's
his-
me.
Is his mic on?
It is. Here.
Is it?
Yes, sir. Why did you ask Wynell Waycaster for security for the loan that you gave her?
Because why did I ask for security? Why didn't I?
Why did you?
Why didn't I? Because she didn't have anything. She didn't have a penny to her name.
Was part of the reason that you didn't trust her?
I trusted her in the beginning, but within a year, that all changed.
So at the time of the loans that you gave, or the loan that you gave to Ms. Waycaster, did you trust her?
At the time I loaned Winnell. You mean we bought that place? Is that what you're talking about?
When you loaned her money?
I loaned her. I didn't really loan her any money. I co-signed for her to get that place. I'll never do that again.
You did not loan her $100,000?
I don't know. I didn't. I just co-signed for her to get that place. I probably co-signed for $100,000 for her to finance it. I don't remember, but I did not loan her $100,000. No. I don't remember that.
Did you loan her the down payment for her house?
Yeah, that wasn't my idea, but boy.
And then
She outsmarted me.
you took security using a lawyer on her home, correct?
I did what?
You took a security deed on her home, right?
Yeah.
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes,
And then you foreclosed on that security deed?
I did, yes. Daniel Deems told me that,
Sir,
Yeah,
and by the way, let me just inform you.
If he's responding to that question, he can explain his answer.
Oh,
So
I just wanted to let him know he had an attorney-client privilege and he's welcome to waive it.
he's already talked about it at the deposition when he asked him last time, so.
But I think it was appropriate
Okay.
for Mr. Lefkoe to flag that we have yet another attorney-client relationship that we are bumping into with this line of questioning about Ms. Waycaster. So, what was the name of the gentleman?
which one?
You just mentioned
Mr.
Daniel Dean.
Daniel Deems is a real estate attorney in Cartersville.
Okay, and you worked with him in
Yeah,
connection
yeah, I
with,
told him when I had a stroke, and I told him, what do I do now? And he said, you gotta,
okay, before you tell us anymore, are you comfortable sharing with this group
sure,
confidential communications you had with that real estate lawyer?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, you can finish. You said something about
All
Mr.
right,
Deems had
he said-
advised you of
He said
something.
I needed to foreclose on it, which I didn't even know what that meant, because I've never done any of this before. And he said, if you don't, either Medicaid's gonna get her house or her family, and you're gonna lose $100,000. And so I foreclosed.
All right, with respect to the loan that or the loans that you entered into with CAC Holdings, you understood that Christian Coomer was not representing you as your lawyer regarding the loans, correct?
I probably, yes.
Christian Coomer advised you to talk to another lawyer, but you did not do so. Is that correct?
Yes,
And Christian Coomer paid back the loans earlier than agreed with interest, right?
yes,
But even before they were paid in full, he made every installment payment that was due, correct?
yes, he did.
The director mentioned something about your tendency to read or not read documents. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
And there are some documents you do read and some that you don't, correct?
Most of what I sign, I still don't read it. Of course, I don't sign anything anymore either. I've got no need to.
And the fact that you sign things and don't read it or don't read them is not something you discussed with Christian Coomer, correct?
Right.
Now, the September 2018 loan, which I've got as Exhibit 46, and I just want to make sure everybody agrees that that's been admitted. And if not, then I would tender it. I think it might have been admitted under a different number.
It must be in under a different number. Any objection to Exhibit 46?
The September 2018 promissory note.
No objection.
Admitted?
let's go back to the first page of this note. On September 8th, 2018, CAC Holdings borrowed $130,000 at the rate of 4% interest, right?
Yes,
And let me put this on the screen so we can be reading from the same note. And do you see that there's an error on the top left where it says $140,000?
yes,
But the amount loaned was $130,000.
yes, yes,
Right. And do you see where there's a clause that says principal and interest shall be due and payable at 26 Aiken Way Northwest, Cartersville, Georgia?
yes,
And is that your address?
yes.
When was that loan due? And you're welcome to read the document if you don't remember.
When was it due?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember.
Okay, if you could read the document and let me know when the loan became due.
Yeah, I remember all this, but I don't remember when it was due, if that's the one that was due when I'd have been 100 years old or what. I don't remember that.
Could you read the first paragraph, sir, and let me know?
You want me to read the first paragraph?
Yeah.
You have them on trust. It
It's
would be
supposed to
okay
be.
for you to direct them to the area
Yep.
of interest.
Yep. Yes,
It's
Judge.
supposed to be in January 1st of 2025.
Okay. Do you see where it says paid in a single payment on January 1, 2026?
Yes,
And why was it supposed to be January 1st, 2025?
because that was the day the teacher said we're no longer going to get any pension money.
And was that because the Central States pension you thought was going to dry up, right?
That's what they told us.
And did you tell Christian Coomer that that's what you believed was going to happen by that date?
Right?
I'm shifting topics a bit because during lunch I have tried to respect the panel's request that I cut this down, so I'm going to shift a little bit. With respect to the wills, Chris did not place himself as executor or beneficiary in your wills on his own. That's what you wanted, right?
Yes,
And if you had gone to another attorney, do you agree that you would have had your will drafted the same way that Mr. Coomer drafted it for you?
I probably would have, yes.
Did Mr. Coomer or Heidi Coomer ever exercise any powers under any power of attorney or any trust documents?
No, sir.
And you changed your estate planning in 2019, correct?
Probably.
And you never funded the trust, is that correct?
No,
Did you ever put any money in the trust?
no,
Did you ever put any stock in the trusts?
no, no,
Did you ever put any other property in the trusts?
no,
Were there ever any distributions from the trusts
no,
or the trust?
no.
The people who witnessed your will, who asked them to attend the signing of your wills?
That would have been Richard and Fay Phillips. And who asked him to come in for witnesses? Mr. Coomer.
Did Mr. Coomer independently know them, or do you know one way or another?
He didn't know them until, they did every time we went to court, which we tried going to court in Cartersville and they wouldn't hear it. But Richard and Fay came to listen in. And then up in Hall County, they came up there too and listened in and stayed as late as they could. But she is speaking at a women's meeting and they had to leave a little bit early. But that's when he met them, was during one of those two meetings I think.
At the time you executed your wills, you were fully competent to understand your financial affairs, correct?
Correct.
And were you depressed?
I don't think so. No.
Did you have any doubts that the wills that you signed that were drafted by Christian Coomer reflected your wishes?
Did I have any what?
Did you have any doubt that the wills drafted by Christian Coomer reflected your wishes?
Yes, they did. No, I didn't doubt it a bit.
Has Christian Coomer ever misappropriated any funds entrusted to him by you?
No,
Did Mr. Coomer talk you into executing your estate planning documents?
I was turning that heater off. What's that?
Yes, sir. You have a heater up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was getting cold here before
Yes, sir.
lunch hour.
Judge, if I may, you've got a real nice device over here that I bet could be adjusted so that the witness could hear a little better. And I wonder if it would.
Yeah,
make
that would
sense.
help.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
If you can turn the volume up on this.
Director for Cobb County adjusts volume of this thing, which I certainly don't know how to do either. But is it possible we could get the speaker adjusted so we can
I think with the heater turning off, things may work better now. Let's try that. We've got the same panel right here, and I just pushed some buttons that in theory would make the volume go up. I don't know that it did, but with the heater off, I think we'll hear that.
Yeah, that ought to help because it's up right here beside me.
Did you name Heidi Coomer as your executor and trustee after Chris became a judge on the Court of, or
Yes,
shortly before Christian Coomer became a judge on the Court of Appeals?
yes.
And is that because you didn't know anybody else but Dr. Moon and Mr. Coomer and Heidi Coomer, whom you would trust for that?
Right.
If you had gone to another law office besides Mr. Coomer, would you have drafted your power of attorney the same way?
I probably would have. Yes, sir.
Right. I want to, please, if I might, make sure that exhibits 3, 6, and 8 are in the record before I publish them.
I don't see that they're in the record. Any objection to 3, 6, or 8?
No objection.
Okay, 8 maybe, but now it's doubly in the record. 3, 6, 8, all in.
Okay, let's look at exhibit 3 on the screen. And do you recognize exhibit 3 as a transfer on death account agreement for James P. Philhart?
I don't recognize, I don't recall that at all.
Okay, let's go to your signature. On page 2, do you recognize your signature and a date of May 4th, 2017 on exhibit 3?
Yes,
And do you see in that document where there is a primary beneficiary of Christian Coomer listed on the document?
say that again.
Do you see who you've designated as a primary beneficiary of your account here, this transfer on death for actually LPL Financial?
Yes,
Who is listed as the primary beneficiary?
Christian Coomer.
And what relationship is he listed as having to you?
A friend.
And did you intend for him to have the entire LPL account on your death or some other method of distribution?
No, I don't remember.
But did Christian Coomer ask you to fill out this form?
I don't remember if he did or not, but I doubt it.
Did Christian Coomer pressure you to fill out this form or suggest that you fill out this form naming him as beneficiary?
No, I don't recall him pressuring me into anything.
Did you execute this form and fill it out all on your own with no pressure from Christian Coomer?
Yes,
Same thing for exhibit 6. Do you recognize your signature on exhibit 6?
yes, I do.
What is the date of that document, sir?
5/11/17.
And do you see where this is a Bank of America checking account?
Yes,
And for the account title, can you please read the account title?
What's that?
Can you read the name on the account title?
Well, me, James Philhart, and pay upon death, Christian Coomer.
Did you fill out that form on your own?
I'm sure I did.
Did Christian Coomer pressure you to fill out that
No.
form
No.
or to designate him as beneficiary of that account?
He did not pressure me into anything.
All right, one more form, Exhibit 8.
When I worked at that trucking company, I hated that place. There were crooks, there were teamsters, and we all know they were crooks. I mean, that's common knowledge all around the United States. And I told myself, when I retire, if I'm ever anywhere and they don't show me any respect or anything like that, I'm out of there, whether I volunteer or a friend or what, it don't matter to me because I've had it. And he never pressured me anything. He was real nice through everything.
Did you have assets in Lincoln Financial Group, LPL, and Bank of America?
Yes, sir.
And did you designate Christian Coomer as your beneficiary?
Yes,
And did you list him as your friend?
yes.
All right, I'm going to skip around a little bit here too.
Yeah.
When you consulted with Christian Coomer for the first time concerning the guardianship case, was Mr. Coomer was his office located in Bartow County?
In Cartersville, Georgia. Yes, sir.
And was the case transferred eventually to Hall County, Georgia?
What's that?
Was the case transferred from Bartow County?
Was up to Hall County. Yes, sir.
And that's where the family had put her up in a care home, right?
Yes.
And when she was in that care home in Hall County, you were not able to see Ms. Waycaster at all, right?
But her sister wouldn't let me see her. She wouldn't even let me talk to her on the phone.
And because of the work that Christian Coomer did for you, you were able to bring Ms. Waycaster back to Bartow County. Is that correct?
Well, at first they let me go talk to her on the phone. Then they let me go see her, I think 2 days a week for 3 hours each day. And then, but by then we were proceeding to file for guardianship. And when we won, I brought her to Canton first to an assisted living care place. And then from there to Cartersville in that nursing home, I forgot the name of it.
Did Mr. Coomer ever tell you that the cost of handling that guardianship matter would never exceed his estimate?
If what?
Did Mr. Coomer ever tell you that here's the limit of how much this will ever cost for the guardianship case?
No, all he told me was that it would be $25,000 or $30,000 to begin with. And then when it was done, I went in his office the next day and I asked him how much more I owed, and he said 50,000.
When you went out to Hall County, how many lawyers were sitting at the table with you?
2, Mr. Coomer. I forgot the other guy's name, but I really like that guy.
Yes, sir. Did you ever pay directly to the other lawyer that was sitting at the table with you and Christian Coomer?
He told Mr. Coomer that I'm not going to charge you for today because that lawyer didn't like what was happening either. Nobody liked what Winnell's sister was doing.
Do you know one way or another whether Mr. Coomer paid that lawyer himself?
Well, I would doubt it because that guy said, I'm not going to charge you. I heard him say that. I think they were met and got to be friends in JAG in the military. I think that. But I know that other lawyer had Winnell's brother on the stand, and he had that guy so red-faced, that guy would like just hide underneath that judge's bench. I just laughed doggone it
Sir,
because he lied about a couple of things, and that lawyer caught him, bang, bang, bang.
after you paid that $50,000 to Mr. Coomer, did he then do some legal work for you without charging you for it?
I'm sure, yes,
And
but I don't remember what.
are there other lawyers in Cartersville who do legal work for you without charging you?
Daniel Deems is the only other lawyer I dealt with. When I closed on my house, I don't remember the closing. I don't remember who was in there. There must have been, I don't even know if there's a lawyer in there. Might have just been a real estate agent,
He may have been paid through the closing, right?
right?
And Brandon Bryson charged you for the work that he did, right?
He did. I won't say how much, but he gave me a really good break because he said he wanted to help veterans, and I am a veteran.
After June of 2016, do you agree that your relationship with Christian Coomer was more of a friendship than a professional relationship?
Yes, sir.
And do you go out to breakfast, lunch, or dinner with all of your friends? Yes, sir. I withdraw it.
He doesn't eat breakfast. He does it on the road too much, so he doesn't go out.
I'm
Maybe
too-
Cracker Barrel every once in a while. He tends to eat it.
I'm too cheap to go to a restaurant. I ate frozen dinners at home.
That part too.
You are a veteran, sir, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Army, 3 years.
And Christian Coomer is a member of the Air Force, is that correct?
I think he's in the Air Force for 4 years first, and then he stayed in the Air Force Reserve or Georgia Air National Guard, something like that.
Christian Coomer, do you recall, would put on dinners for veterans?
What's that?
Do you recall Christian
Oh,
Coomer
yes,
putting?
I've been to a couple of them. Yes, sir.
And did you send personal emails to Mr. Coomer unrelated to professional work?
Not before all this happened.
What do you mean, not before all this happened?
Well, I sent him emails about the time. I don't even think I sent emails during the guardianship
And
court days. There's nothing for me to. It was after when we started borrowing money and stuff like that. That's when the emails went back and forth.
I don't want to belabor this point, but do you recall you sent him some videos and things of that sort of interest to him?
Well, I sent him a video of when I got to see Winnell for the first time in a darn year. I sent him that.
You also sent him some YouTube videos of people singing and personal websites, right?
I don't remember that. I don't remember.
Exhibit 75 speaks for itself. After you became friends with Christian Coomer, you would do things to help him out and he would do things to help you out, right?
Well, now, like, what do you mean by that?
Well,
He didn't need any help and I didn't need any help. I volunteered 3 and 4 days a week. I rode a motorcycle. I was in the Patriot Guard.
what does it mean to, well, strike that. Did you tell the truth when you gave your deposition in this case?
To the best of my knowledge, I did. Yes, the way I could remember everything.
And you took an oath to tell the truth before you
Yes, sir.
gave your testimony in that deposition, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you put under oath by Mr. Alford or Mr. Boring?
I think it was Mr. Boring.
You think he put you under oath?
I think.
Let's,
Then I don't even know if I was under oath.
right,
It-
let's frame it as to when, today, because that did happen.
Right, yeah. Did you tell the truth at your deposition, both days that we had your deposition?
Yes.
Were you under any pressure by me or Judge Coomer to give any version of testimony at that deposition?
No.
Did anyone from Mr. Coomer's team or Mr. Coomer meet with you in the months before your deposition to discuss your testimony?
No.
Did anyone from the judicial qualifications meet with you in advance of your deposition to discuss your testimony?
Oh, I don't know, a couple of years ahead of time. I talked to Mr. Alford in Mr. Gammon's office. I don't remember.
Do you recall that Mr. Boring and Ms. Cross visited you at your house a couple weeks before your deposition?
I remember them coming over. I was gonna cook them dinner, but they said, we're not that hungry.
They didn't want microwave dinners.
Yeah,
Was it at the time that you retained Mr. Coomer to perform legal services for you or afterwards that you told him that you had foreclosed on Ms. Waycaster's home and you were living in it?
right.
Was it at the time of the engagement or afterwards?
The time of what?
At the time you engaged Mr. Coomer to be your lawyer in that guardianship proceeding, or was it afterwards?
I had already foreclosed on her house.
What I'm asking, sir, is when you told Mr. Coomer that information, do you remember when you told him?
I don't remember.
Or do you remember when you told Mr. Coomer that there were allegations at certain nursing homes that made it harder for you to see Ms. Waycaster?
Yeah, I told him that.
Do you remember when you told him that?
No.
And I don't need to go into the substance of what it is.
Yeah, the first, when she was in Lawrenceville, I had one complaint. I don't know who it was. Some social worker called me up and said they didn't want me kissing Winnell in the nursing home. That's thanks to her sister.
Mr. Philhart, Mr. Lefko wasn't asking what the complaints were, so you don't need to, although that first one doesn't sound like you did anything bad. If it was your girlfriend, he was simply asking if you remember when you told Mr. Coomer about those complaints, and you said you don't remember.
Oh, I don't remember, no.
Okay.
Do you recall that in February 2019, you informed Mr. Coomer that you had been depressed and were making mistakes, and that's why you loaned him money?
I don't remember saying that.
Is that true, that when he loaned you money, or when you loaned money to CAC Holdings, was that true that you were depressed and making mistakes?
I don't even know if I was depressed. But if I was, it was because of the condition that Winnell's in and the treatment her sister gave me. And that would have been it, I think.
And what do you mean when you use the word depressed?
Well, just not very happy about anything. Life went on. I kept volunteering and I kept riding a motorcycle on the good days. And I kept doing the Patriot Guard missions. But I never have really lived it up or anything like that. I'm a homebody. I don't do anything. I don't go anywhere. I go up to Michigan when I can, and that's it. I don't go to Hawaii. I don't go to California. I don't go to Las Vegas. I don't do anything. Because everything I do, I got to do it myself. And that's a heck with it.
Did you tell Mr. Coomer strike that. Let me ask it this way. Did being upset about Winnell Waycaster's condition affect your ability to read or understand financial documents?
I don't think so.
And did I hear correctly, at the time of the guardianship, you had a friend in Tennessee?
Yes.
Was that your companion?
No, not a companion, a lady friend that she texts me to this day. She texts me every day and then I call her up. And if I don't return a call, she'll have the police come and do a welfare check. Because living alone, I don't want to die in that house and be there very long at all. That's what it is. And other people, I don't have anybody else I can trust like that.
All right. I should be through with this cross-examination soon. So, and Mr. Boring may have some questions for you, and I want to just ask you a few questions about a couple of documents, okay?
Okay.
Exhibit 75, page 13. This is going back to the January 15th, 2019 email. And you said that you were upset, and the reason that you gave was that you could have made more money had you invested everything that you loaned CAC Holdings with Mr. Botchinick, right?
Yes.
But that wasn't the reason, was it, that you were upset?
Well, I don't know if that would upset me. I made the deal and I live with the deals I make. I don't know. I just got tired of everything going the way it was. I made a bad business decision. When I was in a nursing home that can't talk or anything. My lady friend up in Tennessee, she had a daughter that died of 47 years old of cancer. Then she got cancer herself. When Nell's daughter died of cancer at 50, and I started running that through my mind, you know, all that put together.
Okay, let me play you a portion of your deposition starting at volume 2, page 45, line 14.
You wanted to make more money than you were making on the loans. And so you wanted to not have that money outstanding in the loans, right?
I don't believe that was it.
What do you think was it?
When I had my taxes done, and the tax man told me that I owe $11,000 more. That's what upset me, because I thought he was gonna watch out for my welfare too. And I thought right then, you did not watch out for my welfare. And that's when I said, that's it.
All right. Let's look at Exhibit 75, page 46. On March 5th, there it is. See if I can get it. There we go. On March 5th, 2019, you emailed Mr. Coomer and said, quote, "I have an emergency and not nearly enough money to cover it," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And that was not accurate, was it?
I'm sorry?
You did not have a financial need at that time for those loans to be repaid, right?
I don't know if I did or not. I don't remember what it would have been,
Okay. Let me play you.
because everything
sir.
I got is paid for.
Yes, sir. Let me play from your deposition at page 45, beginning at page 45, line 8, volume 2.
Is it fair to say that these loans, the fact that you loaned so much money in March 2018 and September 2018 may look odd from the outside, but these are things you wanted to do, right?
Yes,
And you were sure about that when you did it, right?
definitely. Yes, sir.
Later on, you reconsidered that, right?
Yes.
Because a financial need arose that you didn't anticipate at the time you entered into those loans, right?
I don't think it was a financial need. I don't believe that. No.
Did you give that testimony at your deposition?
Pardon me?
Was that testimony you gave at your deposition, sir?
Yes.
Let's look at Exhibit 75, page 46. On March 5th, 2019, in your email to Mr. Coomer, you said you were depressed and making a lot of mistakes. And had you been in your right mind, you would have said no to loaning any money at all.
Right.
And that wasn't the issue either. You weren't depressed at the time of the loans, right?
I don't think I was, but I don't remember.
Let me play you starting at volume 2, 98, line 9.
40 of Exhibit 75. Do you recognize this as a true and accurate copy of an email from March 5th, 2019 from you to Mr. Coomer?
Yes.
And at that point, you said it was a mistake to loan him the money, right?
Yes.
And that you were depressed and making a lot of mistakes, right?
Yes.
You weren't depressed and making a lot of mistakes at the time you loaned the money, were you?
I don't know if I was or not. I wasn't terribly depressed where I needed to go on medicine or anything like that.
I'm sorry, there was a construction group, I think, going on during the.
Building a house on top of your deposition room.
Yeah. I made them stop. But I'm not sure whether any of these other clips are infected by that. You told Adult Protective Services that You entered into the loans with CAC Holdings with no pressure from Christian Coomer, correct?
Correct.
And Christian Coomer didn't convince you to sell your stocks, did he?
No, he didn't.
But
He did not convince me, but I knew I had to do it.
Right.
I told him so.
on February 22nd, 2019, at page 35 of Exhibit 75, you told Mr. Coomer that he had talked you into selling all your stocks at one time, right?
Yes.
But that was not true, right?
I'm sorry.
That was not true, was it?
See, what wasn't true?
That Christian Coomer had talked you into selling all your stocks at one
No,
time?
he didn't talk me into it. He just wanted to borrow the money for me to get it. I had to sell it.
And you said that because you were angry, right?
I said what? That
That-
he
that
made
he-
me sell it?
That he had talked you into it, right?
No, I didn't. I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall writing this email to Mr. Coomer?
Not that he talked me into selling. I don't recall that. No,
That's not something you would have said with your own words, is that right?
I don't believe I would have. No.
And let me show you a document. Document. In response to your emails in February 2019, Mr. Coomer asked you whether those words were your own words or somebody else's, right?
I don't remember that.
You okay, Mr. Philhart?
Miss it.
Okay. If we need to take a break, just let me know.
I don't get it behind me.
Okay.
My nap time.
I hear you. We're fast approaching that.
The decision to sell your stocks was your decision, right?
I'm sorry.
The decision to sell your stocks, was that your decision?
Yes.
Did Christian Coomer advise you regarding tax consequences of selling your stocks?
No, he didn't.
In fact, on page 9 of Exhibit 75, you asked your financial advisor about what would occur if you sold your stocks. And let me pull this up for you. And this is page 9 of Exhibit 75. On July 11th, 2018, do you see where your financial advisor, Mr. Botchinick, responded to your inquiry as to what would happen if you sold stocks, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Botchinick responded to you on that date.
Bohannic.
Bohannick, thank you.
What are,
It's
who are you
spelled
talking
Botchinick.
about?
Okay, fair. Mr. Bohannic emailed you and said, in response to your inquiry, quote, Jim, if we are talking about selling your 4 stocks and not also your mutual funds, then I don't have a cost basis on GE, Motorola, or TCF Financial because those cost bases weren't given to me when you moved those stocks over to the LPL brokerage account. I do have the cost basis on your Philip Morris stock. My guess is you would owe about $1,000 in capital gains taxes on that sale. End quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, I wasn't watching over here, but I was listening.
We stipulate it says that, Judge.
Okay.
I can't read and watch and listen to you because but you probably did, yes.
Mr. Bohannic,
If you wouldn't have read it right, they would have caught you right there.
Mr. Bohannic is your financial advisor, correct, sir?
Yes, sir, he is.
And-
About 25 or 30 years.
And he couldn't tell you what taxes you would incur by selling GE, Motorola, or TCF Financial, right?
No.
And then, in fact, you were taxed because of the sale of those stocks, right?
Oh, yes. Boy, was I ever.
And I'm not going to tender this as an exhibit from your tax return in 2018, but I want to show you what I'm talking about on your tax return. May I publish his tax return to refresh his recollection?
We'll stipulate to the amounts. He can lead them and tell them. We'll stipulate to however much it was.
Okay.
Great.
However they want to do that.
Off the screen then.
Yep, that'd be fine. Let me pull it up. And your tax return reflects that you recorded a gain of $5,485 on the Philip Morris stock sale, $4,861 on the General Electric stock sale, $19,607 on the Motorola Solutions sale, and $18,526 on the TCF Financial sale. Okay? And so you were taxed because of the gains that you incurred from the sale of those stocks, right?
Yes, yes.
And Mr. Bohannon couldn't tell you what that consequence would be, right?
He didn't tell me ahead of time, no,
Did you seek any other financial advice besides Mr. Bohannon
no,
with respect to the sale of your stocks?
no.
Did you tell Adult Protective Services that Mr. Philhart had advised you that you would not be taxed on your stocks?
So you should try that one. That didn't, what you just read was Mr. Philhart.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm mixing up.
If that's what it says, he was the one.
I'll rephrase.
No, nobody told me that I would not be taxed on them. Nobody.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Coomer didn't, Mr. Bohannon didn't. Because I bought and sold stock for 25 years or so, and I know darn well, if you make a profit, Uncle Sam's gonna get their cut first, then you'll get yours.
Did
I did
you?
okay on that.
Yes, sir. Did you tell Adult Protective Services that Mr. Coomer had advised you that you would not incur any taxes or interest on sale of
I
your
did
stocks?
not tell those Adult Protective Services hardly anything at all. I didn't know them from Adam or Eve. And to me, it wasn't a whole lot of their business in the first place. I didn't know what that part of all of this was about. And Ray Robinson told me, he called them.
Did Mr. Coomer try and say that if you cashed in your stocks, you wouldn't have to pay interest?
Interest.
Yes, sir.
If I sold my stocks, I wouldn't have to pay interest. I don't have to pay interest on anything when you sell them. You pay taxes, not interest.
Did Mr. Coomer tell you that though?
No,
Did
I don't
Mis-
remember that.
Did Mr. Coomer tell you that you would not incur taxes if you sold your stocks?
He did not tell me that either. If he'd have told me that, that would have been a red flag because I bought and sold stocks a lot.
Right. May I inquire of my co-counsel if there's anything else that I need to cover?
Yes, please.
Oh.
Okay. Sir, let me show you Exhibit 75, page 36. And this is an email from Christian Coomer to you dated February 22nd, 2019 in response to your, actually looks like 1:14 a.m. email, February 22nd, 2019.
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like it's the same date with a military time of 14:57.
Yeah,
You see that?
yes,
2:57 p.m.
right.
And Mr. Coomer responded to you that he was sorry that you felt this way and he was not sure where this is coming from. Do you see that?
Right. Mhm.
Do you see the green part where it says, quote, "I worry those words are someone else's desires and not your own," end quote?
Right.
You mentioned that we were talking about the conversations you had with Mr. Boring, Ms. Cross, and Ms. Alford outside of depositions and outside of court.
Right.
Did they place you under oath during those conversations?
No, I don't remember it that way at all. No.
With respect to the sale of your stocks, because your financial advisor could not advise you concerning the tax ramifications of selling them, you decided to roll the dice and whatever consequences followed, right?
Right. My financial advisor could have told me about what the tax would have been on the sale of all those stocks. He could have done that. Because you know, the day you sell the stocks, about what they're gonna be tomorrow. You might be off a few cents, but it's gonna be pretty close. But he didn't know how much other money I made was all added together.
All right. With respect to, there's a memo in Exhibit 48, the letter from Mr. Gammon dated November 4th, 2019, that you had been referred to Mr. Gammon by, quote, "some Cherokee Circuit members of the bar," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah,
And among the lawyers you know in Cartersville were Brandon Bryson, right?
right.
And Brandon Bryson didn't refer you to
I
Mr.
object to the relevance of who referred him to Mr. Gammon at this point. I don't believe that's relevant to anything the hearing panel's deciding.
It goes to, there's a very unusual pattern here where Mr. Gammon, despite being asked to immediately collect on loans, doesn't appear, as far as Mr. Coomer goes, for 7 months, and then another 4 months go by before he files suit. And when he does appear,
This witness has what to do. First of all, Mr. Gammon explained it. It was pretty clear. You don't drop a lawsuit on a sitting court of appeals judge without trying all other available means. In fact, he was reluctant, his testimony was reluctant to even send this letter and try to dispatch his client to get some of this stuff. So already been covered through the person who'd be the right person to cover it with. What's the relevance of asking this witness the various Cherokee Circuit members with whom he consulted?
there are a total of what I understand to be 4 other lawyers in Cartersville whom he could have consulted with regard to all of the loans and documents he executed with Christian Coomer.
Okay. We stipulate there are many other attorneys he could have consulted with.
I'm not interested in stipulations. I want to know where you're going with this such that it's relevant. And I think you should keep going if it is, but
It goes to him having the opportunity to consult other counsel, the means to consult other counsel, and the time to consult other counsel with respect to these documents.
we've heard the genesis. Army Ranger, lawyer, parking lot, I like your motorcycle, conversation that led to a meeting with Wright Gammon. I'm not sure if you think there are pieces missing in that chain of events, then we should explore that. But to explore, are there other lawyers you could have spoken to? I guess that is a good one we could all stipulate to. Yes, there are. The Georgia bar is large.
May I ask one more question, Judge?
Sure.
Did you have, before you executed any loan documents for loans to CAC Holdings, time to consult other counsel?
No,
You're saying you did not?
I did not. Okay.
At the time of entering into the loans, you were capable of reading and understanding the terms of the loans, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the loans advised you that you had the right to consult other counsel and that you should in fact consult other counsel.
Many times.
Right. I'd like to turn your attention to volume. So volume 1. Let me make sure. Volume 2.
This is in connection with the answer he just gave, which was consistent with the previous 3 times he answered your question about being able to read the loan documents and understanding that he had the opportunity to consult with another lawyer in connection with the loan.
It goes to the answer that he gave that he did not have time. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure, that wasn't the question you had just asked. And so you're going back a few questions.
Yes, sir. Sir, do you see in your deposition on page 40, line 5?
Yes.
Question, you had time if you wanted to before the March 2018 loan and the September 2018 loan to consult with other counsel, right? Answer, yes. Question, Mr. Coomer didn't pressure you as to when you must sign the documents, did he? Answer, no. Question, you could have had as much time as you wanted to go look for another lawyer and go consult, right? Answer, I could have. Yes, sir. Question, but you didn't want to pay the money to do that, right? Answer, right. And going down to line 21, question, you had money to go hire another lawyer to look at those documents, right? Answer, yes, I did. Question, but you chose not to do so. Answer, right. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, sir.
Right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, sir.
No questions.
Mr. Philhart, thank you so much for your time. Careful coming off the stand there. Ms. Rogers is gonna help you get out of here. Was that your heater or we
No,
lent you a
they
heater?
went and got a little heat. I was freezing up there the last half hour before
All right,
lunch.
I'm glad we took, it was like Mr. Cool actually doing the right thing there.
I went through 2 Mr. Cool furnaces and I about froze to death that one winter.
Do you still have one or you have a new
Oh,
one?
no, I wouldn't buy one. I wouldn't take one of those if you gave it to me. I've got I think it's a Goodman now, an American made.
All right. Thank you, sir.
But that darn heater, I noticed these last 3 cold nights, it'll blow like the air conditioner's on for 20 minutes before the heat comes on. Doggone it all. I can't win, no matter what. I'll be right with you.
Okay, so then Yep.
Here, young lady.
Brief question on the procedure. I didn't quite follow it. We have here two lovely sealed transcripts, which typically I would file with the court. Would you like them?
So I think we should make them a part of, I think we're gonna have two complete sets because there was the one that was e-filed with the court, but I think we should definitely, well, it's interesting because Mr. Lefkoe, the way he used it during the cross-examination, he didn't need to tender it. But I wouldn't want to deprive any reviewing body of its contents. I assume there's no objection to making Mr. Philhart's 2-volume deposition part of the record
No.
of these proceedings. So let's do that. If you want to assign it a 300 series.
I think I would want to make sure that I don't want to open it, but I want to make sure there's no confidential identifying information in it.
So two things. One, you should feel free to open it. It is blessed. You may open it. And then two, we ought to make it part of this universe of documents. As with many of the other documents, I think there's some redacting work to be done. Right, I think we're on 367, but you may have other exhibits up your sleeve on that one. But 366 was the last one you had done. But I actually defer to your exhibit, Baru.
69.
Okay. Did we miss
For both of them?
68?
369 and 370. So volume 1 would be 369, volume 2 would be 370.
We don't have a 367 or 368, but those may be works in progress.
Those works.
Okay.
And are we going to take
369 and 370.
They just stay up here for now. I don't know who will eventually.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Lefkoe, concerning and it may have been Mr. Kingma who asked, but the deposition?
No, no.
Okay. Who is your next witness?
Pat Salem, she's our last witness.
Okay. Okay, 2:45, let's be ready with Ms. Salem, please.
Yes, sir.
I saw that, Judge Harris is here.
She's happy because her case resolved. So
That's right. I forgot she just picked the jury. Congratulations. It sure is, and a Good Friday gift. For everyone wanting to watch the accountant testimony. Mr. Boring, call your next witness, please.
The director calls Pat Salem, please. Your Honor, I have some exhibits too. I'm gonna hand up, pass up to you. They've been disclosed to the defense. It's exhibits 267 through 274.
267.
Oh, I think
Chart.
Ms. Salem, would you please raise your right hand? Swear affirm the testimony you'll give the hearing panel of the JQC in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Okay, you can lower your hand and please have a seat.
Did you give us copies of those exhibits?
Yes, I emailed them to you.
Or you emailed them today?
No, like a week and a half ago.
How would, given that you probably sent them a bunch of emails, would it say Pat Salem exhibits? It's not going to have these numbers on it because these are dynamic numbers.
No, they would not. Let me see. What day I sent them. Sorry. I think it may have, actually, it was a week ago. I sent-
Give me
It
a
had been
date.
last Friday or during the weekend.
Demonstrative exhibits?
Correct. Yes, that's it. That's the email. It's got the one from Mr. Lane and the rest are the ones from Ms. Salem.
Okay, my understanding was that they were demonstrative exhibits, so,
They are.
okay, we're not admitting them, or are we?
I'm admitting them as demonstrative aids, and I guess they don't go back with the jury.
Right.
We'll keep them out here.
Right, I think they ought to be made part of the record if they're going to be displayed, but they are demonstrative. Presumably, there are underlying records that form the basis of these summaries and charts. And we won't rely on the demonstrative aids during our deliberations. So the number,
Sorry.
do you want to tender them for the record?
Tender
now?
them as demonstrative aids for the record, not to be considered during the hearing panel deliberation.
267.
67 through 274.
Okay. Any objection to these coming in as demonstrative aids?
No, I mean, it's unusual because for many reasons, and this is an unusual proceeding, and there's a next level of review where they would go, and I understand the point that she's testifying off of these, so they're not for consideration as to the substance when deliberating, but they are just demonstrative aids. They're in the record to show that they were demonstrative aids at trial.
Right, correct.
That's okay.
All right,
Thank you.
assuming we adhere to that format, no objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
Good afternoon, Ms. Salem. Would you please introduce yourself to the gentleman in the hearing panel by telling them your name and spelling it for the court reporter so she gets it correct?
My name is Pat Salem. That's PATSALEM.
And Ms. Salem, where do you work currently?
I work for IAG Forensics and Valuation in Marietta.
And what do you do there?
I am a principal at that firm and I do forensic accounting.
How long, well, what's your background, your education that led you to this specific type of job?
Okay, I have a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from the University of Vermont. I worked in software development for about 20 years. And then after that, I went back to school and got a Master of Professional Accountancy from Georgia State University. And I joined IAG Forensics in 2010 and have been working with the business litigation practice there, where I do forensic fraud investigations, internal investigations, work on partnership disputes, business disputes, and I get involved in cases that involve complex data analysis.
And does that include doing funds tracing in investigations and in cases? You help figure out where the money goes, comes in and out of?
That is correct. Funds tracing is a regular part of the work we do in many, many cases.
Have you ever been declared an expert in the state of Georgia in the field of forensic accounting?
Yes,
Okay, about how many times?
I think about 4 times maybe.
Your Honor, this time I would tender Ms. Salem as an expert in the field of forensic accounting.
Going for time number 5.
Number 5, that's right.
Okay. Any objection to having Ms. Salem qualified as an expert in the field of forensic accounting for purposes of this hearing?
No objection.
So Ms. Salem, for purposes of this hearing, you are deemed an expert in the field of forensic accounting.
Ms. Salem, I'm going to just cut to the chase. The hearing panel has heard a lot about this and bank statements and things this week, and get to your work. Were you retained, gosh, a couple of years ago on an investigation involving Judge Christian Coomer?
Yes, IG was retained. Yes,
And who were you retained by?
by you.
And what were you asked to do?
We were asked to do funds tracing of the funds flowing into and out of Judge Coomer's accounts, which included personal accounts, his law firm account, the campaign account, and some other business accounts.
And did you create an exhibit that actually laid out the different accounts that you viewed, different records that you reviewed in your analysis?
Yes, I did.
Would that assist you in talking to the hearing panel about what you actually looked at when you did your funds tracing?
Yes.
This is going to be 267. Yes, I'm going to publish 267 at this time, Judge, on the screen.
It's coming.
I got to
The
plug it in
lectern
first.
at least is coming up.
All right, so we're just going to start at the top of Exhibit 267. I'll scroll down. Do you see it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So first, looking at bank statements, what are the different bank statements that you reviewed and the dates relevant regarding the bank accounts for Judge Coomer?
So the first 3 statements listed there are statements for Judge Coomer's personal accounts. And you can see in the left-hand column, that's who's the owner of the account. The middle column, it shows the account. So that's a UCB and the last 4 digits of the account number. And the period indicates the period of time for which we had bank statements. So for instance, on the first row, it's Judge Coomer's personal account. It's UCB 2201, and that was for the period of April 2015 through January 2020.
And was that during that period of time his main personal bank account? As far as your review, what you could tell?
That was, but I think it, as you can see, after January 2020, it moved to another account.
And after January 2020, was that the 6572 that was the main personal account?
Yes.
Looking down the next 2 entries, what were those accounts?
Those accounts were related to Judge Coomer's law firm. The UCB 2219 was the law firm account. And then the second account, UCB 2227, was for the IOLTA account.
Okay, now the campaign account, did you also review a campaign account he had with the UCB?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the account number and the date of the records that you reviewed for that?
That was UCB 5012, and that was for the period of time, April 2015 through May 2020.
We've got a couple of LLCs here. What is this first LLC with the number for the record and then the date of range of date that you reviewed?
CAC Holdings, that was account UCB 6185, and that was for the period of April 2015 through May 2020.
And the next 2 were other accounts, but did we ask you to do anything really specifically as far as tracing funds from those 2 accounts?
We looked at the funds and did a tracing of them, but did not focus on them as heavily as we did other accounts.
So if something within the other accounts that you looked at would have interrelated with these 2 last accounts, you would have noted it. But however, with these 2 last accounts, not significant to your analysis in the case.
That is correct.
I go down now to credit card statements. Did you look at 2 different credit card number accounts for Christian Coomer? It says C Coomer, CAM, and C Coomer.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, like the different dates and kind of what's depicted here in this demonstrative.
So the first account was Amex 1005, and I think that subsequently changed to an account ending in 2003. And that was for, covered several different periods, April 2015 through May 2017, and then covered periods June 2017 through March 2018, May 2018 through August 2018, and January 2019 through February 2019.
And
Do you know why, Ms. Salem, those records aren't complete in the sense, I'm sure you had everything for April of 2015, but there are these time gaps, whereas with the bank statements, it was a consecutive whole from start date to end date.
Right.
You just weren't given, for example, the April 2018 MX statement?
That's correct.
Okay, it wasn't that you were not, you were told, don't analyze it, you just didn't have April 20.
That's correct.
within the American Express account, were there periods of time for which there was no record from what was provided by American Express?
Yes, there was, I think, a month or two, there was no record for it.
Now, looking at the 1006 C. Coomer account, was that a straight date range that went through all the months and there were no gaps?
Yes,
And what was that date range?
July 2017 through January 2021.
And from your review, was that the main credit card that Judge Coomer used regarding his campaign, or the main one that he used?
Yes.
When you talk about credit line statements, looking at this next one, credit line statements, UBS, that date range, what is that?
March 2019 through December 2019.
Okay. And so what was that?
There was really no activity in there. It was a line of credit, but there was no activity.
What was the size of the line of credit?
I think it was a balance of zero. There was nothing in there, I believe.
And relative to UBS, did he also have other investments within that same company?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about why we have these different dates here and what the significance of that is.
There are different accounts, 4 different accounts there. Would you like me to go through each of the accounts?
Yes, that would be
Okay.
great. Thank you.
UBS F428040, that's September 2015 through January 2017. F428041, that's September 2015 through December 2016. F628040, January 2017 through April 2020. And F628041, January 2017 through April 2020.
And with all the funds tracing that you did, when you say UBS, when we're talking about things from UBS, is this just from one specific of these accounts, or did it kind of pull from all of them?
I think
How did you delineate? Let me ask you that. Did you, when you said, if it was any one of the accounts or within UBS, did you demark it or mark it as UBS?
we within our system, we delineate between the different accounts.
Okay. All right. So when you analyze these, first of all, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the American Express card and the transactions there. The American Express transactions from March 2015 to November 2nd, 2018. Can you tell the hearing panel, during that period of time, what was the total amount of charges to that American Express card?
It was $100,074.84.
Were there payments made from different accounts that belong to Judge Coomer to pay off the balance on these?
Yes.
What account paid the majority of the amounts that were the balances on the credit card?
The campaign account, UCB 5012, paid the majority of the payments to American Express.
And so how much was of the $100,074.84 was paid off by the campaign?
$90,199.93.
Okay. Now we see 3 much lower amounts there. The law firm account 2219, how much money over those that 3.5 year span were funds paid from the law firm to Amex to pay off balances?
That was $1,539.23.
How much from the personal account of Judge Coomer 2201?
$3,886.02.
And finally, I think you've got a 9407 unidentified source, a payment there, correct?
Yes, and that was for $3,507.76.
Gotcha. Okay.
9407 means there was an account number associated with it. You just don't know if that was a Bank America or Bank of Ozark.
I don't know where it came from. It could have been cash. I don't know specifically.
What does the 9407 signify?
I believe that was a number on, it was probably a number associated with the transaction.
All right, and now you've got some notes down here. I'm sorry. Yeah.
The 350776. Was it just one transaction?
Yes.
All right. Now, and did we talk about that amount at all before you came in here today, and what that may have been for? Or were you able to ever figure out what that was for?
The $3,507.
Correct.
Yes, it appears that was a payment related to the airline tickets for Israel.
And we'll go into it. Do you have on a later demonstrative when that was actually made? That we,
Yes.
and we'll look, okay, we'll talk about that in a minute as to what the date of that actual payment was.
Yes.
Looking at your notes section, what is the significance and what did you put in there as far as what is the reason for checking off these notes relevant to the purchases made on the American Express card?
So in June of 2018, there were purchases for airline tickets to Hawaii. The campaign account paid for those tickets. I believe they totaled $2,018.80. And a payment was made to Amex in July 2018, which would have covered those tickets. However, in October of 2018, the law firm account reimbursed the campaign account for $1,031.80, and that was for 4 of the 5 airline tickets. So I wanted to show that I've adjusted the amounts above to show that the law firm account actually paid for some of those tickets, even though the original payment to American Express came from the campaign account.
The campaign, in what you've credited as far as money from law firm and then money from the campaign account, on those total numbers, you gave the law firm the credit for that purchase.
Correct. I increased it, yes, and decreased that amount from the campaign account.
However, I'm sorry.
So if I'm understanding it, then you've got basically $1,540 that the law firm account contributed to Amex bills over that period. That includes the 1,031.
That's correct.
So if there wasn't that transfer, it was only about $500 over the course of all that time that law firm account paid the Amex.
Yes.
And that originally that 1,031 was paid by the account, the campaign account, but the law firm paid it back 4 months later.
Yes.
All right. Going to now go to exhibit 269, I believe, is that? Yes, okay. All right, did you do a table regarding an analysis of the different dates and amounts and payments from the different accounts?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you count how many actual payments, different payments came from accounts other than the campaign over the course of that 3.5 years?
Yeah, I believe it. Yes, I did. I believe it was 5 or 6 payments.
Okay. And let's just go down. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to stop when I see a payment from a different account and get you to identify that for the record. Okay. So we've got this February 19th, 2018 payment. Is this the same $3,507.76 from the unidentified source regarding Israel tickets you talked about before?
Yes.
Okay. And so when were the Israel purchases made and paid off with the campaign account?
They were made in July of 2017.
So this is February of the next year when the account is paid, the campaign is given, the American Express is given funds from a different source than the campaign.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know if the campaign was ever reimbursed for this specifically? Did you find any transfer from an unidentified source of that same amount or anything like that to the campaign?
No.
So we've got one February 19th, 2018. Okay. On June the 2nd, 2018, do you see that there's a payment made from a personal account, I guess, two payments from the personal account on June 2nd and June 4th.
Yes, and you see I have footnotes for those
Yes.
as well. So the one payment on June 2nd for $132.32. That was a charge at, I believe, Walmart.
Mhm.
And
Would it refresh your recollection? Would it aid you for me to scroll down to the note for you to look at while you talk about it?
yeah, so what happened is the personal account deposited that money into the campaign account, and the campaign account paid for the Amex. So the campaign account actually paid the Amex, but the money went in from the personal account to the campaign account before Amex was paid.
Okay, so money to campaign, then campaign to Amex.
Correct.
And you said that the two charges totaling this 1923 are to HomeAway on June 4th.
That is correct. And that's the same situation where there were two transactions that totaled $1,923.30 to HomeAway. I think one was $1,723.30 and one was $200. And those were in, I believe, early June. So the personal account paid the money to the campaign account, and then the campaign account paid Amex for that.
Got it. Okay, so we've talked about 1, 2, 3, I believe 3 purchases so far from, let me go back up and make sure. Yes, 3 purchases so far we've talked about from accounts other than campaign. Now, the 4th we see here, is that from the law firm for $507.43?
Yes,
Okay, and that is July 13th, 2018.
that is correct.
Okay. Were you able to trace that back to anything in particular?
No, I could not.
And then how about the 183040 personal campaign, personal account to the credit card?
I could not trace that back to specific transactions.
And so we have a total of, I guess it was 5 payments from non-campaign funds throughout the course of that 3.5 years to American Express.
Right, and then there's the other one, the last footnote I have there is what we talked about earlier, the reimbursement for the Hawaii trips.
Great, understood. Now I'm going to go to Exhibit 270. We talked about a little bit about Israel. You talked about a trip to Israel. Did you do a what do you call it, a table? I can't remember what the term you used.
Schedule.
Schedule, that's right. Okay. I'll get it eventually. Maybe not today. Did you do a schedule regarding the purchases to Israel
Yes.
for the trip to Israel?
Yes.
And so what dates were the purchases of the airline tickets initially?
The airline tickets were initially purchased July 14, 2017.
And those were all to Israel. I mean, that's actually reflected on the statement, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And
Hold on
so,
1 second. Mr. Lefkoe.
I'm just with a crystal ball here. I'm anticipating that this will go. This seems fairly lengthy through 2 charts. We've got 1 witness outside who I think we have 3 witnesses outside, and 1 has childcare issues. I think it would be best if we excused her. And I don't want to not fill up the afternoon, but I don't see a need with kind of how this looks like it's going to keep her here. Would that be
Your other
okay?
2 witnesses will be longer, shorter?
I mean, they're not super long witnesses. They're 2 character witnesses and okay, so and then potentially one bank witness. So I think we could fill the time
Sure.
no matter
So
what
if
it
you want
is.
to release the childcare issue person,
Okay, thank you, Judge.
you bet.
do you want to release Cunningham, or you think we're going to get to her?
I would.
That's
I-
going to
I
be a
think
long one.
That's a better one to. Okay, go ahead. Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Salem. So basically, you got $1,700 a pop on 4 tickets, and then 160 on the other one, correct?
That's correct.
In my layperson's math, it's scary doing that. It's like almost $7,000, correct?
Yes.
For all the tickets.
Yes.
And then you start seeing purchases in Israel starting on September 22nd and going all the way down to October 2nd, correct?
That's correct.
And so what was the total amount of purchases made in Israel on the, or for Israel on the American Express per your analysis?
$11,544.24.
And that was just purchases that you could see on the American Express. That wasn't taking into account any purchases maybe made with a different account or anything like that.
That's correct.
Did you see any other purchases from other accounts, or did you look for that?
I didn't see any from other accounts.
All right. I'm going to move now to Exhibit 271. This is the, did you do a schedule for the trip to Hawaii?
Yes,
Looking at the schedule on this, does it reflect the dates of the purchases for all of the initial purchases on June 9th, 2018 and August 13th, 2018?
for airline tickets.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's all for airline travel, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know this, but the hearing panel has heard a lot about those bank statements and has, or Amex statements and has them. So I'm not going to go too deeply into that, those specifics. But looking at, does it again look like the first purchase for the actual trip was September 22nd, 2018?
Yes.
And for the record, what is that purchase?
That is GoGo in-flight for $9.95.
And going down, you see all of these purchases ending with the last purchase that you have recorded on there, October 1st, 2018. You see that?
Yes.
And so what is the total, what was the total that you reached of expenses, including airline and meals, extraneous expenses for the trip to Israel on the American Express?
$4,491.25.
I mean, Hawaii, I'm sorry. Yeah. Been a long week. Sorry. They're in vastly different areas of the world, correct? All right. Going on to Exhibit 272. Did you also do an analysis of the transfers between other accounts and the campaign account of Judge Coomer? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So looking at the campaign transfers, did you specifically look at transfers from or to the campaign and then out of the campaign?
Yes.
The first delineation we see here is the law firm account, correct? 2219.
Yes.
And looking at this, you've noted what was the first transfer to the campaign from the law firm?
So on April 15, 2015, $750 was transferred from the campaign to the law firm.
And when was that set? Was $750 transferred back?
Yes, it was transferred back on April 16, 2015.
So the next day.
Yes.
Did you do any, well, is this on a different schedule where you actually have done some analysis as to what the balance would have been without that payment or initial transfer to the law firm account from the campaign?
Yes.
Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Let's talk about the transfers and then go into that in detail. On the 21st of April, was there a transfer from the law firm from the campaign to the law firm?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$500.
Was there any transfer back to the law firm from the campaign on that day or anywhere within the days around it?
No.
May 22nd, 2015, was there a transfer from the campaign to the law firm?
Yes.
Was there a transfer back that day, the next day, or any day within surrounding that day?
No.
On June 30th, was there eventually a transfer back to the campaign account from the law firm?
Yes.
And what was that amount?
$2,000.
Now, when you looked at these initial transfers from campaign to law firm and then law firm back to campaign, did you see any accompanying, let's say hypothetically, someone were to say, oh, this was a mistaken transfer. I mistakenly transferred, this money from the campaign to the law firm, and then the next day I transferred it back. Would you expect to see a corresponding expense or payment to the account that was originally intended to the funds to go from or to?
Yes, or I probably focus on if looking at the transfer going into the law firm, did it immediately go back? Was there anything else going on related to that transfer? So that was my focus.
Did you see anything of significance showing that right around the same time, other funds were then coming from another source in the exact same amount as the transfers between the law firm?
No.
Okay. November 8th, 2016, what was there a transfer from the campaign to the law firm?
Yes,
And what was the amount?
$1,000.
And then the next day, there was a transfer back from the law firm to the campaign?
Yes, for $1,000.
All right. Now, February 14th and February 15th, were there a transaction on each day from the campaign to the law firm?
Yes,
And what was the amount each day?
$1,000 each day.
And then on the 17th, was there a transfer back from the law firm to the campaign?
Yes,
And that amount was?
$2,000.
On March the 7th, were there two transfers, separate transfers from the campaign to the law firm?
Yes, there were.
And what were those amounts?
One was for $1,000, one was for $1,200.
And then on the 8th of March, was there a transfer back?
Yes, there was for $1,000.
On May 9th, was there a transfer from the law firm to, or campaign to the law firm?
Yes, there was for $1,000.
And a corresponding payment back the next day?
Yes,
On July 5th, 2017, was there on the same day a transfer into and out of the law firm from the campaign?
yes,
And what was the amount of that?
$1,200.
Okay, June 6, 2018, did you see a transfer into the law firm from the actual campaign?
Yes, that was $3,500.
Why does it say per K?
So there can be on the bank statements, you can add memos to it. So if we saw that in the bank statements, we just recorded it here.
Got it. This is not your editorializing, it's verbatim what was in the bank.
That should
statement.
be what's in the bank statement, yes.
And Ms. Salem, your job's crunching the numbers and doing the funds tracing, right?
Yes,
Okay, so if there were some other reason that had been given for and why those funds went from the campaign to the law firm, outside of the scope of your job, you wouldn't know anything about that, correct?
that's correct. We're just capturing the information that we saw.
So this very well could have been something that there may have been a rational reason for.
Correct, yes.
All right, looking again, October 4, 2018, do you see a transfer from the law firm back to the campaign?
Yes,
Okay, and what was that amount?
that was $1,031.80.
And so that was actually the funds from the 4 tickets from Hawaii getting paid out of the law firm account going into the campaign.
Correct,
So we credited that back as to less money that was taken out from the campaign to the law firm.
correct.
And the date of the tickets was June 9th, probably not 2019.
Oh, yes. Was it actually 2018?
Oh, it could be. I'd have to, yeah, that's a possibility. I'd have to check that.
I just, you think it's 2018, not 2017, or I know it's not 19.
It's, yes, I think we can all stipulate.
Yeah.
It's the 18th.
But it's 2018, okay.
Again, the 23rd, a transfer from campaign to law firm.
Yes, transfer for $1,000.
Okay, and then the next day, was there a transfer back?
Yes, for $1,000.
And then these last last 3 transfers, we've got one on the 29th for $531.97, one on October 30th, 2018 for $2,718.36, and then on November 1st, 2018, $1,088.69. On the transfers, from the transfers of the money coming from the campaign to the law firm account, what were the what was listed as, or what did you find the I guess end recipient of these funds were?
K. Smith.
So looking at all of these transfers over the course that you looked at, what was the total amount of money that you had seen, or you found that had gone from campaign to law firm and not come back into the campaign?
$7,257.22.
And that included that $3,500 per K expense as well.
Correct, yes.
All right. So now let's look at the schedule I was talking about a second ago. I believe it's 273. And this one a little bit. All right. Looking at did you create a schedule based upon looking at on those days of the loans, the status of the account of the campaign when the funds were made?
This was the status of the law firm account.
A law firm account, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay, can you tell on the short-term loan, you've got it delineated like that on April 15th, 2015. Explain to the hearing panel what we see here and what the significance is.
So on April 15, 2015, you see the beginning balance on that day was $283.63. And $750 was transferred into the account, bringing the balance up to $1,033.63. After that, you see,
I'm sorry.
No, she can keep it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. Keep going.
after that, you see other transactions that occurred on April 15 and April 2016.
Mhm.
And if you look in not the far right column, but the one immediately to the right of the far right column, that column shows what the balance was after each transaction. And so on April 15, 2015, at the end of the day, the balance was $233.17. But if you look at the far right column, that shows what the balance would have been in the account had that transfer not occurred from the campaign account to the law firm account. So on April 15th, the ending balance would have been negative $516.83 had the transfer not occurred into that account.
Mr. Lefkoe.
And I just want to say that whatever the bank statements show as to what the balance is or would be with or without a transfer, we will stipulate to. If that saves any time, perhaps it doesn't. Perhaps they want the witness to say these things out loud.
We absolutely do. Because these are not going back with you and not in evidence. I think they have to be in the record. We will go through them as quickly on the other transactions as we did with this one in particular.
Okay.
Okay, so we will move along to the next one, April the 21st, 2015. Same explanation. Tell the hearing panel what you found as far as the balance and what would have happened or the status of it if there had not been a transfer.
Okay.
Just so we can streamline it, because this next one, in fact, it looks like the next two, there's no negatives.
But there's some client information on that that I would suggest should be redacted from the final copy that goes with the record.
That's important. Maybe that's what the second column is.
Yeah, it looks like the third column, actually.
Okay, yeah, I see several. things
It's
here,
further
but,
up on this example.
I guess the way I understood the import of this line of examination was to show this the short-term loans that
Correct.
but for the alleged borrowing
Mhm.
from the campaign account, the law firm account would have gone negative.
And I think the formal charges on some of them show it was right at almost negative. And so I think that's the purpose of this is it may not have been zero, but it was right toward the danger zone of going into the negative.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I didn't remember the phrase danger zone from the formal
I don't think
complaint.
Mr. Lane used that. I think he described it, but I don't think he cited Kenny Loggins. So,
Okay, yes.
all right.
You should have.
He probably would have. It probably would have been better. All right. Ms. Salem, could the same questions on April 21st, 2015, but for, and I'll just cut to the chase, but for the $500 transfer from the campaign to the law firm, what would the balance have been at the end of the day?
On the balance of the end of the day on April 21, 2015 would have been $136.97.
The same questions. Whoops, I'm sorry. I really jumped ahead there. Okay. May 22nd, and this one's going to get a little bit
I think
more.
that scrolls to the next page.
Yeah, a little bit more involved here. So starting with that, we have $750 transfer from the campaign to the law firm account, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then scrolling to the rest of the activity on that day, let me go back. What would the account been at the end of the day on the 22nd of May?
The balance was it would have been $140.03 without the transfer.
And the status of that campaign going on to May 26th, did you also look at the analysis and what the balance would have been but for that transfer to the campaign on the 22nd?
Yes, on May 26th, at the end of the day, the balance would have been negative $691.16.
May 26th was a fascinating day for whoever was using this account.
That's
The
well,
fast food industry-
one of our investigators noted earlier, Whataburger is coming to Georgia evidently. I had no idea. So, really not important to anything here. So looking at November the 8th, 2016, first we've got you've got, what was the balance on the day before the transfer?
The balance was $278.91.
Okay. And the transfers in that day, what were the amounts?
$1,000 was transferred in on November 8th, following with, $1,000 was transferred in from the campaign account.
Okay. And at the end of the day on the 8th, what would the closing balance have been but for the transfer from the campaign to the law firm?
Negative $732.82.
And was there anything else of significance regarding the balance on the next day?
No,
that
I think
just
it was just to
included?
bring it to the next day, yes.
There are
Sorry.
no allegations before us about taking money out of that IOLTA account and using it for other purposes. Is that correct?
We do not have any allegations about that, Judge. All right, the Valentine's Day transfer, February 14th, 2017. What was the amount transferred from the campaign to the law firm on that day?
$1,000.
At the end of that day, what would the closing balance have been?
The closing balance would have been negative $862.06.
And was there another transfer the next day on the 15th of February from the campaign to the law firm?
Yes,
And in what amount was that?
$1,000.
On the 15th, what would have been the closing balance without the transfers from the campaign to the law firm?
The closing balance would have been one.
Can you read it? I'm sorry. I can blow it up a little bit more.
No, I'm just trying to read over across the line. I think negative $197.07.
Judge, there is press here in this courtroom and there is client information here, and I want to be sensitive to that in column 4, sorry.
Okay.
I mean, we're still looking at it here.
No,
So I'm
understood.
scrolling
And
for more.
so I don't, if there was a way to, we're not supposed to touch the screen, but if that screen were turned off, that would address a lot of it.
There's one behind her head as well, sir.
Oh, yeah. I'm guessing the press can't read what's on that screen. Unless
Can we-
they've got a bionic eye.
Close down the columns. Do we need to exclude the press from this portion of the examination?
No, we don't, but why don't we take it off the screen? We all have hard copies. And,
Okay, great.
let's have our witness narrate from hard copies.
Well, it's not going to be on her screen, but I can get her a
But
copy. I'm
let's
going to give her a hard copy.
Please.
Okay.
I have a question, Ms. Salem. When you find exhibit 273, the one we've been working through,
Yes.
page 3, we were working through February Valentine's Day, and then a few days after. And most of the deposits we've seen have been coming from bank accounts associated with Judge Coomer. Somehow $1.24 came from Pizza Hut. I flagged that only because I want to make sure it's solid data in. What's $1.24?
It could be a refund or something
Okay.
like that.
You literally were capturing everything. If Pizza Hut put $1.24 into the campaign account, you're reporting it.
Well, no, this is the law firm.
I'm sorry, in the law
Yes.
firm account,
Mhm.
correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
we captured transaction by transaction.
Okay.
I think we already got the testimony about February 15th, what the balance would have been. And so was there anything else of significance on that? Well, on the 16th, what would the balance have been?
Balance on the 16th would have been a negative $367.20.
So it would have been negative for 2 days.
Correct.
Going to March the 7th, and sorry, this is one where it skips pages. Okay, try to do this without going to another page. All right, the transfers in, were there 2 transfers in on March 7th? From the campaign to the law firm.
Yes, one for $1,000 and one for $1,200.
At the end of that day, without those transfers, what would the balance have been? And if I need to go to the next page, let me know.
The balance would have been negative $1,357.16.
Okay, so, and that is on the following page, if you go to that, correct? The
Yes.
First line's the next page.
Yes.
All right, and then anything else of significance in that chart as to the short-term loan?
No.
Looking at the May 9th, 2017, we had a transfer from the campaign to the law firm in the amount of $1,000. See that?
Yes.
Anything of significance about what the balance would have been that day?
Balance on May 9th would have been negative $123.43 had that transfer not occurred.
Thank you. All right, so the Salem last demonstrative, did you actually create a timeline for the purposes of tracing funds in and out of the different accounts relevant to Mr. Philhart and Judge Coomer's transactions?
Yes.
Before you answer that, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Let's go back to we'll use short-term loan,
We're in 270.
Okay.
Which one?
short-term loan two.
Oh, 274.
14,
It's a timeline.
2017.
270. He's asking about something else.
And there was a transfer in of $600 and $1,000. You see that?
Yes.
All right. When you're computing that far right column, are you only dealing with the $1,000 or are you dealing with the gross of 1,600?
I'm only dealing with $1,000, so I'm excluding transfers between the campaign account and the law firm account.
All right, let's move to March 7, 2017, and you'll see that there are transfers of $1,000 and also $1,200.
Correct.
Are you using a gross amount of $2,200 when you're computing the far column on the right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to ask you to look at Exhibit 274. Ms. Salem, is that the timeline that you created regarding the transfer, the funds going in and out of different accounts relevant to the transactions between Mr. Philhart and Mr. Coomer?
Yes.
Starting on let's just go via timeline, via date. Back on April the 7th, 2015,
If it helps, this can be on the screen. This has no client.
Okay.
I don't know that it helps because it may be teeny on the screen.
it will be teeny tiny, so.
Big piece of paper.
I think it would be better for the panel to rely on the written work. Okay. Ms. Salem, on the April the 7th, 2015, where was there a transfer of funds from Mr. Philhart to Judge Coomer?
There was a payment of $20,000 from Mr. Philhart to Judge Coomer. Yes.
Okay, and that was on the date of the retainer or the guardian for the guardianship.
Correct.
And we're able to trace the funds going into or from Mr. Philhart. Were you able to locate in any of the accounts anywhere where that money went as far as where Judge Coomer deposited it?
I could not.
It's not in any of the accounts that you reviewed.
I could not find it in any of the accounts I reviewed.
Sorry, was that from $20,000?
Yes.
Looking at going down to the bottom column or the bottom line, I'm sorry. On the 25th of August, 2015, the additional $10,000 that Mr. Philhart paid Mr. Coomer. Were you able to ascertain where funds coming to Judge Coomer from Mr. Philhart?
Yes, that went into one of Judge Coomer's personal accounts, and I believe there was cash back from part of that deposit.
Okay, understood. So that one you're able to find out where it went to.
Yes.
Looking back at that top line again on the timeline, on June 16th, 2016, that $50,000 final payment from Mr. Philhart to Judge Coomer, were you able to locate a payment from Mr. Philhart?
No, yes, I understand there was a payment from Mr. Philhart, yes.
Okay. Were you able to find within Judge Coomer's bank statements or anything, any evidence of where that was deposited or if it was deposited at all?
No, I could not.
Moving along to December 7th, 2017, with the first loan that Mr. Coomer received from Mr. Philhart. On the 7th of December, were you able to locate evidence of funds coming from Mr. Philhart to Mr. Coomer?
Yes,
Okay. And what was the amount and what account did it go into for Mr. Coomer?
there was $80,000 and it was deposited into the CAC account.
And from there, were you able to establish what it was used for?
Yes, $75,810 went to UCB. And then about $1,550 went to the Coomer Law account.
When you say UCB, as in there was a payment made to the bank or it was deposited into a UCB account that Judge Coomer controlled?
A payment made to the bank.
And then you got $100 on this timeline for 12/14/2017. Is that a typo?
It's not a typo. There was a conversion error from Excel to PDF. There should be $100 and then a $450 right below it.
Understood.
Sorry, I want to go back to that first. grouping. So the $20,000 is April 7th, 2015, you could not trace.
Correct.
But the $10,000, which was 8/25/2015, you could trace that.
Yes,
$50,000 you could not.
correct.
Let's move to the March 5th, 2018. Judge Coomer sold the property in Tennessee. Were you able to find money coming into the CAC account?
Yes,
Okay, and in what amount were you able to find?
$100,397.
And then on the 9th of March, were you able to locate money coming out of CAC, going back to Mr. Philhart to pay off that December loan?
Yes,
Okay,
and
and
that
what-
was $79,587.
And I know the dates that you have, now we're going down to the, from CAC to personal, or excuse me, not CAC to personal, down to the personal line. These dates on here, were they the transactions or were you able to actually find the checks and when they were written?
We have both. So on the dates I have here are based on the date it hit the bank, so it cleared the bank. So you see 159,000 clearing the bank, going into the bank on March 12th, 2018.
And do you remember when the check was actually written?
That check, I believe, was written on March 9th.
And those were funds from Mr. Philhart to Judge Coomer.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did those funds go into the CAC account or a different account?
They went into the personal account.
May I inquire as to the relevance of where money went? This is not in the formal charges. He's not been charged with moving money somewhere the wrong place. And so may I inquire as to the relevance of this?
I'll take it as an objection relevance.
Objection relevance.
It goes to motive, it goes to explain the movement of money. This one we're talking about was made to CAC, the loan was, and it was deposited straight into the personal checking account, not to the CAC.
May I voir dire this witness as to this point then?
I believe that's, I'm sorry, I was going to object to that and say he can do that on cross-examination. I don't believe you can specifically just jump in and cross-examine somebody on one point.
If you want to ask Ms. Salem about her qualifications, I guess you could. It's a little late because there was no objection to having her declared an expert in forensic accounting. Otherwise, I think rather than voir dire, it would be cross-examined when Mr. Boring's done. But you've educated me about certain aspects of civil procedure. Tell me on what basis you could interrupt the direct and say, wait a minute, I need to make my points now through this witness.
If this witness is trying to make a shadow point that is not within the formal charges, that there's some impropriety as to where these funds went or how they were spent, I want to examine her foundation for saying that. And it's not being said that way, but clearly that's the import of this testimony. And maybe it's to create some doubt in the minds of some casual observer or the panel as to whether, Judge Coomer was doing something else that's not in the formal charges that he shouldn't have been doing. And we didn't get notice of that type of allegation. And so that's, I would ask that I be able to voir dire her on her foundation for making an allegation concerning impropriety of movement of funds.
I think we have different sets of antenna up right now. I haven't heard or perceived this witness making any allegations, numbers, facts, data. The gentleman at the lectern may at some point say, Judge, Mr. Winter, Judge, you should interpret these, you should translate these movements of money as proof of intent, motive, whatnot, which I think he's free to do, and you're free to rebut that. But I'm going to ask you to reserve your questions that you're talking about for cross-examination, because I am not detecting shadow expert opinions coming out here. The question hasn't been, and why would someone do this? In your experience dealing with money launderers, is this what you see? That kind of question, then I think we run into an issue with the expert disclosure being deficient. But so far, that's not how I've been hearing these answers, other than, I don't mean this pejoratively, but mechanistically saying, this is what this arrow means, so that people can, as in it means $152,726 on March 20th, 2018, left Judge Coomer's personal account and went to a Chase account. No symbolism, meaning, ulterior motive, nefarious purpose being hung on that by the witness.
Then I would object on relevance grounds.
Okay, and you have explained why you believe it's relevant.
Yes,
Overruled.
Ms. Salem, we talked about this before. You're not here to offer any opinions on intent or anything like that. I mean, you've probably done that in the past. This isn't what you're here for, correct?
That is correct. All I did was a funds tracing to show the sources and uses of funds. That's
Okay.
it.
Thank you. So I think we were talking about that 159,000. That did not go into CAC. It actually went into Judge Coomer's personal account, correct?
That's correct.
And then was there a corresponding expenditure from his personal account within several days later?
Yes,
And what was that?
that was for $152,726 that went to Chase.
Looking at the middle line again, the CAC account, going to September 10th, 2018, the last loan from Mr. Philhart to Mr. Coomer, were there funds you were able to find going from Mr. Philhart into the CAC account on that day?
Yes, $130,000 went into the CAC account.
And 11 days later, on September 11th, 2018, where did the money go?
The $130,000 was transferred to one of Judge Coomer's personal accounts.
And do you remember which one that was?
I believe it was a UBS account.
And do you remember what type of account was that? Was it a bank account or an investment account, or do you remember?
I believe it was an investment account.
All right. Now I'm going to move along to the last little section here regarding the refinancing and the mortgage and payment to Mr. Philhart of some of the monies from Judge Coomer. You've got the first thing that's reflected here is a payment from the personal account of Judge Coomer to the CAC account. So what date was that on, and what was the amount?
That was on March 27, 2020, and that was for $214,069.
Were you able to find, do you remember where that money, what account it came from, or how it got to Judge Coomer's personal account before going to CAC?
So it was from the UBS account and then transferred to his personal account and then to the CAC.
And on the 14th of April 2020, was there a first payment to Mr. Philhart that month?
Yes, for $138,233.
So that would, the ultimate origin of that money would have been from the UBS account. UBS to personal to CAC
Yes.
to Mr. Philhart.
Yes.
And then 13 days later, it looks like we have a series of transactions. On that day, was there money coming into Mr. Coomer's account?
Yes,
Okay, and what money was that?
$99,666.
And was your understanding that was money from the refinancing through a mortgage of Mr. Coomer's house?
That's my understanding.
And on that same day, was there another transfer, some of that money transferred to CAC from the personal account?
Correct.
And how much of that money that had come into Judge Coomer's personal account went to CAC?
$77,000.
Okay, and then finally, on May 5th, 2020, was there a final payment out of the CAC account to Mr. Philhart?
Yes,
And what was the amount of that?
$152,723.
And so that, the money that went out on that one, that was a combination of leftover UBS money and then the money from the refinance.
Correct.
And Your Honor, I believe that is all the questions I have from Ms. Salem. Thank you.
May I impose on the court for a short restroom break? Would that be okay?
Let's keep it short. Yes. Want to stay right here.
Our diversity adds value.
Exactly.
All right, Joe. I guess we're.
I would be glad to postpone my director's verdict until they get.
Okay.
Or we can do it.
I haven't read
Maybe. That's a common
Oh, okay.
reaction. No. Oh, no, actually, here's what the tiles are.
Let's see where we are. I just don't want to keep it. No, absolutely. Excellent. She knows she says that out loud. I know it will, it's you. Of course. What would, could
Lots
expect?
of clever analogies.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. That dog don't hunt. I don't see you as that one.
References.
Yeah. A lot of old English literature, right? He's always got to come up with something. Well, I love Henry, but he's always got to be the smartest one. Always. Gonna one up you at sentencing too. I mean, it's great because he uses a hammer.
I must confess, I'm exhausted. So math on the last day is probably the worst thing.
Oh, you didn't get the news, Mr. Lefko? We're coming back tomorrow. Please don't. Ms. Cross will be taking over. I bet he would. He doesn't have anything else going on.
I will be in Ellenwood at my kid's baseball team. Good. Excellent. All right, we are back on the record after a quick refreshment break, and it is cross-examination time for Ms. Salem. Mr. Lefko?
Good afternoon, Ms. Salem. My name's Mark Lefko, representing Judge Coomer. Have you previously qualified as an expert witness in any reported cases?
In any what kind of? case?
Reported cases? Like federal cases or Court of Appeals cases or things that would, where there would be
I'm gonna
reports?
project to foundation for how she would even know what, A, what he's talking about, and B, how she would know that. She's not a lawyer.
You can explain, I think it's a fair question, I guess. I don't know how relevant it is, but you should probably explain what you mean by reported. This
Yep.
is being reported in some ways. So tell what you mean by reported.
Let's start with this, ma'am. Have you ever been tendered as an expert in a federal lawsuit?
No,
Have you ever been tendered as an expert in a state court lawsuit?
I believe yes, and it's like in Superior Court, I have. Yes,
In where, ma'am?
Superior Court.
Up in Georgia?
Yes,
And have you ever been excluded as an expert?
no,
And I ask that because I have not deposed you and I don't know the answer. So I would ask that of any witness that I was deposing. One of the things that you have on your website, ma'am, is that not only do you do funds tracing, but you do fraud investigations, correct?
yes,
And one of the things you do is to obtain corroborating or conflicting evidence when you do a fraud investigation, correct?
yes,
And also you conduct interviews of personnel and persons of interest, correct?
we connect interviews of individuals that we're able to interview, yes,
Okay, in this case, you have not been asked to do a forensic fraud examination, correct?
I was asked to do funds tracing.
Is that a no, ma'am?
That's correct, yes.
Do you have any opinions as to the propriety under the law of any of the transactions or transfers that you've referenced here today?
No,
And is it fair to say that sometimes people have different accounts for different things?
when you say accounts, do you mean bank accounts or what do you mean by accounts?
We can start with bank accounts. Sometimes people have different bank accounts for different purposes, correct?
Correct,
And there's nothing nefarious about that in and of itself, correct?
that's correct.
Do you have any opinions or intend to express any opinions with respect to whether under campaign finance laws, the law firm was entitled to keep as opposed to transfer back any of the transfers that were made to it by the campaign account?
I'm not expressing opinions about that.
And with that per K deposit or transfer, can you explain the per K?
That would be it. We captured information that we saw in the record. So if it said per K, we just captured that. If it's in the bank statement, we capture it. So that's not our commentary.
And you don't know what that transfer was for from the campaign account to the law firm account?
All I know is it said per K.
Were you informed whether that was part of the formal charges or not as an improper transfer?
I'm not expressing an opinion about whether or not it's an improper transfer.
Did you analyze Judge Coomer's, like a balance sheet of some kind for him at the time of any of these transfers?
No, I did not analyze his balance sheet.
Or did you analyze his net worth, his income, et cetera, ability to pay during the time of any of these transfers?
No, I did a funds tracing.
Do you have any information that Judge Coomer was not paying his debts as they came due at any time during the time that you did your analysis?
I was not looking at whether or not he was paying his debts. I was doing a funds tracing.
And then so you're saying you don't have any such information, is that correct?
About whether I was not focused on whether or not he was paying his debts.
Did you do a net asset analysis or a gross asset analysis or a net or a debt analysis for Judge Coomer?
No.
Have you done that in other cases?
I don't know that I've specifically looked at analysis for that in particular.
Do you have any information as to the solvency of Judge Coomer at the time of any of these transfers that you're referring to?
No, I'm not expressing an opinion about his solvency.
Do you have any information or any opinion with respect to the propriety of any of the places where funds went in any of the transactions that you've identified here today?
I'm not discussing the propriety of his transactions.
And just so we're clear, you're not refusing to answer the question, as in, I won't discuss that with you. It's that was not part of your charge, not part of the funds transfer analysis, which is what you did.
Correct.
And do you agree that just because you as an accountant cannot trace a specific number or a specific transaction to another specific transaction doesn't mean that there isn't some related transaction out there?
There may be, yeah, there could be a related transaction out there that I don't have information about.
And when people pick numbers out, there are various reasons why they could pick a number to transfer from one account to another, right? That's a horrible question, and I'll withdraw it. Did you give any credit in your funds analysis for amounts paid by Judge Coomer as part of the Campaign Finance Commission consent order?
No,
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance of that. That's not in any way in funds tracing. We've already said, that was after the investigation started to AVLF. I don't see the relevance to this witness and the transfer of funds. It's it's absolutely outside the scope of what she's testified to.
Well, scope concerns me less than relevance does. What's the relevance of?
He has, with respect, Judge, he has produced these charts, and it makes it look like there's a negative balance on it, as if Judge Coomer still owes things. And that's not the case. And I'm asking whether she gave him credit for the contributions he made to Atlanta Volunteer Lawyers Foundation and the civil amount that he paid in connection with the campaign finance consent order. The answer is no. I have no further questions.
Okay. Got it.
Have you given Judge Coomer credit for those amounts that he paid?
no, they may have occurred after the period that I was looking at.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Ms. Salem, thank you for being here on a Friday afternoon. I don't know how long you had to wait around, but we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Well, we have two, but we would have to do it.
Mr. Boring, next witness.
The JQC, the director rests.
All right. Mr. Kingma, you're standing, so I'm going to start with you. I don't know if Mr. Winter or Judge Lopez has yet seen that magically a motion for directed verdict was filed hours before the director rested. Talk about crystal balls.
Correct. Let me explain it, and I've got a proposition also with regard to witnesses out of place. We wanted to give the court some law. You're familiar with much of the law already. I know Mr. Lopez and
Winter.
Mr. Winter haven't had a chance to see it, certainly. So we wanted to get some law out, and rather than having me do that, having people back at the office who know how to type seemed more useful. I have some facts to argue also, because I'm the guy who's been here listening to the facts. So we decided to go ahead and file, and obviously copy counsel to give everybody a heads up as to what was coming.
Okay.
Seems to me that we have a couple of witnesses in the hall who, like all of them, have been hanging out for a long time. And I talked to Chuck briefly, and what I'd like to suggest is, rather than moving to arguing the motion for directed verdict, which has already been filed, perhaps we try and get one or both witnesses in. If there's time left, I'm glad to argue the motion. If there's not time left, I think Chuck's okay with arguing it later. Obviously, since we're taking them out of turn, I'd like to think that their testimony won't be considered with regard to the consideration of the motion. Not that that will probably make any difference.
So before I hear from Mr. Boring, just a couple questions. I haven't been able to look at the motion yet. It sounds like the first time it was attempted to be filed, there was a technical glitch, despite you crediting the rest of your team with being the technically savvy people. You fixed it. Something you sent was fileable. I haven't looked at it yet. It's in writing, which makes me think the director's team may say, we'd like to file something in writing, which leads me then to the question, was your motion one that was requesting a directed verdict as to all counts?
Correct.
Okay. I'm comfortable, and I think these gentlemen will be comfortable hearing testimony from these other witnesses on two bases. One, we'll be able to separate the two, and two, I don't know how likely it is that there'd be a directed verdict as to all 36 counts based on what we've heard, just previewing where I think we are factually, not having benefited from the legal analysis. So I think it's a pretty limited risk that we'll be tilting things in a peculiar way by having some witnesses from Judge Coomer's side testify, and then we can pivot to motion for directed verdict.
My hope is that the motion changes your mind on that, but.
We remain open-minded, all three of us.
Motion for directed verdict tonight before.
Really, you're not batting 1,000 in that front.
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, Mr. Boring, your thoughts on procedure?
We would be prepared to do the motion for directed verdict, but I think we would prefer to actually read it too, before we get into it. So absolutely fine with that. I think their two witnesses are both character witnesses. So my cross, if any, will be very limited. So I'm hoping this should not take very long, and it would be good to get them done and out.
Let's do that. We wanted to save a little time to talk about scheduling.
Yes.
So we'll likely defer directed verdict discussions, which I think is probably the healthiest, so that the director's team has had a chance to digest the written filing and aren't having to respond to it without knowing what's in it. So if you would like to start with witnesses, knowing that you've waived nothing, and if a directed verdict is granted, you didn't waive the motion, or it's not a post-presentation of evidence motion. It was filed timely.
Thank you.
Sure.
So is it, we call somebody to stand now?
Yes, Mr. Lefkoe, call your first witness.
Butch Emerson, please. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can sit down. Thanks. Sir, could you state your name for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Butch Emerson.
And what do you do for a living?
I run a nonprofit organization. I'm president of Georgia Diversified Industries. We help special needs adults with employment opportunities.
How long have you been doing that?
Since January of 2021.
And how do you know Christian Coomer?
Got to meet Mr. Coomer shortly after I went to work for United Community Bank in Cartersville. I'm a retired bank president with United Community Bank.
You're the retired bank president of United Community Bank?
Yes, sir. The Cartersville office. Yes, sir.
And did you become friends with Mr. Coomer through a banking relationship?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become friends with Mr. Coomer through that relationship?
Well, Cartersville being my hometown, Mr. Coomer from Adairsville, he had the account at the Cartersville office, and so he would come in and take care of banking business there at the bank. And we just slowly developed through networking and other things. We just slowly developed that relationship from there. Of course, Cartersville being Cartersville, you know, we ran into each other a lot at chamber functions, business after hours, occasionally visiting churches and stuff like that.
What kinds of things do you do together with Mr. Coomer?
We would be at business after hour functions. We would be at different community functions. Pretty much it. I'd see him out at a restaurant, just out in the community.
Do you experience and have interactions with other members of the community outside the presence of Christian Coomer, where Christian Coomer has come up in conversation?
Pertaining to what we hear about, or just
Pertaining to
him
any,
and-
do you know Christian Coomer's reputation in the community?
Yes, sir.
And tell me what Christian Coomer's reputation is in the community of Cartersville, Georgia, where both of you appear to reside and or do business.
Well, I can tell you his reputation in the community. I also can tell you mine is that he's a person of character and integrity. He's a gentleman.
And why do you say he's a person of character and integrity?
Because he's always conducted himself in that manner, and he's always been willing to help anybody that needed any help. Things when I was first considering to run for public office on the school board, he's one of the first persons that I called. And his advice to me, when I was running for office, and other things that he's gotten involved with helping folks out in the community, helping nonprofits in our community. He's always been one to be there to help. And he's never given me any, in all the times that I've interacted with him, he's never given me any other side other than being a person of character and integrity and a good man, Christian man.
Has Christian Coomer ever been deceitful with you?
No, sir.
In your capacity as a banker at United Community Bank, was Christian Coomer ever deceitful with you?
I would object at this point, Judge. We're going outside of the general character, appropriate questions, and getting into specific good acts.
I think they've opened the door for that by contending that he deceived the bank.
We argued that he deceived the bank.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Have you ever seen Christian Coomer look like he was experiencing financial problems?
No, sir.
Has Christian Coomer ever, you've known him since when now? 2000?
Well, I went to work for the bank in 2005, and a little while after that, 7, 8, around that time.
Have you ever seen Christian Coomer display any signs that he was going through some kind of financial trouble?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point because we're going into, he's becoming a fact witness now instead of a character witness. We didn't get notice of that. We were told this was a character witness.
Mr. Emerson was designated as I understand what was said just now in court before he walked in, but just in terms of witness disclosures, Mr. Emerson was designated a character witness.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think that circumscribes what he's here to talk about, and we should stay within that circle that's drawn by that designation.
And may I respond to that, Judge?
Please.
Good character has facts underlying that good character, and that's what I'm exploring with him. And
I'm saying someone is a bad character if he is going through financial distress, because I may feel insulted.
No.
Okay, then we're not into character when we're asking about financial distress.
Have you ever witnessed Christian Coomer deal with anyone in a dishonest way?
No, sir.
And you said he was someone who helped in the community. Can you describe some of his community acts?
Well, he was as far as set examples, pinpointed
Going into
those.
specific example. I'm sorry to keep it.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
okay.
sir.
Sustained. We don't get into specific acts. We have the reputation in the community, person of character, person of integrity, a Christian man. Those are the phrases I've heard. And you are free to further explore Mr. Emerson's understanding of and belief in Mr. Judge Coomer's character, good character in the community.
What is Christian Coomer's reputation for truthfulness in the community of Cartersville, Georgia?
That he is a person of honesty, he is a person of integrity, and he's a person of character, that he is a Christian gentleman. And he has never done anything that in my presence or to my knowledge to do outside of that.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Boring, any questions for Mr. Emerson?
No questions. Thank you for coming, sir.
Mr. Emerson, thank you for your time. I know Cartersville is not near here. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much.
All right, have a good weekend. And thank you for your volunteer work. I'm good. Mr. Lefkoe, your next witness.
And now I will, did we let everybody else go? Well, Mr. Boring and I talked and he said, well, maybe we could let Cunningham go as well. So we let because we thought that would be kind of a long witness. So besides the person with childcare, we let the banker go.
I agree, but we all discussed that. That's okay. So let's work through this witness and then we've got plenty to talk about.
All right, great. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Matthew Gamble.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I work for Parish Construction Group.
Okay, what other jobs have you done in your career?
I worked with NFP Benefits. I sold insurance with them. And prior to that, I worked for an association that represented middle school and high school vocational teachers throughout our state.
Are you involved in any political activities?
I am.
And how do you know Christian Coomer?
I know Christian Coomer, met him when he first moved to Cartersville, probably in about 2006. I met him at that time.
And you said you're involved in political activities. How, sir?
I'm currently in a state house seat in Cartersville, where I live, House District 15.
Right. And are you familiar with Christian Coomer's service in the legislature for
I
the state
am.
of Georgia?
Yes.
And tell me what generally you understand his service has been.
Well, when he came to Cartersville and opened up his law practice, not too long after that, he ran for district attorney, and I helped him on that race. And then that wasn't successful. And a few years after that, he came and ran for a state house seat there in Bartow County, and I helped him on that race when he ran for the state house seat.
And describe, if you would, the legislative term for the General Assembly of the state of Georgia.
It's a 2-year term.
And I mean, in terms of when you're in session.
You're in session from January through generally March, and sometimes there are special sessions that can occur if there's issues that need to be addressed.
January through March of every year.
That's right.
And then you're in the legislature, you're full-time during that session for the legislature?
You are, yes. It's a part-time citizen legislature. Of course, like many things, it's a lot more than part-time, but generally speaking, it's part-time citizen legislature.
Are you familiar with how long Christian Coomer gave his service to the legislature of the state of Georgia, the General Assembly?
Yes, I think it was about 10 years.
And during those sessions when the government, the General Assembly is in session, it can be hard to maintain your business, right?
It can be challenging, yes.
And you basically got to put your business, do you basically have to put your business on hold during that session?
If you have that luxury, but like many of us, most of us, we end up spinning a lot of plates and trying to do it at the same time.
Are you familiar with Christian Coomer's reputation in the General Assembly?
Yes.
Can you tell the panel, please, what that reputation is?
Well, he was a respected voice within the legislature. And, I think that's demonstrated by the roles that he served in as a majority whip there in the House, a floor leader, and also a transportation committee chairman during the time that he was in the House.
Mr. Gamble, how long have you been the representative from District 15?
4 years.
And you're not the new Judge Coomer. He was a different district?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm in the 15th district, and he served in the 14th, I think.
I think it was
It's
14th.
yeah,
Okay.
it's the one, yeah,
And is House Majority Whip an elected position
within our caucus, yes,
within which caucus, sir?
the Republican caucus.
And so how does one become elected to the position of House Majority Whip?
Judge, I'm gonna object at this time because it's a character witness, and I don't believe this is relevant to his testimony, with all due respect.
So if you want to ask more about character, either in the community, because they have two shared communities within the legislature or within the greater Cartersville area, you are free to do that.
Okay. As House Majority Whip, what kind of reputation did Christian Coomer enjoy?
Well, I think it was a good one. He was effective at the role. Now, I want to also clarify, I came into the position I'm in after he left office, but I knew of his position because I was working for the association that I was employed by that worked with vocational teachers. And I was at the Capitol on their behalf during that time. So, I knew a lot of the legislators and what they would say about him. And then, of course, now I'm in this role. And I know a lot of the same legislators that served with him and know of what they say that his role was like at that time.
In the 16 years you've known Mr. Coomer and now Judge Coomer, has he ever had a reputation for dishonesty in the community?
Not that I'm aware of.
No further questions.
Mr. Gamble, what do you do for parish construction?
I'm in a business development role.
Thank you. Mr. Bourne?
No questions. Thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you.
Gamble, thank you for your time on this Friday afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. I believe, Mr. Lefkoe, that's it for witnesses for Judge Coomer for reasons we discussed earlier in terms of letting folks go who ought to be let go. Plus, it's only 4:20, but we've got a few things to cover. Is that correct, or any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anything more we need to discuss on the record, Mr. Boring? I'm ready to let Ms. Johnston go, and we can turn off the feed if we're just going to talk about administrative things.
Nothing from my perspective, Judge. It needs to be
Okay.
on the record.
Mr. Lefkoe, Mr. Kingma, anything that we need to get on the record before we turn to scheduling and what's next?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. And then thank you, Ms. Johnston, for your many days here. We're off the record now. I assume, well, I guess Elizabeth Gallo is being paid through the director's office, technically through the hearing panels line item, but she'll be taken care of. Is that right?
Handsome.
Don't wait. Overuse our limited budget.
Hey,
Okay.
spend some money.
Great.
But
1 second.